long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
These words set forth the soul and spirit of one of the world's great literary masterpieces, Les Miserables. Out of the depths of his pity for suffering mankind, Victor Hugo drew a compelling story, one that will live so long as bewildered humanity shall continue to grope toward the light. Tonight, WOR and the Mutual Network bring you the first of 7 broadcasts based on this great novel. Each episode will depict some vital development in the epic of Jean Valjean. Orson Welles, author, director, and actor, has assembled a notable cast and offers an interpretation created specifically for radio presentation. Mr. Welles will play the role of Jean Valjean. And those sections of the book itself, which in running narrative bind together the dramatic episodes, will also be read by him. Les Miserables begins. Part 1. The episode which is called The Bishop.
An hour before sundown, on the evening of a day in the beginning of October, 1815, a man traveling on foot was seen entering the little town of D. Nobody knew him. He looked ragged and mean. He must have come far that day, for he looked weary. The traveler went first to the mayor's office with his passport, and then turned his steps toward the inn.
A man who wants food and a bed.
One moment, monsieur.
Good evening. Is dinner ready?
Monsieur, I'm sorry. I cannot receive you.
Are you afraid I won't pay you? I have money. I'll pay in advance.
I have no room.
Well, then, put me in the stable. I'll pay you.
I'm sorry.
Well, the attic or a corner of the kitchen. I must have lodging. We'll see after dinner.
I can't give you dinner.
But I'm hungry. I've been walking since sunrise. 12 leagues. I'm hungry.
Get out.
What do you mean?
You heard me. Get out.
But I don't understand.
Monsieur, I suspected something when I saw you go into the mayor's office. So I sent my boy across to find out. Monsieur, shall I tell you your name?
Oh. So you know. The traveler looked at the innkeeper, bowed his head, picked up his knapsack, and went off down the street. If he had turned, he would have seen the innkeeper in his doorway, pointing him out as he went, to the guests of the inn and to the passers-by. Night came on. It had begun to rain. He passed the prison.
Mr. Turnkey! Mr. Turnkey!
Well, what is it?
Mr. Turnkey, your pardon. Will you let me stay here tonight?
This is a jail, not a tavern. Get yourself arrested.
The traveler did not know the streets. He walked at random. He came to the prefecture, and then to the seminary. As he passed the cathedral square, he shook his fist at the church. Then he stopped at a stone bench in the Bishop's Street and lay down there, hoping for sleep. Who was this man? He was a criminal, and he had paid for his crime. He was an ex-convict. He was tried 19 years before, in 1796.
My name is Jean Valjean.
Prisoner, you are accused of burglary. Have you nothing to say?
Yes, Excellency. I was hungry.
It was not our concern, prisoner. Proven fact of your guilt is not altered by the circumstance of your stomach.
Excellency, I was very hungry. My name is Jean Valjean, Excellency. I come from Brie. My father and mother are both dead, and my sister's husband is dead, too, so she lives with me at Faverolles. She and her little ones. They are hungry, too. Excellency, I'm a pruner at Faverolles, and in the pruning season I earn 18 sous a day. And that's all. It's very hard, Excellency. It's a very hard winter. There's no work, and there's no bread. No bread at all. Just no bread, Excellency. None. And I can't find any work. And they're all hungry, Excellency. More hungry than me, much. The 7 little ones. And no bread in the house.
Prisoner, you were apprehended by police officers in the possession of stolen property. This court has reviewed the charge, and here finds proven finally against the prisoner the crime for which he is on trial, namely the burglary of 1 loaf of bread.
Excellency, what does that mean?
It means, prisoner, you're a thief. The court finds you guilty.
I didn't know I was a thief.
Jean Valjean, you are sentenced to 5 years in the galleys.
The galleys. 5 years at the oar of a prison ship. The terms of the code were explicit. 5 years in torment. On the 22nd of April, 1797, a great chain was riveted, and Jean Valjean was a part of this chain. He was no longer Jean Valjean. He was 24,601. What had become of the sister? What became of the 7 children? Who cared about that? What becomes of the leaves of the young tree when it's sawed at the trunk? And all this time, Jean Valjean talked little, and he never laughed. When he left the galleys, he had not shed a tear for 19 years. 19 long years. For near the end of his 4th year in the prison ship, Jean Valjean escaped. On the evening of the 2nd day, he was retaken.
Number 24601, for attempted escape. The prisoner's sentence extended 3 years.
3 years, which made 8. The 6th year.
24599.
Here.
24600.
Here.
24601. 24601. 24601. 24601 is not present.
The prisoner has escaped. Fire the alarm cannon.
That night they found him. He resisted the galley guard.
Escape and resistance. Under provisions in the special code, the prisoner's sentence extended 5 years. 2 with a double chain.
5 years, which made 13. The 10th year.
Attempted escape. The prisoner's sentence extended 3 years.
3 years, which made 16. The 13th year.
Attempted escape. Beat taken after an absence of 4 hours. The prisoner's sentence extended 3 years.
3 years for 4 hours, which made 19. In October 1815, Jean Valjean was set free. He had entered in 1796 for having taken a loaf of bread. The rain fell heavily, and Jean Valjean was cold on the stone bench. Just then, a woman came out of the church and saw him lying there in the dark.
My friend, what are you doing?
You see what I'm doing. I'm going to sleep.
Why don't you go to the inn?
I have no money.
You can't pass the night in the rain. Have you knocked at every door?
Yes.
Have you knocked at that one there?
No.
Knock there.
and she pointed to a little low house on the other side of the square. It was the palace of the bishop. This first part of our story is concerned with two people. One of them is Jean Valjean, and the other is Charles-François Bienvenu Myriel, called Monseigneur Bienvenu, who was the Bishop of D. We must pause to examine this Bishop of D in order to understand what is to follow. One day, he preached this sermon in the cathedral.
My very dear brethren, there are in France 346,000 cottages with only one opening, the door. This is because of the tax upon windows. God gives men light, and the law sells it. In the upper and lower Alps, they make bread once in 6 months. In the winter, it is so hard, they must cut it with an axe. My brethren, behold how much suffering is around you.
The Bishop of D lived very humbly. He had no retinue, and there was with him in his house only two old ladies, his housekeeper and his sister, Mademoiselle Baptistine. Here is a letter written by his sister to some girlhood companion.
December 16th, 1814. My dear Madame, not a day passes that we do not speak of you. I am happy, but the weather is severe, and one must do something for those who lack. My brother is so good. He gives all he has to the poor and sick. He exposes himself to every danger. He goes out in the rain, travels in winter. He has no fear of darkness or of dangerous roads, or of those he may meet. Last year, he went up all alone into a district infested with robbers, and when he came back, nothing had happened to him. He said, "See how they have robbed me." And he opened a trunk in which he had the jewels of the Embrun Cathedral, which the robbers had given him. Upon that occasion, I could not help but scold him, taking care only to speak when the carriage had made a noise so that no one could hear us. The housekeeper has had difficulty accustoming herself to what she calls his imprudence. But now that the thing is settled, we pray together, we are afraid together, and we go to sleep. Should Satan come to this house, no one would interfere. But after all, what is there to fear in this house? Farewell. With 1,000 good wishes, Baptistine.
It will be seen that the bishop was a good man. He had no systems, but many deeds. When he had money, he visited the poor. When he had none, he visited the rich. So Jean Valjean knocked at his door. The events of that evening, early in October 1815, have often been related by Mademoiselle Baptistine. The bishop had been waiting for his supper. He was standing in the dining room by the fire. In the dining room, there was a door opening on the street. His housekeeper, who was setting the table, was just telling his sister about Jean Valjean.
He has a club to beat you with, a rope to hang you with, and a sack to put you in when you're dead.
God save us. Did you see this man?
I did not see him at all, thank heaven, Mademoiselle Baptistine.
Then, madame, how do you know how he looked?
Your Greatness, he was described to me in the market.
Well, madame, do you think we're in very grave danger?
Oh, awful, Your Greatness, with no locks on the doors. And I say, Monseigneur, and Mademoiselle Baptistine here says also
Me,
that...
madame, I say nothing. What my brother does is well done.
We say this house isn't safe. We say that a door which opens by a latch on the outside to the first comer, nothing in the world could be more horrible. And your greatness does have the habit, if I do say so, of always saying, come in. Goodness, come in even at midnight. The Lord knows there's no need to ask leave to come in at this house when even the beggars...
Come in.
It is he.
Come in, monsieur.
Listen to me. Listen to me before you say anything. Listen. I'm a convict. You hear that? I've been 19 years in the galleys. 4 days ago, they let me out. And I've walked all this way from Toulon. I went to the inn, but they sent me away. The jailer wouldn't let me into the prison. No one will have me. I'm a convict. I tried to sleep out under the stars, but there were no stars. It rained, and there was no good God to stop the drops. A woman showed me your house and said to me, "Not there." So I've knocked. Look, I have money, 109 francs and 15 sous, which I earned in the galleys. I'll pay you. I'll pay you anything. I walked 12 leagues today, and I'm so hungry. Please, have you a stable?
Come in, monsieur, and shut the door.
Wait! Did you hear what I said? I said I was a convict.
Brother, this is the man.
You want to see my passport? Here it is. My yellow passport. Read it.
Very well, monsieur. The bearer is a liberated convict, having been 19 years in the galleys. Original sentence, 5 years. Additional servitude, 14 years. The holder of this passport is a very dangerous man.
Oh, your greatness, what shall we do?
We'll set another place at the table.
But, your greatness...
Madame, do as my brother says. Put on another plate.
Yes, mademoiselle.
You mean I can stay? Me? A convict? I thought you'd send me away. So I told you right off who I am.
Betterstein, put some sheets on the bed in the alcove.
Yes, brother.
A bed? You mean I'll have a bed like other people? With sheets and mattress? It's 19 years since I've slept on a bed. Thank you, Monsieur Innkeeper. I'll pay you all you say. You're a good man. You are an innkeeper, aren't you?
No, monsieur. I am a priest who lives here.
Oh, of course, you're Cap. You're the cure. The cure of the big church. Then you don't want me to pay.
No, monsieur. Come nearer the fire. Oh, this lamp is poor. I light the candles.
I don't understand. I don't understand. You let me, a galley slave, enter your house. You even light your silver candlesticks for me without so much as asking my name. Monsieur, my name is Jean Valjean.
Well, this is not my house, Jean Valjean. It is the house of Christ. But besides, why should I ask your name? Before you told me, I knew it.
You know it?
Monsieur, your name is my brother.
Your greatness, the table is set.
Ah, good. But, Madame Magloire.
Yes, your greatness?
Something is lacking. Is it not the custom to place all 6 of our silver plates on the table?
Yes, your greatness, but...
I count only 3.
I'll fetch them.
Ah, it's better. Ah, Betterstein, is that a bottle of wine I see there?
Indeed, yes. The fine old mold for the special occasions. Madame Magloire put it out.
Here are the plates, your greatness.
Oh, thank you, Madame Magloire. I have misjudged you. Come, then, to supper. Monsieur Valjean, you sit there by my sister.
Oh, this is too good for me. Oh, monsieur, if you knew what this means, after 19 years in the chains...
Jean, you have left all that suffering. Remember this. If you leave it with hate and anger, you are worthy of compassion. But if you leave it with goodwill and peace, you are better than any of us. Heavenly Father, We ask thy blessing on his food as we partake of it. May it strengthen us to everlasting life. Amen.
Mademoiselle Baptistine described the progress of this supper in a letter written to a friend.
All I can say is that my brother took supper with this Jean Valjean with the same manner he would have used with the provost or the curé of this parish. After we had eaten, my brother turned to him and said, "You must be very tired. I'll show you to your room." He then did so, lighting the way with one of his candlesticks. Madame Magloire and I said our prayers in the parlor and retired to our chambers without saying a word.
Jean Valjean lay in his bed that night and thought of the bishop's silver. Those 6 silver plates. He had seen the old housekeeper putting them away in the cupboard. He had marked that cupboard well. Solid silver. They would bring at least 200 francs, double his pay for 19 years' labor. What had been the life of this soul? Society should look into these things. They are its own works. In weariness, in agony, under the whip, under the chain, in the cell, on the convict's bed of plank, under the burning sun of the galleys, Jean Valjean turned to his conscience and reflected. To those who saw him, he seemed looking continually upon something terrible. For human society had done him nothing but injury. No man had ever touched him but to bruise him. Never since childhood had he been greeted with a friendly word. He had no weapon but his hate. He had resolved to sharpen it in the galleys, and he had taken it with him when he went out. So the passport was right. The yellow passport, which described Jean Valjean as a very dangerous man. The next morning at sunrise, the bishop was walking in his garden. Madame Magloire ran up to him quite beside herself.
Monseigneur, your greatness, it's gone.
Yes, madame?
Monseigneur, it's all gone. And the man with the beard and the yellow passport.
Madame, what is gone?
Your greatness is silver. It's been stolen. The 6 lovely plates, your only treasure. Oh, Monseigneur, I was right. I should never have put them on the table. He has stolen them.
Well, then, let us consider.
Yes, Monseigneur?
Firstly, did the silver belong to us? No.
No, Monseigneur?
No. It belonged to the poor. And now, secondly, who was that man? He was a poor man.
I suppose so, your greatness, but he knew silver when he saw it, even if he didn't recognize a bishop from a curé. Oh, Monseigneur, it is not myself I'm thinking of, nor of your sister. I worry on your account. What are you going to eat from?
Have we no tin plates?
Tin smells.
Well, then, iron.
But iron has such a bad taste.
There are always wooden plates.
This Monseigneur's wishes. But what an idea to take that man.
Brother, they've caught the man.
Oh, thank God. Have they put him in jail?
No, they've brought him here with the silver. They're outside the gate now. Brother, the police want you to identify him.
Very well. Show them in.
Come along now. Let's have none of your talk.
Please.
Silence! Prisoner, take your cap off in the presence of the bishop.
Bishop.
Good morning, Valjean.
You recognize him, Monsignor. That's enough. Here is your silver.
Yes, but where are my candlesticks?
Here are the stolen plates, Monsignor. Were there candlesticks, too?
Oh, yes. Yes, they are of silver, like the rest. Valjean, where are my candlesticks?
I didn't take them.
Madame Magloire, be kind enough to go in and get them.
What, Monseigneur?
Go get the candlestick.
But very well, Monseigneur.
Monsieur Valjean, I don't think you understood. I gave you the candlesticks as well.
What? What do you mean?
Monsignor, the prisoner was running off with your plates.
And he told you they were given him by an old priest with whom he had lodged the night. And you brought him here.
Yes, Monsignor. Then it's true what he told me?
I have given him the silver.
Then we can let him go?
But of course.
Here are your candlesticks, but I must say...
Madame Magloire, give them to Monsieur Valjean.
Yes, Your Greatness. Here.
But I...
Take them, you fool.
But they aren't mine.
Monsieur, the plates and the candlesticks are yours. Take them. But never forget that you have promised me to use this silver to become an honest man.
I have promised you.
Jean Valjean, I have purchased your soul. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity and give it to Almighty God.
Jean Valjean ran out of the city as though he were escaping and made haste into the open country. A little gypsy boy passed by and dropped a penny. Jean Valjean put his foot on it and drove the boy away. Then he picked it up and ran after the boy. But he never found him. He found himself. He knew then that he must conquer or be conquered. He saw before him himself as he was, stick in hand, knapsack on his shoulders, the hideous galley slave, Jean Valjean. He beheld himself face to face and saw at the same time a light like a torch, and he knew that this torch was the bishop. Jean Valjean shrank and vanished. The bishop remained. There came to him the bishop's own words.
Jean Valjean, you have promised me to become an honest man. I have purchased your soul.
Then his heart swelled up in him, and he burst into tears. It was the first time he had wept in 19 years. How long did he weep thus? What did he do after weeping? Where did he go? No one ever knew. Only one thing is certain. On that very night, at 3 o'clock in the morning, a figure was seen in the attitude of prayer, kneeling upon the pavement, in the shadow, before the door of the Bishop of D.
WOR and the Mutual Network have presented Part 1, The Bishop, of Victor Hugo's absorbing story, Les Miserables. Orson Welles has played the role of Jean Valjean and read the narrative passages of this presentation, which he has prepared specifically for radio broadcasting. Next Friday evening at 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present Les Miserables in its second episode, which introduces Javert.
This is the Coast to Coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
These words open the second of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's unforgettable work, Les Miserables. WOR and the Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of this novel which he has made especially for radio. Mr. Welles plays the role of Jean Valjean, and he is also heard reading from the book itself as he binds together the dramatic action. Each broadcast unfolds a moving chapter in the progress of Valjean. Last week, we pictured the meeting of Jean Valjean with the bishop and the regeneration of his tormented soul. Les Miserables, Part 2, the episode which is called Javert.
Napoleon was at St. Helena. A thing which smoked and clacked on the Seine went and came beneath the windows of the Tuileries. It was a sort of toy called the steamboat. 1817. It was in this year that 4 young gentlemen of Paris played a joke on their sweethearts. One of these young gentlemen was Félix Tholomyès, and his sweetheart was Fantine.
Excuse me, please, ladies.
Yes? What is it?
It's something your gentleman left for you.
Well, there's no address. See what's written on it, Fantine. It says, "This is the surprise." Oh, what's inside? Just a moment. Sweetheart, at the moment when you read this, 4 mettlesome horses will be bearing us back to our mammas and papas. We are returning to society, to duty, and to order on a full trot at the rate of 3 leagues an hour. Mourn for us rapidly and replace us speedily. Adieu. Signed Blancheville, Famille Listolet, and Félix Tholomyès. P.S. The dinner is paid for.
It was a good joke. The girls laughed. Fantine laughed like the rest. But later she wept bitterly. For Tholomyès was her first love. And the poor girl had a child. This, it will be remembered, was in 1817. At 22 years of age, on a fine spring morning, Fantine left Paris, her child in her arms. She went back to Montreux, where she was born, and she found the little city greatly changed. An unknown man, a stranger, had conceived the idea of substituting gum-lac for resin in the manufacture of synthetic jets. This very slight change worked an industrial revolution. In less than 3 years, the inventor of this process had made a fortune for himself and for the whole region. He had built a great factory in which there were 2 workshops, one for men and the other for women.
Yes, what is it?
Are there jobs open in the workshop?
There are always jobs here. Have you a husband?
No, monsieur.
Any dependents?
No.
Name?
Mademoiselle Fantine.
You will commence today. Monsieur Madeleine, the owner, requests only that you be willing and of good morals.
Oh, yes, monsieur.
I'll assign you to your place. Come with me.
So Fantine went to work in the jet factory and kept a secret. For as long as she stayed there, they must never find out about her child. She had left this child in the care of a couple she met on the road to Paris. They were innkeepers, and they were called the Thénardiers. She paid them 57 francs, all that she had, and she trusted them.
A letter for you, mademoiselle.
Thank you. My dear madame, your little Cosette has outworn her wardrobe. It will be impossible for us to keep Cosette with us any longer for less than 12 francs per week, payable in advance. Sincerely, Thénardier.
They had pawned the child's wardrobe. Who were these Thénardiers? The woman was a brute, and the man was a blackguard. But Fantine knew nothing of this, and she sent them the money. The child's clothes being gone, they dressed her in rags. And they fed her on scraps, little better than a dog. and a little worse than the cat. They put her to work. She was made to run errands, to sweep the rooms and the yard and the street. In the village, they called this little child the Lark. This tiny being no larger than a bird, trembling, frightened and shivering, awake each morning, first of all in the house and in the village, and always on the street or the fields before dawn. But the poor Lark never sang. Fantine took a small room and furnished it on the credit of her future labor. She worked hard, thought of nothing but Cosette, and was almost happy. Not being able to say she was married, she took care not to speak of a child. But the women began to whisper in the workshop, and Fantine was watched. More than a few were jealous of her fine teeth and her golden hair.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, yes, monsieur.
You have been with us in this establishment for over a year. Here are 50 francs.
50 francs?
They are donated by your employer, Monsieur Madeleine. They will cover your expenses. I must ask you to seek employment elsewhere.
Elsewhere? What do you mean?
Mademoiselle, the existence of your child has been revealed to us. Good day, mademoiselle.
Fantine offered herself as a servant, but nobody wanted her. She began to make coarse shirts for the soldiers. For 12 sous, she sewed 17 hours a day, but her creditors gave her no rest. How could she pay? She couldn't. How could she live? She learned. She learned from an old woman who sewed with her, named Marguerite.
We who have grown old in privation can extract much from a sou.
But 15 francs, Marguerite. Think of it. The Thénardiers wrote me. They want 3 more francs a week, and you know what I earn.
You'll learn.
But you can't live on 6 sous a day.
No, my girl. But you can starve on it. It's a science.
Summer passed away, and winter returned. Short days and less work. In winter, there is no heat, no light, no moon. Evening touches morning. The whole day is a cave, and the sun is a pauper.
Madame Fantine, Cosette is sick of an epidemic disease, a military fever. She must have medicine, and drugs are dear. Unless you send us 40 francs within a week, the little one will die. Sincerely, Thénardier.
Lotions and scents. The secrets of the Orient. Ladies and gentlemen, I offer during my brief stay in this beautiful city the 7 wonders of the world. No ill is so great but I own its remedy. Heartaches and toothaches. The elixir of life, the powder of love, the pill against pain. If your teeth hurt you, I will pull them out. Would you look beautiful, I will put them in. I have whole sets of teeth complete for your pleasure. Pearly teeth. Teeth for any mouth. Ah, you there. You girl who is laughing there. You have pretty teeth. Tell me your 2 incisors, and I'll give you a gold Napoleon for each of them.
What's that? What are incisors?
Incisors, young lady, are the front teeth in the head. The 2 pretty upper ones.
Oh.
Consider my beauty. 2 gold Napoleons, 40 francs. How much good will they do you? If you've got the courage for it, come this evening to the inn, and you will find me there.
Oh, no.
Hold on, don't run away. Hold on. Come back.
What's happened?
Oh, God help me.
Well, where have you been?
In the square. There was a traveling dentist. He wanted to pull out my 2 front teeth. I should be hideous. I'd rather throw myself from the 5th story head first to the pavement. He told me he'd wait for me at the inn.
What was it he offered you?
2 Napoleons.
That's 40 francs.
Yes. 40 francs.
They shouldn't allow it.
Marguerite, what does it mean, Military fever. You know?
It's a disease.
Does it need many drugs?
Terrible drugs.
How does it come on you?
Comes in a moment.
Does it attack children? Do they die of it? He told me to wait for him at the inn.
The next morning, when the old woman went into Fantine's chamber before daybreak, for they always worked together and so made one candle do for two, she found Fantine sitting there on the couch. She had not been to bed. Her cap had fallen in her lap. The candle had been left to burn, and it was almost gone. The old woman looked at her.
What's happened now?
Cosette won't die of that sickness for lack of drugs. Look there on the table.
2 gold Napoleons. A fortune. Where'd you get them?
I got them.
Then Fantine smiled. The dying candle lit up her face. The corners of her mouth were stained with blood. The 2 teeth were gone.
Madame Fantine, send us 100 francs, or we will put out your child on the highway. 100 francs. Oh, what can I sell for 100 francs? Come. I shall sell what is left.
What is the history of France? It is society buying a slave. From whom? From misery. A soul for a bit of bread. Alas, what are these destinies? Why are they so? He knows that sees all the shadow. He is alone. His name is God. Monsieur Madeleine was well loved in the village. But sometimes, when he passed along the street, calm, affectionate, followed by the benedictions of all, it happened that a tall man, wearing a flat hat and an iron gray coat, and armed with a stout cane, would turn round abruptly and follow him with his eyes until he disappeared. This man was one of the police. His name was Javert. The peasants of Asturias believe that in every litter of wolves there is one dog which is killed by the mother, lest on growing it should devour the others. Give a human face to this dog son of a wolf, and you will have Javert. This man laughed rarely and terribly, and around his nose there was a wrinkle as broad and wild as the muzzle of a fallow deer. Javert was an eye, always fixed upon Madeleine.
The notebook of Inspector Javert, January 9th, 1818. Who is Madeleine? No one knows. Who are his family? What is his history? Where does he come from? No one knows. He is popular for his deeds of charity, which are done secretly as though they were bad deeds. He's been offered the Legion of Honor. He's refused it. Who is that man? I cannot be sure of what I guess. But I know well I have seen him before. April 10th, 1820. Madeleine is in mourning for a certain Bishop of D. I watch him carefully. His speech is more mannerly, and his accent more refined than it was when I first came to the city. He walks strangely, with one foot dragging. He knows I am watching him. August 17th, 1822. The king has appointed Monsieur Madeleine the mayor of this city. Consider, the man came here with only a few hundred francs. He is now a millionaire. This is a sudden rise. I have now learned the circumstances of his arrival into this place. He came here a common laborer, stick in hand and sack on his back one evening in the autumn of 1815. That night, October 23rd, there was a fire in the townhouse, and this man leapt into the flames and saved from burning 2 children of the captain of police. As far as can be ascertained in the excitement and gratitude of the occasion, no one thought to ask him for his passport. There is certainly no record. He announced himself Madeleine, and so he has remained. I have made inquiries in Paris, and there are interesting circumstances relative to October 1815. Madeleine is now my immediate superior. Police routine brings me into contact with this man. He's well loved, but I am not deluded. I am still vigilant. I know that face.
That year, there occurred 2 events on the streets of Montreuil, which, while insignificant in themselves, made a profound impression on the mind of Inspector Javert. The first was a common street accident.
Help! Help!
Inspector, can't we do something?
Somebody move this! Don't you, before it's too late! One moment, monsieur! How did it happen? The old man, the horse slipped, the car turned over on him.
He's sitting under the wheel, it's crushing his ribs.
Get a jack! Has anybody a jack? God help me! God help me! Get a jack! They're gone for one. That wagon is sinking lower every minute. It can't be helped, sir. The wheel is killing me! Citizens!
Listen to me. There is one chance. There's just room enough for one man to crawl in under that wagon. In half a minute, it'll be too late.
Oh!
Citizens, there is no time to lose.
What can you do? What can you do, Inspector?
If a man can get under that wheel, there may be hope for you. If a man can get under that wheel and lift it with his back, we may save you. Is there a man who can do it? Who has strength and courage? 5 louis d'or for the man who will try it. 10 louis d'or. 10 louis d'or.
He must be a terrible man who can raise a wagon like that on his back. My ribs are breaking a jack. Anything. Oh.
Let me by! Let me by! Let me by, citizens.
Oh, don't do it.
Cosette, you'll be killed.
Stop him, somebody.
Stop him.
Monsieur, it is too late.
Let me by, Inspector.
As you wish, monsieur.
No, go away. Don't come under here. It's too late.
He's under the gun.
Go away. Get out while you can. It's sinking. Get out. It's sinking. He's got there himself. They'll both be killed.
Push. Push.
It's lifting. Push. Push. Push.
Monsieur, you are a brave man.
Thank you, Inspector.
In all my life, I have known only one man capable of doing what I have just seen you do. He was a convict in the galleys at Toulon.
Good day, Inspector.
Good day, Monsieur Madeleine.
That was the first incident. The second to impress Inspector Javert of the police took place on an evening in January, 5 months later. It was snowing. A woman, a rueful, bedizened spectre, her shoulders bare in a gaudy ballroom dress, stood waiting in the street before the door of the officers' cafe. A well-dressed idler was amusing himself, tormenting this woman.
Well, aren't you the ugly one? Oh, soaking tonight. All right, your haughtiness. Turn your back on me. You'll pay for it. Little snow will be good medicine. Down your shoulder blades like this.
The girl, screaming with rage, turned on him and buried her nails in his face, using the most frightful words that ever fell from the off-scouring of a guardhouse. A large crowd formed about them. The man, hatless, defending himself. The woman, kicking and striking, shrieking, toothless, and without hair, livid with anger, and hideous. Suddenly, a tall man advanced quickly from the crowd and seized her by her muddy satin waist. Their tormentor stole away. The woman turned pale with horror. She recognized Javert.
Stop. Go home, all of you. It is not permitted that crowds form on the streets. Gentlemen, disperse. Young woman, I must take you to prison. Come with me.
To prison? To prison? Oh, no, monsieur.
What is your name?
Fantine.
I have a good memory. This time it's 6 months.
6 months? 6 months in prison? Oh, no. No, I must earn money. I still owe 100 francs to the Thénardier.
I must ask you not to cause a disturbance.
Oh, Monsieur Javert, please. I swear to you by the good God, I was not in the wrong. Have they the right to throw snow down our backs? He said you're ugly. You've no teeth. I know I've no teeth, but I didn't do anything.
No? What of his hat in the snow?
Well, I did wrong to spoil his hat, but you can't imprison me for that. I must pay 100 francs or they'll turn out my Cosette. She's such a little one. They would put out in the highway in the very heart of winter. If she were older, she could earn a living, but she's not yet sick.
Come along. I've heard your story. You have 6 months.
Oh, mercy,
Get
no!
up, you fool! Do I have to drag you?
One moment, if you please. Let me help you.
Citizen, I warn you, don't obstruct the course of justice.
There, mademoiselle. You'll be all right.
This is insolent. Who are you?
My name is Madeleine.
The mayor. Your pardon, monsieur. I didn't recognize you in the shadow.
The mayor? Madeleine? Is this the famous Madeleine?
Take care, woman.
Monsieur Javert. Think of it. He's the cause of it all. He turned me away from his factory on account of some stories they told about me in the workshop. Stories about me, lies. You see how it happens? He did this to me.
I'm sorry, monsieur. This will add to her sentence.
That's all right, Inspector. Set the woman at liberty.
What did you say, monsieur?
Set the woman at liberty.
At liberty? What? You mean I can go? I'm free? I don't understand. Who said that? It wasn't the mayor. It couldn't be. Was it you, Monsieur Javert? You forgiven me? I did stamp on the gentleman's hat, but he spoiled my whole dress in the snow. We women, we have only one dress for the evening.
Mademoiselle, how much did you say that you owed?
I said nothing to you. You came here to scare me. I'm not scared of you. I'm scared of Javert. Only tonight it hurt me. I'm not very well. I cough. There's something in my chest that burns. Here, stop. Here, give me your hand. Now, don't be afraid to feel how hot it is.
Let's go, woman. You're drunk.
Officers! The inspector said you must release me. I'm going.
Sergeant, detain this woman. Who told you to let her go?
I did, Inspector.
Your Honor, that cannot be done.
And why not?
This woman has insulted a citizen.
I have learned the circumstances. It was the citizen who did wrong.
She has also insulted the mayor.
I can do what I please about that.
Your pardon, monsieur, but you cannot. The insult does not rest with you. It rests with justice.
Inspector, the highest justice is conscience. I have heard this woman. Content yourself with obeying.
I obey my duty, monsieur. I am sorry to resist
the matter
mayor.
you speak of belongs to the municipal police.
But, monsieur...
I refer you to Article 81 of the law of December 19th, 1799, on the subject of legal imprisonment.
You're well acquainted with the criminal code, monsieur, but if you will permit...
You may go, Inspector.
However, monsieur...
You may go, Inspector.
Yes, monsieur. Sergeant.
Come, mademoiselle. It is cold.
I don't understand. Monsieur Javert has gone.
Yes. Yes, he's gone. Don't be frightened. I'm sorry. I didn't know all your story. I never knew you'd left my workshop. I'll make it up to you now.
Make it up to me?
Yes, Fantine. And don't cry. I'll take care of your debts.
My daughter. My Cosette.
You shall go to her, and she shall come to live with you.
You mean that, Monsieur Madeleine? You swear it?
On my word of honor.
Oh, monsieur. I am not a bad woman.
Listen to me, Fantine. If all you say is true, and I do not doubt it, you have never ceased to be virtuous and holy.
That same night, Javert wrote a letter.
To the Prefet of Police, Paris. Monsieur, I wish to report that a certain face has always been familiar to me. Tonight, I placed it. I have further conclusive evidence. Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor of Montreuil, is wanted by the police for robbery. He is a second offender, being an ex-convict. He is the old galley slave, Jean Valjean. Signed by the Inspector of Police, Javert.
WOR and the Mutual Network have presented Part 2 of Victor Hugo's compelling novel, Les Miserables, the episode which introduced Javert. Orson Welles played the role of Jean Valjean and also read the narrative passages of the presentation which he has created especially for radio. Assisting Mr. Welles tonight were Martin Gable as Javert, Agnes Moorehead, Ray Collins, Betty Gard, Hiram Sherman, Alice Frost, and others. Next Friday evening at 10 o'clock, Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present Les Miserables in its third phase, the episode which portrays the death of Fantine and the capture of Jean Valjean. This is the coast-to-coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
WOR and the Mutual Network present the third of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's compelling novel, Les Miserables. Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, plays the role of Jean Valjean in this presentation, which he has adapted especially for radio. And Mr. Welles is also heard as he reads from the book itself. Each episode pictures a development in the progress of Valjean, and last week introduced Fantine and Javert. Les Miserables, Part 3. The episode which is called The Trial.
I gave you the candlesticks that you stole from me. I have purchased your soul. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity, and I give it to Almighty God.
So spoke the Bishop of D. to a thief and a galley slave named Jean Valjean. And from the moment he left him, Jean Valjean was another man. He was Monsieur Madeleine. In time, he was the mayor of Montreuil. He had sold the bishop's silver, keeping only the candlesticks. And with this money, he made more. He was established in Montreuil, the owner of a great factory and a public official, a quiet, hopeful man, having but 2 thoughts: to conceal his name and to sanctify his life, to escape from men and to return to God. But a shadow had fallen across the destiny of Jean Valjean. The shadow of a man in a flat hat and a long coat, a man carrying a stick. Javert.
Monsieur Madeleine.
Yes?
Inspector Javert of the police.
Let him come in.
Yes, monsieur.
This way, Inspector. Monsieur Madeleine.
Good morning, Javert. Well, what's the matter?
Your Honor, I wish to report a criminal act.
Yes, Inspector.
An inferior agent of the government has been lacking in respect to a magistrate. It's my duty to bring the fact to your knowledge.
Who is this agent?
I, monsieur.
You, Inspector?
I.
And who is the magistrate who has to complain of this agent?
You, monsieur. I came to ask you to be so kind as to discharge me.
Javert, this is absurd.
You will say that I might tender my resignation, but to resign is honorable. I must be discharged.
Javert, what's all this nonsense?
Your Honor, I have denounced you.
You Denounce me?
Yes, Your Honor, to the Prefecture of Police.
What for, Javert? As a mayor encroaching upon the constabulary?
No, monsieur. As an ex-convict.
Yes, Javert.
For a long time, I suspected you. Your resemblance, your immense strength, your skill as a marksman. It's strange, monsieur, but everything points to one fact, that you're a man named Jean Valjean.
What name did you say?
Jean Valjean. An old convict I saw 20 years ago when I was a galley guard at Toulon. For 8 years, his whereabouts have been unknown. Your Honor, I fancied... Well, I've done this thing. Anger determined me, and I denounced you to the prefect.
And what answer did you get?
That I was mad.
Well?
They were right.
Javert, I'm very lucky that you think so.
Yes, Your Honor, it must be so. They've found Jean Valjean.
What?
They've caught him, Your Honor. He's safe in prison.
What do you mean, Javert? Who have they caught?
Jean Valjean, Your Honor. But of course you wouldn't know.
Yes, of course. How do they know he's Jean Valjean?
Very simple, Your Honor. He looks like him. Besides, he was recognized by an old galley slave in the jail.
How did they catch him?
Stealing apples, Your Honor. He called himself Champmathieu. He'd been a pruner and he lived at Faverolles. Now, what was Jean Valjean? A pruner. Where? At Faverolles. It's very simple, Your Honor. The same age, the same height. When I wrote to the justice, he sent for me and brought me before the man Champmathieu.
Well?
Your Honor, truth is truth. I'm sorry for it, but that man is Jean Valjean.
Are you sure of it?
Yes, monsieur, I'm sure. And now that I see the real Jean Valjean, Your Honor, I don't see how I could ever have believed anything else. I beg your pardon.
What did this man say to you?
No, he's a sly one, this Valjean. That's where I recognize him. He pretends not to understand. He puts on astonishment and plays innocent. But there's evidence. He'll be condemned.
Where is he now?
At the assizes at Arras. I've been summoned to testify.
What's the charge?
Stealing apples, Your Honor. Second offense. It's the galleys for life.
When's the trial?
Tomorrow.
When do you leave?
Tonight. As soon as I've given my testimony, I shall return.
How long will the trial last?
A day at the longest, Your Honor.
I see.
Your pardon, monsieur.
Yes?
I must be discharged.
Javert, you're a man of honor. You may keep your place.
You can't do that. You can't do that to me.
Javert, this is a matter which concerns me alone.
You can't do it. You're a mayor and a magistrate. You've got to discharge me. I belong to the police. You're respectable. You own property, and I denounced you. Don't you know what that means?
You exaggerate your fault, Inspector. I forgive you.
You've no right to. I don't want your forgiveness. Your forgiveness, your charity, your kindness. I hate your kindness. The kindness that defends a woman of the town against a citizen, an inferior against a superior, a police agent against the mayor. I hate that kindness. It's easy to be kind. It's hard to be just. If you'd been what I thought you were, I wouldn't have been kind to you, not I, Your Honor. I've said to myself, Javert, you're a hard man, but if you ever trip, look out. Well, I tripped. I would have broken another man. I must be broken, stripped of my uniform, driven off, disgraced. You've got to do that to me. That's what's right. I demand my discharge.
Well, Javert, let me think about it. After all, you may not be as wrong as you think. Give me your hand.
Pardon, monsieur. That must not be. The mayor doesn't give his hand to a spy. Your Honor, I will continue in the service until I'm relieved.
Now, Jean Valjean, called Madeleine, had forgotten a promise. There was a young girl, Fantine. She was sick, and the good mayor had taken her from the streets and given her to the care of an old nun in his hospital. Here Fantine lay dying, her only joy, the hope of seeing her child, her little daughter, whom she'd boarded with some innkeepers in another town. Monsieur Madeleine had promised to bring her child to her.
Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine. Why don't you answer?
There, Fantine, my child. Lie back.
Oh, sister, I must have been asleep. Where is he? Where's Monsieur Madeleine?
The portress told me he could not come today.
Oh, no. But he always comes. Always. Every day he comes here to the hospital to see me.
Mademoiselle Fantine, be calm. You must lie down again.
Why can't he come, sister?
My child, the mayor has gone away.
Gone away? Gone away?
Yes.
I know. He's gone for Cosette. I'm going to see her again. Remember, sister, what he said to me yesterday? Very, very soon, he said.
Yes, my child.
Oh, I am so happy. Well, I feel all well. No pain at all. I'm going to see my child again.
Yes, but you mustn't talk anymore.
It's been 5 years since I've seen her. I had to leave her with the innkeepers on the road when she was little. That was all I could do, sister. Because people talk, and I needed a job to support us. Then there was no work, and I had to do anything to pay for her board.
I know.
That's how I got in my trouble. But Monsieur Madeleine was good to me. He saved me from jail. He's the mayor, and he can do that. And he saved me from that wicked policeman, Javert. And he's taking care of me in my sickness. And now he's gone to get Cosette from the innkeepers. And he'll bring her to me.
I'm sure he will.
And when Cosette comes, can she lie by my side in a little bed? You'll let her do that, won't you?
Yes, my child. Good night.
Then when she wakes, I can say good morning to her. And at night, when I'm awake, I can hear her sleep. Her little breathing is so sweet.
Good night, my child.
Good night, sister. Look, there's just room.
There is one spectacle grander than the sea. That is the sky. There is one spectacle grander than the sky. That is the soul. Let us look into a soul. The soul of Jean Valjean, called Madeleine, the mayor of Montreux.
Jean Valjean, I gave you the candlesticks that you stole from me. I have purchased your soul. I withdraw it from perversity, and I give it to Almighty God.
I was wrong about you. They've got Jean Valjean. They're trying him tomorrow. It's the galleys for life. They've got Jean Valjean.
Even while listening to the words of Javert, the first impulse of Jean Valjean was to drag this poor man out of prison and put himself in his place. An impulse as painful and sharp as an incision in the living flesh. But this impulse passed away.
Well, what am I afraid of? This Javert who's troubled me? That fearful instinct which follows me, that terrible bloodhound, is baffled. He's satisfied. He'll leave me in quiet. He holds his Jean Valjean fast, and I have nothing to do with it. Why interfere? It doesn't concern me. I've brought happiness to this place. I've done some good. It is God's will that I do more.
One can no more prevent the mind from returning to an idea than one can prevent the sea from coming to the shore. In the case, this is called remorse. Fantine, remember Fantine? That poor lonely woman who longs for her child. What of her? I have promised this mother her child. Who'll keep the promise? Well, this man goes to the galleys. What of it? He's stolen. Why say he hasn't stolen? He's stolen. And for me, I remain here. I go on. And this mother brings up her child, and the whole country is rich and happy and honest. I am Madeleine. Woe to him who is Valjean. I do not recognize the man.
Jean Valjean, Jean Valjean? Behold yourself, Jean Valjean, an honored man, the mayor of the city, the rich man who feeds the poor, the happy man who is admired. Jean Valjean, there shall be a man wearing your red blouse and bearing your name and dragging your chain in the galleys.
So struggled this unhappy soul. So struggled 1,800 years before him another. He also, while the olive trees were shivering in the fierce breath of the infinite, long put away the fearful chalice, dripping with shadow and running over with darkness in the star-filled depths.
Who is it?
I'm Monsieur Madeleine.
Well, what is it?
Monsieur Madeleine, it is just 5 o'clock.
What's that to me?
It's the cart, Monsieur.
What cart?
Did not Monsieur order a horse and cart?
No.
The driver says he has come for you. Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine, what shall I say?
Say it's all right. Say I'm coming.
At daybreak, Jean Valjean was in the open country. The roads were bad from Montreux to Arras. When he got to the courthouse, it was night.
Monsieur Madeleine.
Yes?
Oh, Your Honor, you should have told me straight off that you're the mayor of Montreux. A place has been made for you on the bench, Your Honor. The judge begs you to enter.
Thank you.
Not at all, Your Honor. You've only to turn the brass knob of that door, and you'll find yourself in the courtroom. Good evening, monsieur.
Jean Valjean was alone. He stared at the door to the courtroom. He drew breath and listened. There was no sound. He waited there, listening. The same silence. He leaned against the wall. The stone was cold. He closed his eyes.
Jean Valjean, there shall be a man bearing your name and dragging your chain in the galleys.
He opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the handle of that door. The door to the courtroom. That round, polished brass handle. It shone there before him like a star. Then, suddenly, he was in the courtroom.
Monsieur Madeleine?
Yes, Excellency. That's my name.
Your note was sent in to me, monsieur. Permit me to say that your presence in this court is an unexpected compliment.
Thank you.
I have not had the pleasure of Your Honor's acquaintance, but we all know, by reputation at least, Monsieur Madeleine, the distinguished mayor of Montreux. Will you sit here, Monsieur Madeleine? We will resume the trial of Jean Valjean.
He did not need to look for him. He saw him. This was the man. He thought he saw himself, older, but just as he'd looked. Everything as it was 8 years before. Early in October 1815, when he left the galleys and entered the little town of D. He thought he saw his trial played by his shadow. Judges, clerks, gendarmes, a throng of heads. He'd seen all this before, 27 years before, when Jean Valjean was tried by law for stealing a loaf of bread.
We will resume the trial of Jean Valjean. Monsieur Madeleine, the prisoner is accused of stealing ripe apples.
Your Excellency, the judge. Your Honor, Monsieur Madeleine.
Gentlemen of the jury, who is this man? Gentlemen, we have here no petty truth thief, no mere trespasser. We have here an outlaw, a murderous galley slave. We have here Jean Valjean. This man is accused of one crime for which he is on trial, but he is wanted for another. Highway robbery, committed for the gain of 1 penny from a small boy encountered in the fields outside of D. Convict him for the new crime, and he shall be tried again for the first.
Prisoner, on your own behalf, have you anything to say?
No, Excellency. No, I didn't do it, that's all. I never stole anything. I'm a man who doesn't get something to eat every day. I picked off the ground things that were there. That's all I did.
You see, Monsieur Madeleine, there's no question of the identity. This man is obviously Jean Valjean.
Has the prisoner no witnesses? May I question him?
Oh, certainly, monsieur.
Thank you. Monsieur Chamoteur, how long have you been a pruner?
His Honor is speaking to you, prisoner. Reply to him.
I don't know, monsieur. I've been a pruner for a long time. Before that, I was a wheelwright. Yes, I was a wheelwright in Paris. I earned 30 sous a day. Look here. I'm telling the truth. You have only to ask if it isn't so. Ask how stupid I am. Ask anybody. Ask. I don't know what you want of me.
Your Excellency, I beg leave to call out at this time 3 witnesses. Brevet, Cheneldieu, Cochepaille. They are convicts. They have been in the galleys with the accused.
Permission granted. Call the first witness.
Convict Brevet.
Convict Brevet! Yes, sir. Come forward. Convict Brevet, you have suffered infamous punishment and cannot take the oath. Prisoner Champetier, rise.
Rise, prisoner.
Brevet, look upon the prisoner. Say on your soul and conscience whether you still recognize this man as your former fellow convict, Jean Valjean.
Your Excellency, I remember him.
Sit down, Brevet. Prisoner remains standing.
Call out the galley slave, Cheneldieu.
Convict Cheneldieu.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Think carefully. Do you recognize this man?
Recognize him? We were on the same chain together. What's wrong, Jack? Don't you remember me?
Sit down, prisoner.
Convict Cochepaille.
Do you identify the man before you?
That's 24601. Jean Valjean, his name was.
Champetier, you have heard the testimony of these witnesses. Have you anything to say?
I say they're liars.
Officers, enforce order. I am about to pronounce sentence on this man.
One moment.
Order.
Your Excellency.
Order.
Your Excellency. May I be permitted a few words on behalf of the accused? I'd like to tell you about Jean Valjean.
Monsieur Madeleine, you're a man of high office. I must grant your request.
Excellency, they were right when they told you that Jean Valjean was an outlaw. It's true he was a galley slave. The convicts are right. 19 years he was chained between Cochepaille and old Cheneldieu. 19 long years. It's true he was a criminal. The pennies were stolen and the loaf of bread. And the bishop was robbed. But mark you, gentlemen, the galleys make the galley slave. Before the galleys, this man was a poor peasant, an idiot. He was changed in the galleys. He was stupid. He was made wicked. He was a log. He became a firebrand. He was saved later by indulgence and kindness as he was lost by severity. You won't understand this. There are some things which cannot be told. I cannot relate to you the story of Jean Valjean's life. Someday you will know it. He's done what he could. He's disguised himself under another name. He has desired to enter again among honest men. It seems this cannot be. Gentlemen, your prisoner is not he who is on trial before you. Release this man. He is innocent. What is done at this moment, God beholds from on high. This man is no convict, no outlaw, no thief. Gentlemen, I am Jean Valjean.
Monsieur Madeleine is not well, officer. See his honor to my chamber.
You don't believe me? Brevet, Cheneldieu, Cochepaille, look at me. Do you recognize me? Do you know who I am? Brevet,
Answer me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, 23709. Shoneyville, number 21808. Your left shoulder still scarred from a burn. Answer me, is that true?
Yes, monsieur, it's true.
Houseboy, number 24302. There's a date in blue letters on your left arm. March 1st, 1815. Lift up your sleeve.
March 1st, 1815.
Gentlemen, you see clearly. I am Jean Valjean. You may arrest me when you choose. Good night, gentlemen.
Official order, delivered under seal. Inspector Javert will seize the body of Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor of Montreux, who has this day been identified in court as the discharged convict and criminal, Jean Valjean.
Sister, let me in.
Your hair, monsieur, it is all white.
Fantine, can I see her?
Oh, have you brought back her child? Oh, monsieur, she is asleep.
I must see her tonight now. There's no time.
Monsieur Madeleine.
Oh, you have awakened her.
My dear little Fantine.
I knew you were there. I was asleep, but I saw you. I followed you with my eyes the whole night. Tell me, where is my Cosette? Sister, you said I might have her in the little bed beside me.
Not yet, my child. You still have some fever. We must cure you first.
But I'm cured. Let me see my Cosette. Isn't it natural I should want to see my child when you've been to all that trouble to get her? If you'll bring her in to see me now, I'll speak very gently.
It is better to wait, Fantine.
Oh, monsieur. Only tell me, how is she? She may not know me. Children have no memories. They're like birds. You must be cold, Monsieur Madeleine, after that trip in the carriage. Oh, could they not bring her here for one?
Cosette is well. Cosette is beautiful. You'll see her soon. But be quiet. Do you hear me, Fantine? What's wrong with you, child?
Monsieur, he has come for me. The policeman.
Fantine. What are you looking at?
That's Inspector Javert.
Well, Jean Valjean?
I know what he wants, child. It's not for you that he comes.
Come on, Jean Valjean.
Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine, save me.
There's no Madeleine here. There is Jean Valjean.
One moment, Javert.
Call me Inspector.
Inspector, I'd like a word with you in private.
Speak aloud. People speak aloud to me.
Monsieur Madeleine.
It's a request I have to make to you.
Speak aloud, I tell you.
Inspector, this is
Monsieur
not
Madeleine.
to be heard by anyone but yourself.
What's that to me?
My Cosette. Cosette. I'll never see her.
Listen to me. You've got to. You're human. Give me just 3 days. 3 days to go for the child of this woman.
You're clever, Jean Valjean. I'll say that for you. You asked me for 3 days to get away, and you tell me you're going for a child.
Going for a child? My child? Cosette? Then she's not here. Monsieur Madeleine, where's Cosette? I want my child. My Cosette. Monsieur Madeleine!
Hold your tongue, hussy.
I want my child.
Miserable country where galley slaves are magistrates and women of the town are nursed like countesses. All this will be changed.
Monsieur Madeleine!
I tell you there is no Madeleine. There is a robber. There is a brigand. There is a convict. There is Jean Valjean. And I've got him.
Don't be afraid, little Fantine. 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 Fantine! What's wrong with her, sister?
Requiem aeternam dona eis.
Come on. Come on.
What's wrong with her?
Can't you see the woman is dead?
I am at your disposal.
Requiem aeternam dona eis domine et.
Tonight, WOR and the Mutual Network have brought you Part 3 of Victor Hugo's absorbing masterpiece, Les Miserables, the episode which pictured the death of Fantine and the capture of the supposed Jean Valjean. Orson Welles played the roles of both the real and the supposed Valjean. and was also heard reading the narrative passages of this presentation, which he has made especially for radio. Assisting Mr. Welles were Martin Gable as Javert, Alice Frost as Fantine, Ray Collins, Adelaide Klein, William Johnstone, and Hiram Sherman. The orchestra was under the direction of Milton Catons, who arranged the score. Next Friday evening at 10 o'clock, we shall present Les Miserables in its fourth chapter, the episode which is called Cosette. This is the Coast to Coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
These are the words which preface the fourth of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's great novel, Les Miserables. WOR and the Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of the book which he has created especially for radio. Each episode portrays some development in the progress of Jean Valjean, a role played by Orson Welles, who is also heard reading the narrative. Les Miserables, Part 4, the episode which is called Cosette.
Jean Valjean, you are a hardened criminal and a second offender. You are charged with concealing your identity and changing your name. How do you plead?
Guilty.
You are so found by this court. Jean Valjean, you are sentenced to hard labor in the galleys under the double chain for the rest of your life.
The notebook of Inspector Javert, July 1823. I have caught Jean Valjean. In a whole lifetime of service with the police, there is no entry in this book which has occasioned me so much satisfaction. I have caught Jean Valjean. I am affixing to this page an excerpt from a recent newspaper in Paris. Here it is. The Paris Journal, July 25th, 1823. An old convict has been brought to trial called Jean Valjean. The circumstances are extraordinary. In the district of Montreux, a gentleman called Monsieur Madeleine had, in acknowledgement of his services, been appointed mayor, and as such he was famed for his wisdom and his good works. But this man has been unmasked. The police authorities, thanks chiefly to the zeal of Inspector Javert, have disclosed the true identity of Monsieur Madeleine. He is none other than the convict, Jean Valjean. It appears that previous to his arrest, this man had succeeded in withdrawing from his bank a sum amounting to more than 500,000 francs, which he had deposited there and which, it is said, he had realized in his business. Since his return to the galleys, it has been impossible to discover where this money has been concealed. This is the end of the newspaper article. I think I can guess the motive of Jean Valjean concealing this money. His hope of escape. And there's another matter. The child, Cosette. The child of the woman Fantine. It was this Fantine whom I apprehended on the street, and who Valjean, in the character of the mayor, protected from justice, and in the compassion of one criminal for another, nursed through the illness from which she died. This child was abandoned at an early age to the care of some innkeeper. If I know Jean Valjean, the purpose of this money is the care of this child. I must find this Cosette. November 17th, 1823. Here is an excerpt from the Toulon Journal. Yesterday, a convict at work on board the galley ship Orient, on his return from rescuing a sailor, fell overboard and was drowned. His body has not been recovered. This man was registered under the number 9430, and his name is Jean Valjean. This finishes it. The case is closed. Jean Valjean is dead.
Tonight, Tonight, we are to consider the story of Cosette. Cosette. Fantine had left her at Montfermier with some innkeepers called the Thénardiers. The little Cosette, the child of Fantine. Jean Valjean had promised to care for Cosette. Javert never found her. Now, who were these innkeepers, these Thénardiers? This man and this woman were cunning and rage married. A hideous and terrible pair. Cosette was between them, undergoing their double pressure, like a creature who was at the same time bruised by a millstone and lacerated with pincers. The man and woman had each a different way. Cosette was beaten unmercifully. That came from the woman. She went barefoot in winter. That came from the man. A ferocious mistress, a malignant master, a rascal of the subdued order. Thénardier's code as an innkeeper is interesting.
The duty of the innkeeper is to sell to the first comer. Food, rest, light, fire, dirty linen, servants, fleas, and smiles, to charge for the open window, the closed window, the chimney corner, the sofa, the chair, the stool, the bench, the feather bed, the mattress, the straw bed. To know how much the mirror is worn and to tax that. To make the traveler pay for everything, even to the flies that his dog eats.
Cosette was their only servant. And this child of 8 did the work of a full staff. She brushed, scrubbed, swept, ran errands, lifted heavy things, puny as she was. And the moment the poor girl wearied in her back-breaking tasks, the huge figure of Madame Thénardier loomed above her, shrilling commands through the inn.
Cosette! Cosette! Oh, there you are. Well, what have you been doing? Nothing as usual. You know we need more wood for the kitchen. Get it. There, that'll teach you to waste time.
Christmas Eve, 1823. Pretty windows, candy booths, toy stores, parties, and good things to eat. Little shoes at the fireplace for Father Christmas to fill. Christmas Eve. Festivity in the little town of Montfermier. Extra work at the inn. Extra work for Cosette.
You girl, have you watered my horse?
Oh, yes, monsieur. He drank the whole bucketful.
Ah, that's a lie. He has a way of blowing off when he's not had water that I know well enough.
Get some more water, Cosette.
Excuse me, ma'am. There is no water.
Well, then go get some.
Oh, where must she go for it?
To the spring.
But it's night. It's as black as an oven.
Yes, it would take a cat to go along the street without a lantern tonight.
She'll go. She can see. Here, mademoiselle, get a big loaf at the baker's as you come back. Here's 15 sous.
Yes, madame.
Now get along with you.
The child fled with her bucket, running as fast as she could. The night was cold, and the spring was far away. Soon, the gleam from the town disappeared, and the darkness became thicker. It was no longer Montfermier. It was open country. Dark, terrifying country. The child's heart pounded at her ribs. With their ghosts moving in the trees, time after time she faltered and started back towards the inn. But always there appeared to her the more dreadful specter of Madame Thénardier, and she went on. At length she arrived at the spring. Cosette did not take time to breathe. She felt in the darkness for a young oak which bent over the spring, found a branch, swung herself from it, bent down, and plunged the bucket in the water. In that movement, she did not notice that her apron pocket emptied itself into the spring. The 15-sou piece fell from her dress and dropped into the water. Cosette neither saw nor heard the coin fall. She was anxious to start back at once. But the effort of filling the bucket had been so great that it was impossible for her to take a step. For on this night, this starless, terrifying Christmas night, that bucket was heavier than ever before. The woods were blacker. The wind was colder. The child tugged at the stooping weight and managed a few steps. Terror gripped her. Terror. Terror of something she couldn't see. She began to count aloud.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3.
She had to go on, if only for a few steps at a time. She walked on, bending down like an old woman. The iron handle of the bucket was numbing and freezing her little wet hands. On and on, a step at a time. Madame would beat her. Madame would scream at her. Madame would whip her. All at once, the weight of the bucket was gone. A hand had caught the handle and was carrying it easily. Cosette raised her head and saw a large, dark form beside her in the gloom. And she was not afraid.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
My child, that's a heavy bucket you're carrying there.
Yes, monsieur.
Give it to me. I'll carry it for you. Here we are. It's very heavy indeed. You're a little girl for such a big bucket. How old are you?
8 years.
Have you come far this way?
From the spring in the woods.
Are you going far?
Oh, yes, monsieur. A good quarter of an hour from here.
Little girl,
Yes, monsieur.
have you no mother?
I don't know, monsieur. I don't think I have. All the rest have one. For my part, I have none. I don't believe I ever had any.
What's your name?
Cosette.
Where do you live?
At Montfermeil.
Oh, is that where we're going?
Yes, monsieur.
Who is it that sent you out to the woods after water at this time of night?
Madame Thénardier.
Oh. What does she do, Madame Thénardier?
She is my mistress. She keeps the tavern.
The tavern? Well, I'm going there to lodge tonight. Show me the way.
Monsieur, we are going there. Look, we're on the main street.
How far is the inn?
We are close by it. Monsieur, may I take the bucket now?
What for?
Because if Madame Thénardier sees that if anybody else brought it for me, she will beat me.
Oh, not on Christmas, my child.
Is it Christmas, monsieur?
Oh, it's you, is it? Well, you've taken your time.
Madame, here is a gentleman who is coming to lodge.
What? Oh, monsieur, come in.
Have you a room?
My brave man, I'm sorry, but I have nothing.
Put me anywhere. In the garret or in the stable. I would pay as if I had a room.
40 sous?
Very well. 40 sous.
In advance. I don't lodge poor people for less.
I shall want some supper.
If you're prepared to pay, monsieur, very well. Oh, I forgot the bread. Cosette! Cosette!
Oh, Madame, the baker was closed.
You ought to have knocked.
I did knock, Madame, but he didn't open.
I'll find out tomorrow if that's true, and if you're lying, well, give me back the 15 sous. Come, don't you hear me? Have you lost it, or did you steal it from me? Well, answer.
It's gone, Madame. Forgive me, please, Madame.
Oh, so you lost
it. It must have slipped from my pocket at the spring. Oh, Madame, it won't ever happen again.
I should say not. I'll teach you to lose my money. Where's that whip?
No, Madame, don't whip me, please.
Madame.
Don't whip me, Madame.
Madame. I beg your pardon. But I just saw something fall out of the little girl's pocket and roll away. This may be it. Here it is.
A 20 sou piece?
Yes. Isn't that what you gave her?
Why, yes. Yes, that's it. Cosette, don't ever let that happen again. Get to work.
Now, monsieur, let me show you to your room.
Late that night, the stranger went to bed. Not in the stable as he had expected, but in the best room of the inn. This courtesy on the part of the Thénardiers had, as usual, a purpose behind it. A purpose which the irritable Madame Thénardier could hardly understand.
The fool! What was in his head to protect that little monster Cosette? To pretend she lost a 20 sou piece. Think of that! That slut I wouldn't give 10 sous for.
It's very simple. It amused him. He has the right to do it if he can pay for it. Why interfere as long as he has money?
No matter what you say, I'm going to kick Cosette out of doors tomorrow.
You are indeed.
Are you leaving us already?
Yes, madame. I'm going away.
Monsieur, then, has no business in Montfermeil.
No, I have not. You do a good business here, madame.
So, monsieur. It is a very little place, as you see, and we have so many expenses. Why, that little girl eats us out of house and home.
What little girl?
Why, the little girl, you know. Cosette.
Well, madame, suppose you were relieved of her.
Cosette?
Oh, monsieur, take her, keep her, carry her, stuff her, drink her, eat her, and be blessed by all the things.
Agreed.
Really? You will take her away?
I will, immediately. Call the child.
Cosette!
Where is my bill? How much is it?
Here it is, monsieur. You owe us 23 francs.
Ah, Thénardier, what news? He's going to take that beggar Cosette off my hands. I shall go fetch her at once. Cosette!
23 francs, you said. Here you are, monsieur.
Pardon, monsieur. There is an extra charge for your candle. That will be 2 francs more. Oh, thank you, monsieur. As to the little girl, I must have some talk with you about that.
Well, your wife seems anxious enough to get rid of her.
That may be, monsieur. But I must say that I adore the girl.
What?
You wish to take our little Cosette from us. I'm afraid, monsieur, I cannot consent to that. It is true the child costs us money. It is true the child has faults, but we love her. We must all do something for God. After all, one does not give his child to the first traveler, you understand? I do not even know your name. Now, if I were to see perhaps some paper you have, a passport, perhaps?
Monsieur Thénardier, people do not take a passport to come 5 leagues from Paris. If I take Cosette, I take her. That is all. You will not know my name or my abode. You will not know where she goes. And my intention is that she shall never see you again in all her life. Do you agree? Yes or no?
In that case, monsieur, I must have 1,500 francs.
I was prepared for this. 1,500 francs. There it is.
Come along, dear. You're not frightened of me, are you?
Here she is, monsieur.
Wrap yourself up, child. It's cold, and we're going away.
Wait, monsieur. My money.
I've given you 1,500 francs, Monsieur Thénardier. You have your money. Come, Cosette.
What luck, husband. He has taken the little wretch, and we have 1,500.
Ah, don't be a fool. We might have had thousands. Why did he come here for the ugly brat? Who is he? In heaven's name, who is that man?
Who was that man? He was Jean Valjean. In his fall overboard from the Orion, the sea had been kind to him. The sea had hid him from the galley guards. The sea which was supposed to have closed the case in Inspector's notebook. Number 9430
was very much alive. So Jean Valjean took Cosette away with him to Paris. Jean Valjean had never loved anything. He had never been father, lover, husband, or friend. To teach Cosette and to watch her playing was nearly all his life. And then he would talk to her about her mother and teach her to pray. It is very sweet, this grand and strange emotion of the heart in its first love. Poor old heart, so young. And for Cosette, from the first day, everything that she felt in her being loved this kind old friend. She called him father and knew him by no other name. Now, Jean Valjean was cautious. He never left the house in Paris by day, keeping prudently to the infrequented side alleys of the neighborhood. He would walk sometimes an hour or two at nightfall. Now, there was in that district an old beggar who sat crouched on the edge of a condemned well. Those who were envious of this poor creature said he was in the pay of the police. He was an old church beadle of 75 who was always mumbling prayers. Jean Valjean never passed him without giving him a few pennies. One evening, toward the close of winter, as he was passing that way, he noticed this beggar crouched in his usual place under the street lamp. The man, according to his custom, seemed to be praying and was bent over. Jean Valjean walked up to him and put a piece of money in his hand. The beggar suddenly raised his eyes and stared into his face. Then he quickly dropped his head. It was over in a moment. But Jean Valjean shuddered. It seemed to him that he had seen by the light of the street lamp not the calm, sanctimonious face of the old beadle, but a terrible and well-known countenance. Some instinct kept Jean Valjean from speaking. He gazed at the crouching figure. The same form, the same rags as on the other day. He told himself he was mad, and he hurried home.
T-R-E-E. See the bird in the tree. T-H-E.
Cosette.
What is it, Father?
Quiet.
It's someone in the hall, Father. Who is it?
Lie down, dear. And don't talk.
He stopped, Father. He's just outside the door. Father, why are you blowing out the light? Father?
Little one, you must go to sleep.
Yes, Father. But what does he want out there?
Breathe, Cosette.
Yes, Father.
Put on your clothes, Cosette. Hurry.
Yes, Father. Where are we going?
I don't know.
Are we going far?
We're leaving Paris. Tonight.
Has it something to do with that man in the hall, Father? Father, what was he doing? Peeking in? Do you know him?
I know him.
What's his name, Father?
His name is Javert. Through the sleeping city, through the narrow, silent streets, running, creeping, doubling, backing, describing 100 sly patterns in the labyrinth of back courts and alleys and passageways,
ran these two hunted beings. The old convict, who had been the mayor of a city. The little child who had been a slave. Frightened, breathless, unspeaking. Fleeing the terrible policeman. Fleeing Javert. He came to a blind alley. There were high walls there. And to the left, at the corner where a street began, Jean Valjean saw a sentinel. He felt as if caught by a chain that was slowly winding up. At this moment, a muffled and regular sound began to make itself heard at some distance. Soldiers. Jean Valjean saw the gleam of their bayonets. They were coming towards him. They came slowly, stopping to examine the recesses of the walls, to search the entrances of doors and alleys. Javert led the way. There was only one thing possible. In the prison ships, the old convict had learned a strange art. The art of climbing without ladders or ropes, of supporting himself by the back of his neck, his shoulders, his hips, and his knees. The art of raising himself straight up the right angle of a wall to the height of a 6th story. Jean Valjean looked up the wall and measured the distance with his eyes. About 18 feet. The difficulty was Cosette. He needed a rope. Where could he find a rope? At midnight, on a deserted street. Then, Jean Valjean saw the street lamp. Now, at that time, there were no gas lamps in the streets of Paris. The lamps were raised and lowered by cords. Traversing the street from one end to the other were these cords. The wheel on which the rope was wound was locked below the lantern in a little iron box. Jean Valjean sprang the bolt of this box, and an instant after was back at the side of Cosette. He had a rope. A half minute, and Jean Valjean was on the top of the wall. Another, and he pulled up Cosette. The next instant, they were safe. Safe on the other side.
Search the blind alley! He's got to be there! Search! He can't vanish! He can't left! He can't fly! Search for him! He's got to be there!
Father.
Yes, Cosette.
Can I talk now?
Yes, little one.
Father, where are we? What is this place?
I don't know, my child.
Father, how long will it be till Javert finds us here?
He won't find us here.
The Notebook of Inspector Javert, January 9th, 1818. This is the anniversary of Jean Valjean's escape. This is the date of my failure. This is the day when Jean Valjean eluded me and vanished almost before my eyes in a closed and guarded street. To think that this man is free, alive somewhere in the world and laughing at justice. But give justice time. I can wait. I have waited before. I can watch. Jean Valjean is my man. Someday I will catch him.
WOR and the Mutual Network have brought you Part 4 of Victor Hugo's absorbing masterpiece, Les Miserables, the episode which was called Cosette. Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, played the role of Jean Valjean and was also heard reading the narrative passages which bound together the dramatic action. Assisting Mr. Welles were Martin Gable as Javert, Estelle Levy as Cosette, Agnes Moorehead, Ray Collins, William Johnstone, and Hiram Sherman. Next Friday evening at 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present Les Miserables in its 5th phase, the episode which is called Marius. This is the Coast to Coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
These are the words which preface the fifth of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's great novel, Les Miserables. WOR and the Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of the book which he has created especially for radio. Each episode portrays some development in the progress of Jean Valjean, a role played by Orson Welles, who is also heard as he reads the narrative passages. Les Miserables, Part 5, the episode which is called The Grave.
Hold! Hold! Hold!
Who goes there?
Police lieutenant on special duty for Inspector Javert. Any news of Jean Valjean? Have you caught him?
Caught him? We thought we caught him.
Just look. Bright moonlight, 24 of us, a whole street full of police, a blind alley, and Javert himself. And would you believe it, Lieutenant? He got away.
I'll bet Javert's boiling. Where is he now?
Out in the fields with the first squad.
Javert swears he'll find him if it takes every policeman in Paris.
He hates that man so much it frightens you.
There's something between those two that's worse than hate. Whatever it was, it happened years ago, when Javert was an inspector in some town in the south, and this Jean Valjean was the mayor.
Valjean, the mayor?
Oh, yes. Made his fortune in business, he did. And still has the money somewhere, hidden away. He called himself Monsieur Madeleine in those days. But you can't fool Javert. Javert found him out and sent him back to the galley ship.
The double chain. How did Valjean get out of that?
How did he get out of this tonight? And mark you, Lieutenant, this time he had a child with him.
Yes. Javert has spoken of that child.
Yes. The offspring of some criminal woman, Jean Valjean, protected from Javert when he was mayor. It is very sordid.
But where did they go? Where could they go? Look about you, Lieutenant. Where is there room for an old man and a little child? What's beyond those walls?
Oh, what does it matter? No living man could climb those walls. These things are not to be understood. The convict has vanished, and there's an end to it. And if I know Jean Valjean, he won't be caught.
Yes, my friend. But if I know Javert, you'll go on hunting him.
Trapped in a closed street, pursued and surrounded. But Jean Valjean had escaped. Javert had found him out in his hiding place and chased him that night across the city of Paris till he came to this blind alley. A squad of police, a lone man, and a little child. Where was this Jean Valjean? No living man could climb those walls. But there are things to be learned in 19 years' service in the galleys. And Jean Valjean had learned in those years the dark sciences of the impossible. Pulling Cosette up after him, he had climbed one of those walls. He found himself in a garden, a wild and solitary place, black in the shadow of an enormous and shuttered building. What was this house? Wrapped snugly in his greatcoat, Cosette, the little child, soon fell asleep. And Jean Valjean, watching over her, knew that night that so long as this child should be alive, he should need nothing except for her, and fear nothing save on her account. He heard a strange noise, a sound like a bell shaking on the neck of a beast. There was something in the garden, something limping in the darkness, and like a man. To the outcast, all things are hostile. and all things are suspicious. He distrusts the day because it helps to discover him, and the night because it helps to surprise him. Jean Valjean shuddered because the garden was empty. Now he shuddered because someone was there. There was no hiding in that garden.
What is it? Oh, you frightened me. Who are you?
100 francs if you'll hide me.
Oh, God help us. Monsieur Madeleine.
What?
Monsieur, how did you get here? How? Did you fall from the sky?
Who are you?
Don't you remember old Fauchelevent? You once saved my life.
Fauchelevent?
6 years ago, monsieur, you lifted my great wagon from the mud. I was caught there. I would have been crushed, Monsieur Madeleine.
Yes. Fauchelevent. The wagoner. And you remember only Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor of Montreux.
Yes. And what is the mayor doing here?
Fauchelevent, I'm in trouble. You must hide me.
Oh, not here, monsieur. No man is allowed here.
No one will know.
Oh, Monsieur Madeleine, you have arrived at a very good time. I should say very bad. There is one of the sisters dangerously sick. She is dying.
Oh, Father, I'm frightened.
Cosette, little one, go back to sleep. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Monsieur, why do you wear that bell on your knee?
They put it on me, my child, so they know when I'm coming.
Fauchelevent, what is this place?
Oh, don't you know, Monsieur Madeleine? You sent me here. It was your recommendation that got me the job as gardener, monsieur. It's a convent.
A convent?
Yes, monsieur, the convent of the Perpetual Adoration and a young ladies' school. But how did you get here?
Old friend, let it go that I fell from the sky.
Well, I believe it, monsieur. You don't need to tell me. I believe it. God must have taken you into his own hand to have a close look at you and then put you down. Only he meant to put you in a monastery and he made a mistake. Listen, the nun is dead.
Oh, Father.
Shush. Cosette. What is that bell?
It is the death knell. That bell will strike every minute for 24 hours until the body goes out of the church. You hear it? It's like I told you, a stroke every minute. It is the rule of the convent.
Fauchelevent, what do you do here?
I am the gardener, monsieur.
A gardener? Of course. Fauchelevent, I'm in danger.
Oh.
Will you save my life?
Oh, ask me anything on earth.
Give me a job.
A job, Monsieur Madeleine? You, the mayor of Montreux?
Forget Monsieur Madeleine. I must have a job. I must stay here. No one must see me. Don't you see? This convent would save us.
Oh, but the little girl, monsieur.
Cosette shall be entered into the school. Please, old friend, make me your assistant in the garden. Present me as your brother.
The Reverend Mother might consent. But there is one thing. You see, monsieur, the gates are locked. The mother prioress will want to know how you got into the garden, and, monsieur, I won't be able to tell her.
What do you mean?
You can't enter the convent from here, monsieur. They must admit you from the street.
From the street? No, there must be some other way.
Oh, no, there is no other way, and here's the difficulty. The porter, not me, unlocks the gate. In order for you to come in, it is necessary that you should get out. For me, you have fallen from heaven because I know you. But for the nuns, you must come in at the door.
I see.
For the child, it would be easy. I have my door, which opens to the court. I knock, the porter opens. I have my basket on my back. The little girl is inside. I go out. It's all very simple, monsieur. Very simple, Monsieur Madeleine, except for you.
Well, can't you smuggle me out some way? Like Cosette? Undercover?
It's not possible, monsieur. There's the bell for me. It's the Reverend Mother. She wants to see me. I wonder why. Monsieur Madeleine, don't stir from this shed. It's worth your life. I'm coming. Wait a moment. Reverend Mother, you sent for me? Reverend Mother?
At 9:15 in the morning, and at all hours, praise and adoration to the most holy sacrament of the altar. Monsieur Fauchelevent, I have called you.
I am here, Reverend Mother.
I wish to speak to you.
And for my part, I have nothing to say to the most Reverend Mother, but something.
You have a communication you wish to make to me.
Reverend Mother, I am not young.
No, monsieur?
No, Reverend Mother. And I have also a brother who is not young.
Indeed, monsieur.
Not young. And not old. An excellent gardener, honest and respectable, and the father of a little girl who would be reared under God in this house and may someday be a nun.
Monsieur Fauchelevent, can you, between now and night, procure an iron bar?
For what work?
To be used as a lever.
Oh, yes, Reverend Mother, and may I say further that I have served here in the convent too long with this bell on my knee not to have an excellent brother.
Monsieur Fauchelevent, we have confidence in you. You know that a mother died here this morning.
Yes, Reverend Mother, amen.
It is Mother Crucifixion, one of the blessed.
Yes, Reverend Mother, and now she's dead.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, and at all hours, praise and adoration to the most holy sacrament of the altar.
Amen.
Mother Crucifixion will be buried in the coffin in which she slept for 20 years.
Yes, I will nail her up then, and we'll put aside the undertaker's coffin.
The 4 mother choristers will help you.
What, to nail up the coffin? I don't need them.
No. To let it down.
Where?
Under the altar.
Oh, the vault under the altar?
We must obey the dead. To be buried in the vault under the altar of the chapel, not to go into profane ground, to remain in death where she prayed in life. That was the last request of Mother Crucifixion. She asked for it.
But it's forbidden.
Forbidden by men, enjoined by God.
If it should come to be known.
We have confidence in you.
But Reverend Mother is the agent of the Health Commission.
God subordinated to the Commissary of Police. Such is the case. Is it settled?
It is settled, but I limp. I need help.
To limp is not a crime, and it may be a blessing. Monsieur Fauchelevent, I am satisfied with you. Tomorrow, after the burial, bring your brother to me.
Yes, Reverend Mother.
And his daughter also. We will admit her to the school. At 9:15 in the morning, and at all hours, praise and adoration to the most holy sacrament of the altar.
So you see, Monsieur Madeleine, that's the only thing wrong with the whole idea. The government coffin.
The government coffin?
The coffin from the administration. You see, Monsieur Madeleine, when a nun dies, the municipality physicians come and say, there is a nun dead. The government sends us a coffin, and the next day a hearse and some bearers to take it to the cemetery. The bearers will come tomorrow, and there'll be nothing in the coffin.
Put something in it.
A dead body? I have none.
Put me in the coffin.
Yeah. Oh, Monsieur Madeleine, put you in the coffin.
I've got to get out of here, and I mustn't be seen.
But, Monsieur, it's impossible. Suppose you should sneeze.
First of all, I must decide now either to be taken here or to go out in that hearse. There's only one thing that worries me. What will be done at the cemetery?
Ooh, I could handle the grave digger. He's a drunkard and a very close friend of mine by the name of Mestienne. If he's not drunk tomorrow, I'll make him drunk and do his work for him. And when he goes away, I'll pull you out of the hole. That's simple.
Then it's settled. All goes well. I get out of my coffin, and you get me out of my grave.
Buried alive. Jean Valjean had arranged his coffin so he could live in it and breathe a very little. He was calm. He counted on that drunken gravedigger, old Fauchelevent's friend, the gravedigger Mestienne. The plans were perfect. They would take him in the coffin to the graveyard, thinking he was the nun. The priests would read the services and go away. Then Fauchelevent would take this Mestienne to a tavern, and Jean Valjean would be left in the grave. He would wait patiently. Then Fauchelevent would return, alone, and he would be released. He was confident of the result. The 4 boards of the coffin exhaled a kind of terrible peace. It was as if something of the repose of the dead had entered into the tranquility of Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean felt himself lifted by the pallbearers He felt himself thrown into the hearse. He felt it start. He felt himself driven from the clattering pavement of the streets to the hard ground of the boulevards, out to the open country and the grave. The boards of his coffin were thin, and Jean Valjean, lying there, could hear clearly what was spoken above him.
Pull up! Pull up! Rein in, driver, let me on.
Who are you?
I'm the grave digger.
The grave digger? You?
The grave digger, me, let me on.
The grave digger is Father Messiaen.
The grave digger was Messiaen. He is dead. I am the grave digger.
I tell you, the grave digger is Father Messiaen.
After Napoleon, Louis XVIII. After Messiaen, Gribier. Peasant, my name is Gribier.
Oh, so Messiaen is dead, is he? Oh, let's go have a drink.
I never drink.
Comrade, I am the grave digger of the convent.
My colleague, I salute you.
Let's have a drink.
I have studied. I have graduated. I never drink.
Comrade grave digger, we must make each other's acquaintance.
It is made. You are a peasant. I am a Parisian.
Yes, I don't think you know, my comrade, how important it is that we know each other very well. Oh, very well indeed, comrade. Over a glass of something's wrong.
I have told you, peasant, I never drink.
Please, comrade gravedigger.
I ought not to be a gravedigger. I was intended for literature. Indeed, peasant, I am still a public scribe.
You are not the gravedigger?
One does not prevent the other, peasant. I accumulate.
Good. Let's have a drink.
Let's have a drink. Let's have a drink. Ding, dong, liquor, liquor. Have you no other topic of conversation? I'm a superior man, peasant. By day, I am a letter writer. I am the scribe of our most prominent bakers and cooks. In the morning, I write love letters. In the evening, I dig graves. Such is life.
Just one little good, strong drink.
Business first. Whoa! Here we are at the graveyard. Here is the good priest and his choir boy waiting for the performance of the last rite. And here is my beautiful, fresh grave. Come, peasant, lend a hand with this coffin.
Every word, clearly. Jean Valjean could hear clearly what was spoken above him.
E vigilabunt, alii in vitam aeternam, et alii in opprobrium, ut videant semper, le profundis requiem aeternam donae Domine, et lux perpetua luceat ei, requiescat in pace. Amen.
Jean Valjean heard suddenly a sound above his head, which seemed to him like a clap of thunder. It fell on the coffin lid over his face. It was earth. Earth from a spade. 4 inches from his face. They were burying him. It stopped up the air holes. He couldn't breathe.
I sent him away. I stole his gravedigger's card and sent him home after it. You're saved. I fooled that Grivier, Monsieur Manley. Monsieur Manley? Monsieur Manley! Monsieur Manley! Why don't you answer me? What's wrong with you, Monsieur Manley? I'll get you out of that. Monsieur Manley! Monsieur Manley! Monsieur Manley! Are you alive? Monsieur Manley! He's dead! He's dead. He's suffocated. Monsieur Manley! Ooh! shall I do? What shall I do? This little girl, what shall I do with her? Oh, Monsieur Madeleine, the best man that God ever made, Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine, Your Honor. Monsieur Madeleine? He doesn't hear me. He's dead. Ah! Don't open your eyes! Oh, I can't stand it! Don't open your eyes at me!
Fauchelevent, what's wrong with you?
Oh. Aren't you dead? I thought you were dead.
So did I.
Don't open your eyes at me if you're dead. I can't stand it.
Fauchelevent.
Out of the clouds and up from the dead. I can't stand it.
Dear old friend.
Just a minute. I'll be myself again. Did you faint, monsieur? Can you breathe again?
Dear old friend, we must go get Cosette and take her to the convent. Fauchelevent.
Just give me time. I'm old, but I'll get used to it. You can get used to anything, but oh, my God. Out of the sky and the grave in the same day. Down from the cloud and up from the dead. Oh, my God, I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Javert, the inspector of police, watched the street where the convict, Jean Valjean, had disappeared. A hearse came out of the convent and passed Javert on its way to the cemetery. An old gardener came out of the convent and passed Javert carrying a covered basket. This gardener returned to the convent with another old man and a little child. He passed Javert in a carriage. For 3 months, Inspector Javert watched that street, and then he went away. In the convent, all was peace. The community was grateful for the services of its gardener. His niece was admitted to the school, and his brother was given a post as his assistant. So all went well for Jean Valjean. The years passed by. Cosette growing up in the school. Jean Valjean close to her in the convent garden and watching her as she grew. And so she grew.
Non neget Marius. Jaculis nec arcu nec venenatis. Gravidas agitis. Usque.
When Cosette was 14, Jean Valjean withdrew her from the convent school. He took a little house for her in the outskirts of the city, and they lived there together, very quietly. Perhaps the police had forgotten Jean Valjean. Perhaps Javert had stopped watching.
You have an interesting story, monsieur. Now, what is your name again? This is simply for the record.
Marius. Marius Pontmercy.
Age?
20.
Occupation?
I'm a student.
When did you meet this girl, Cosette? And why have you come here to the police?
I saw her first 3 years ago in the Luxembourg. She used to walk there with the old gentleman, her guardian. And I've come to you because she's disappeared.
Is the house empty where this couple lived?
Deserted.
You've searched for them and inquired after them diligently? And their whereabouts are unknown. What do you suspect?
Well, I don't know. The old gentleman was eccentric.
Explain yourself.
Well, he kept strangely to himself. He never left the house except at nightfall. It was almost as though, well, as though he were hiding from someone.
And the girl, Cosette?
She is quiet, monsieur, but very beautiful.
I see. When you last saw this Cosette, did she speak to you of anything untoward? Can you remember any circumstance which struck you as peculiar?
Yes, monsieur. The old gentleman seemed frightened.
Frightened of what?
Well, I can't explain it, monsieur. There was a man Cosette had seen, or thought she'd seen, standing on the edge of the garden. The old gentleman seemed to be frightened of that man.
Did you see this man?
I don't know. I saw a shadow. if it was a man, he was big like yourself, monsieur. And I don't know how he got there or how he moved so quietly. Cosette said that he wore a long gray coat and a flat hat and carried a stick. I remember her telling Monsieur Fauchelevent.
Is that what he calls himself?
What did you say, monsieur?
Nothing. How long afterward did they disappear?
Why, they must have left that night, monsieur, when I'd gone home. It's 5 weeks now since I've seen her.
Monsieur Marius, don't trouble yourself any further. Your loved one shall be returned to you. I will look for that girl, and I will look for that man. I will look very carefully for that man, and I will find him. If you hear anything else, please notify me at once here at police headquarters. My name is Javert. Good day, monsieur.
WOR and the Mutual Network have brought you Part 5 of Victor Hugo's absorbing masterpiece, Les Miserables, the episode which was called The Grave. Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, played the role of Jean Valjean, and was also heard reading the narrative passages. Assisting Mr. Welles were Martin Gable as Javert, Ray Collins as Fauchelevent, William Johnstone as Marius, Peggy Allenby, Virginia Wells, Estelle Levy, Hiram Sherman, and Everett Sloan. Next Friday evening at 9:30 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present Les Miserables in its 6th phase, the episode which is called The Barricade.
This is the coast-to-coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
These are the words which preface the 6th of 7 broadcasts based on Victor Hugo's great novel, Les Miserables. WOR and the Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of the book which he has created especially for radio. Each episode portrays some development in the progress of Jean Valjean, a role played by Orson Welles, who is also heard as he reads the narrative passages. Les Miserables.
The story of Jean Valjean and Inspector Javert. The episode which is called The Barricade.
Official order, delivered under seal, March 9th, 1821. Inspector Javert will seize the body of Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor of Montreux, who has identified himself this day in court as the discharged convict, Jean Valjean. Six times from the galleys, twice from the double chain, and twice from under my grasp. Last night he escaped from me. We had him, my men and I, and he gave us the slip. Then we had him again. We hunted him through the city. His flight was embarrassed by the child Cosette, whom he carried in his arms. We were on every side of him. The walls were too high to climb. He was surrounded. He was trapped in a closed and guarded street. And he disappeared. Jean Valjean has escaped. 1832. Sedition, mutiny, rebellion. These are dangerous times. Never before has the vandalism and the lawlessness of the mob had such reign. The very government is in peril, and there are whispers of another revolution in France. We of the police are wakeful and vigilant. Here in Paris, the riotings of the people, led by some party of young fanatics, has grown to downright insurrection. And I have today intelligence of a barricade to be erected in a certain section of the city. True or no, this rumor is worthy of attention, and I'm going there in disguise to mingle with the revolutionaries. Today, June 6th, is the anniversary of Jean Valjean's escape. It's the date of my failure as a police officer. 30 years now I've been in his service. All this time, I've devoted to police duty the strictest honesty and watchfulness and discipline. I've given it my mind, my heart, and my hope. I've made it my whole life. But so long as this man, Valjean, remains alive and free in the world, my purpose is thwarted. My honor is a joke. For this Jean Valjean has become a principle in the order of my code. He is all that must be checked. He is crime. Worse than that, he is license. It's 12 years since I've seen him. I shall see him again. I shall know him when I see him, and he shall not escape. Once Valjean forgave me, I shall not forgive him.
Cosette! Cosette, is something wrong? Cosette!
Yes?
May I come in?
Yes, Father.
Oh, my little one, you haven't stirred from your room this whole day. Now tell me something. What's on that pretty cheek?
I don't know.
Well, I do. It's a tear, and it has no business there. You've been weeping a great deal. Tell me, what for?
For him.
What's his name?
Marius. Marius Pontmercy.
Tell me about him.
We met at the Luxembourg. He's going to be killed. Father, why have they made that barricade?
For protection, my child. It's a kind of fort for the revolutionaries.
Marius is at the barricade.
How do you know?
He was a rebel. He'd pledged himself to the insurrection. He told me that.
When did you see him last?
I haven't seen him at all for 2 months. We used to meet in the garden of the old house, and I was afraid to tell you.
He may not be at the barricade.
I got this letter. It came this morning.
Let me see, little one. To Mademoiselle Cosette Fauchelevent, Monsieur Fauchelevent's Rue Rame, number 7. Our marriage was impossible. I have asked my grandfather. He has refused. I am without fortune, and you also. You know the promise that I gave you. I keep it. I die. I love you. When you read this, my soul will be near you. Marius.
They say that the soldiers from the government have brought cannon and aimed them at the barricade. That will end it. All day I've sat here, listening. When I hear the first cannon, I'll know surely that he's dead.
You there on the barricade! Do you wish to speak to us? Surrender quietly and spare us your prisoner, and we'll give you fair trial. It is you who are on trial. Give up your prisoner, the police inspector. What are your terms? Our prisoner is not a hostage. He is a spy, a policeman who masqueraded as one of us. He will be executed before the last of us. We have no terms. Down the discharge!
Take command here. I'll hold the north barricade. You, comrade. Yes, Marius. Go behind the tavern wall. Our prisoner, the police spy, is tied back there to a table. Shoot him. Yes, Marius. Goodbye. Goodbye, Marius.
Goodbye, Marius. That's a brave man, comrade.
Yes, that's a brave man.
He has no fear of death. It's almost as though he were in love with her.
There's one whom Marius loves more than death.
He must be saved for her.
Indeed? Who are you?
I am her father.
Father of Cosette?
What are you doing here? How did you get into the barricade?
No matter. I've come to save your comrade. He must not know that I'm here.
Down the discharge!
Monsieur.
Yes?
Will you hold this position for me? I have orders from Marius. I must go execute the spy.
Who is the spy?
A police inspector who impersonated a revolutionary and was caught here on the barricade. I am to shoot him.
A police inspector?
Yes, monsieur. His name is Javert.
Let me shoot him.
What, monsieur?
Let me shoot him. You hold the post.
Very well, if you wish it.
I wish it. Where is he? Where is Javert?
Around the corner of the street, monsieur. Tied up behind the wall.
Down this charge!
Jean Valjean.
Javert.
I might have expected this. To find you here amongst vandals and insurrectionists. Amongst cutthroats and destroyers of public property. God, this is as it should be. Well, hurry up. I'm tied. You've got a gun. Justice is chained and the convict is free. Go on, Jean Valjean, you've got a gun. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Jean Valjean, why did you fire that gun in the air?
Have you got a knife?
I knew it. Assassin.
Where is your knife?
In the side pocket of my coat. Assassin. Knifer. I knew you'd use a knife. You're cutting my ropes. Why are you doing that? Well, I'm unarmed. Take your revenge.
You may go.
What do you mean?
The back streets are open. You're known to the army. They'll recognize you and you'll be safe. There's none here but us.
You fool. Let me go and I'll get you. You know that. Alive or dead, I'll get you.
I don't expect to leave this place. But if I should, you could find me under the name of Fauchelevent in the Rue de l'Armée, number 7.
Fauchelevent. Rue de l'Armée. Why don't you kill me?
Number 7.
Number 7. I'll come for you.
I'll be waiting. It is the story of the barricades. That it fell at this moment. Everywhere was the terrible confusion of death and defeat. Jean Valjean found Marius unconscious, horribly wounded, covered with blood, but still breathing. He threw the boy on his shoulder and ran to the far end of the street. But for the silent dead of the insurrection, this place was deserted. Here was peace, but no safety. Here was silence and no exit. Here were no walls to climb, no passageways, no alleys. Here was a momentary island in the midst of the armies of France. 12 years before, Jean Valjean had been hunted down and trapped in a closed street. The child Cosette was in his arms. Now he carried her lover. He had looked up that night and seen the rope of a street lamp and found safety. Now he looked down and found there at his feet an iron door in the pavements. With Javert's own knife, he pried open the grating. In another instant, he lowered Marius and himself through this opening and was under the streets. Jean Valjean was in the sewers. Paris has another Paris under herself. A Paris of sewers which has its streets, its squares, its blind alleys, and its circulation, which is slime. The sewer is the conscience of the city. In this lurid place there is darkness, but there are no secrets. Underneath these vaults we breathe the enormous fetidness of social catastrophe. We see reddish reflections on the corners. There flows a terrible water in which bloody hands have been washed. It was in the sewer of Paris that Jean Valjean found himself. In a moment, he had passed from broad day to obscurity, from noon into midnight. His first sensation was blindness. He reached out his hand and touched the wall and realized that the passage was narrow. He slipped in the water, a whip of fetidness informed him where he was. The frenzied storm of murder which was raging a few feet above him reached him as a stifled and indistinct rumbling. Then suddenly, Jean Valjean had reached an angle of the sewer, and he saw before him at the extremity of the passage a light. It was a good and white light. It was day. He saw the outlet. He felt exhaustion no more. He felt Marius's weight no longer. He ran rather than walked. He reached the outlet. There he stopped. The arch was closed by a grating. A grating held in a stone frame by a stout lock. The grating did not stir. Its lock held fast. And suddenly Jean Valjean knew that a man was there, standing beside him, waist deep in the water. A man standing in the darkness.
I've been waiting for you.
It was Javert.
You got here, Jean.
Grant me one favor. This boy is dying. Before you take me to... help me to carry him to his home.
There's a carriage waiting on the beach.
You are silent, Javert. I should think you would be happy. I must thank you for helping me to take that wounded boy to his family. They will be grateful to you. Javert.
Yes?
I'm going to ask you something more. Something I know you won't permit. Cosette. I've been with her all these years. She's very dear to me. May I say goodbye to her?
Driver. The Rue de l'Armée. Number 7. Well, here's your home. Go up and see her. What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for you.
I'll be here, below in the street.
Then you trust me?
I'll wait in the street.
Jean Valjean ran up the stairway to Cosette's little room. He stopped at the landing and looked back through the window. He was bewildered by what he did not see. There was nobody in the street. Javert was gone. What was the story of Javert? Javert made his way with slow steps from the Rue de l'Armée. He plunged into the silent streets. Still, he followed one direction. He took the shortest route toward the Seine. There had been a new thing, a revolution, a catastrophe in the depths of his being. One thing had astonished him, that Jean Valjean had spared him. And one thing had petrified him, that he, Javert, had spared Jean Valjean. Where was he? He sought himself and found himself no longer. Destiny has certain extremities precipitous upon the impossible, and beyond which life is no more than an abyss. Javert was at one of these extremities. Jean Valjean confounded him. All the axioms which had been the support of his whole life crumbled away before this man. A beneficent malefactor, a compassionate convict, kind, helpful, clement, returning good for evil, returning pardon for hatred, loving pity rather than vengeance, preferring to destroy himself rather than to destroy his enemy, saving him who had stricken him, kneeling upon the height of virtue, nearer the angels than men. Javert was compelled to acknowledge that this monster existed. An entire new world appeared to his soul. He perceived in the darkness the fearful rising of an unknown moral sun. Truths which he had no wish for besieged him. He saw what he had revolted at seeing. He felt that he was emptied, useless, broken off from his past life, destitute. Authority was dead in him. He had no further reason for existence.
There was only two ways to get out of it. One, to go resolutely to Jean Valjean and return the man of the galleys to the dungeon. The other, Javert made his way with a firm step toward the post indicated by a lamp at one of the corners of the Place du Châtelet. On reaching it, he entered. There was a policeman there. Javert gave his name, showed his card to the sergeant, and sat down at the table of the post on which a candle was burning. There was a pen on the table, a leaden inkstand, and some paper in readiness for chance reports and the orders of the night patrol. Javert took the pen and a sheet of paper and began to write. This is what he wrote.
From the notebook of Inspector Javert, some observations for the benefit of the service. First, I beg Monsieur le Préfet to glance at this. Second, the prisoners, on their return from examination, take off their shoes and remain barefooted upon the pavement while they are searched. Many cough on returning to the prison. This involves hospital expenses. Third, it is difficult to explain why the special regulation of the prison forbids a prisoner to have a chair, even on paying for it. Fourth, the prisoners called barkers, who call the other prisoners to the parlor, make the prisoner pay them 2 sous for calling his name distinctly. This is a theft. Fifth, for a dropped thread, they retain 10 sous from the prisoner in the weaving shop. This is an abuse on the part of the contractor, since the cloth is just as good. Sixth, it is certain that gendarmes are every day heard relating the examinations of those brought before the magistrates. For a gendarme who should hold such things sacred, to repeat what he has heard in the examining chamber is a serious disorder. Javert, Inspector of the First Class. June 7th, 1832, about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Javert dried the fresh ink on this paper, folded it very carefully, like a letter, sealed it, wrote on the back a note for the administration, left it on the table, and went slowly out of the post. The glazed and grated door closed behind him. He crossed the Place du Châtelet and gained the quay. Here was darkness. Darkness complete. It was that sepulchral and terrible moment which follows midnight. Javert was standing exactly over the rapids of the Seine, perpendicularly over that formidable whirlpool which knots and unknots itself like an endless screw. Javert bent his head and looked. All was black. What was beneath was not water. It was chasm. The wall of the quay, abrupt, confused, mingled with vapor, suddenly lost to sight, seemed to him like an escarpment of the infinite. Javert, Inspector of Police, 30 years in the service of France, stood there on that promontory of the darkness and looked into the end of the night. He saw nothing, but he perceived the hostile chill of the water and the insipid odor of the moist stones. A fierce breath rose up from that abyss. The swollen river guessed at rather than perceived the tragical whispering of the flood, the dismal vastness of the arches of the bridge, the imaginable fall into that gloomy void. All that shadow was full of horror. Javert remained for some minutes motionless on that pinnacle in the middle of the midnight, gazing into that opening of darkness.
Then suddenly, without a sound, no expression on that great, bearded, beastly face, he took off his hat and laid it on the edge of the quay. A moment afterwards, a tall black form appeared standing on the parapet, bent toward the Seine, then sprang up and fell straight into the darkness. It is the last that was ever seen of Inspector Javert.
WOR and the Mutual Network have brought you Part 6 of Victor Hugo's absorbing masterpiece, Les Miserables, the episode which was called The Barricade. Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, played the role of Jean Valjean and was also heard reading the narrative passages. Assisting Mr. Welles were Martin Gable as Javert, William Johnstone as Marius, Virginia Wells as Cosette, Ray Collins, Hiram Sherman, and others. Next Friday evening at 9:30 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, we shall present the 7th and final episode of Les Miserables.
This is the Coast to Coast Network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So long as these problems are not solved, so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, these words cannot be useless.
These are the words which preface the 7th and final broadcast based on Victor Hugo's great novel, Les Miserables. WOR and the Mutual Network present Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, in an adaptation of the book which he has created especially for radio. Each episode portrays some development in the progress of Jean Valjean, a role played by Orson Welles, who is also heard as he reads the narrative passages. Part 7, the final episode of Les Miserables.
In Paris, on the 16th of February, 1833, there was celebrated the marriage of Cosette Fauchelevent to Marius Pontmercy. The date of the wedding was Mardi Gras, and the ceremonies were held in a city gay with flowers and merrymaking. The bride's father, Monsieur Fauchelevent, having suffered a severe accident to his arm, was not present.
Father, how good to see you. We missed you yesterday, but you've really come too early. Cosette is still asleep. But I can tell you the news. You are to come and live with us. It has all been decided. You are part of our happiness, Father. Cosette and I insist you share it with us.
Monsieur.
Is anything wrong? Is your arm still troubling you?
There is nothing wrong with my arm.
Is it wise for you to take the bandage off so soon?
There has never been anything wrong with it. You can see for yourself.
But yesterday you didn't come to our wedding. It was because you hurt your hand.
It was the best that I should be absent from your marriage.
Your pardon, Father. I don't know what you're talking about.
Marius, I'm a convict. I've been in the galleys.
The galleys? You? Cosette's father?
Before God, I am not the father of Cosette. I am a peasant of Faverolles, and my name is not Fauchelevent. It is Jean Valjean. That is true, monsieur.
I believe you.
Cosette is very dear to me, but... Well, 10 years, I didn't know Cosette existed 10 years ago. I am, after all, a passerby in her life. And today, our roads separate. She is now Madame Pontmercy. I can do nothing for her.
I leave her to your care, monsieur.
But you could have kept your secret. No one would have known.
Perhaps not, monsieur, but I shall always know. You think I might have been happy with you. Have I the right to be happy? Suppose I remain, Monsieur Fauchelevent. I come to stay with you. We are together. And some fine day, while we're laughing and chatting, you hear a voice shout, Jean Valjean, and the police spring out of the shadow and tear off my mask. What then?
Father, dearest, I've missed you so.
Cosette,
Father.
We're talking of business.
Father, you're pale. Does your arm hurt you?
It is well.
What is it then? Are you sad?
No.
Then kiss me. That's better. Now I shall stay.
Cosette, darling, we have something to finish.
You still want me to go? Very well, I shall. But don't be long, please.
Poor Cosette.
You must not tell her about me. I entreat you, monsieur. Cosette doesn't know what this world is. The world of the convict and the galleys. Promise me that she shall never know.
I will keep your secret.
Thank you, monsieur. It is all nearly finished. There is one thing left.
What?
You think, monsieur, I should not see Cosette again?
I think it would be for the best.
Yes. Yes. Very well, monsieur. I shall not see her again.
Jean Valjean was a convict. But the bridegroom, Marius, did not know the story of his crimes. There are many crimes, and hunger was one of these in the year of our Lord, 1796.
Jean Valjean, before you are sentenced, have you nothing to say to this court?
I was hungry, that's all, Excellency. My sister, she and her little ones, we live at Faverolles, Excellency. I'm a pruner. In the season, I earn 18 sous a day, and that's all. It's very hard, Excellency, and they're all hungry, Excellency. Much more hungry than me.
Prisoner, this court finds, proven finally against you, the crime for which you are on trial, namely the burglary of a loaf of bread.
Excellency, what does that mean?
It means you're a thief. Guilty. 5 years in the galleys.
The galleys. 5 years at the oar of a prison ship. 5 years for his first offense.
Jean Valjean, thief.
Guilty.
Attempted escape. Guilty. Prisoner, sentence extended. 3 years. Jean Valjean, thief.
Guilty.
Escape in the second attempt. Guilty. Prisoner, sentence extended. 3 years. Jean Valjean, thief.
Guilty.
Escape in the third attempt. Guilty. Prisoner, sentence extended. 3 years. Jean Valjean, thief.
Guilty.
Escape in the first, second, and third attempts. Guilty. Escape in the fourth attempt and resistance. Guilty. Prisoner, sentence extended in the double chain. 5 years. Jean Valjean, your term has expired. Here is your passport.
Give it to me. I can read. I've learned to read. Let me look at it. The bearer is a liberated convict, having been 19 years in the galleys for stealing a loaf of bread. Original sentence, 5 years. Additional servitude, 14 years. The holder of this passport is a very dangerous man. Excellency, what does that mean?
It means you're free.
What had been the life of this soul? In weariness, in agony, under the whip, under the chain, in the cell, on the convict's bed of plank, under the burning sun of the galleys, Jean Valjean turned to his conscience and reflected. Human society had done him nothing but injury. He had no weapon but his hate. He had resolved to sharpen it in the galleys, and he had taken it with him when he went out. So the passport was right. The yellow passport, which described Jean Valjean as a very dangerous man. It was right that October night in 1815. Come in. Come in, monsieur.
shut the door.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm a convict. You hear that? 4 days ago, they let me out. I walked all the way from Toulon. I've been 19 years in the galleys. Look, I have money. I'll pay you.
Sit down, monsieur. Make yourself comfortable.
Wait. Did you hear what I said? I said I was a convict. What is this place? It's not an inn. Is this your house?
No, this is not my house. It is the house of Christ.
What are you? A priest? Aren't you afraid of me?
No, monsieur. Aren't you afraid of me?
1815. Another crime of Jean Valjean's, of which Marius knew nothing. A crime committed that October night, 18 years before, in the house of the Bishop of D. It was the bishop himself who opened the door that night to the convict, Jean Valjean. He made a place for him at his table and gave him a bed in his best chamber. The first bed Jean Valjean had slept in for 19 years. And Jean Valjean lay in his bed, sleepless, all through that long October night. He had many thoughts. He thought first of the goodness of the Bishop of D, and then thought of his silver. The bishop's silver. 6 silver plates. He had seen them at dinner. 200 francs worth of silver, double his pay for 19 years' labor in the chains. It is true that he stole them. It is true that Jean Valjean stole the plates from the Bishop of D. It is true that he sold these plates for 200 francs, and that he used this money to make himself rich. Under the name of Madeleine in the district of Montreux, he set up a workshop for the manufacture of synthetic jet. He prospered. He built a great factory. He became mayor of the city. It is true that Jean Valjean did this with the 6 silver plates he stole that night from the Bishop of D. It is true also that Jean Valjean was never convicted of this crime.
Yes, monsieur.
We are the police, Monseigneur.
Please, officer.
Silence, prisoner. Monseigneur, this man has been apprehended on the highway in the criminal possession of your plate.
Good morning, Valjean.
You recognize him, Monseigneur. That is enough. Here is your silver.
Yes, but where are my candlesticks?
Here are the stolen plates, Monseigneur. Were there candlesticks also?
Oh, yes. They are of silver like the rest. Valjean, where are my candlesticks?
I didn't take them.
Monsieur Valjean, I don't think you understood. I gave you the candlesticks as well.
What do you mean?
Monseigneur, the prisoner was running off with your plate.
And he told you that they were given him by an old priest with whom he had lodged the night. And you brought him here.
Yes, Monseigneur. Then it's true what he told me?
I have given him the silver.
Then we can let him go?
Of course.
But they aren't mine.
Monsieur, the plates and the candlesticks are yours. Take them. But never forget you have promised me to use this silver to become an honest man. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity, and I give it to Almighty God.
Jean Valjean ran out of the city and made haste into the open country. A little gypsy boy passed by him and dropped a penny. Jean Valjean put his foot on the penny and ran after the boy, but he never found him. Another crime. He knew then that he must either conquer or be conquered. It was after this that Jean Valjean, the poor farmer who became a galley slave, established himself in Montreux as Monsieur Madeleine, the owner of a great factory and a public official. So Jean Valjean was sentenced forever to a new life. And a miracle was worked in his soul by the Bishop of D. Marius knew the father of his bride, Monsieur Fauchelevent, and it came to be that he found out the convict, Jean Valjean. But Marius never heard of the wealthy manufacturer, Monsieur Madeleine, the inventor of a process for the manufacture of imitation jet, the public benefactor, the mayor of Montreux, who, like Fauchelevent, was Jean Valjean. In 1823, this Madeleine was a quiet, hopeful man with but 2 thoughts in his heart: to conceal his name and to sanctify his life.
to escape from men and to return to God. But even in 1823, Jean Valjean was wanted by the police. And there came a dark day in that year when they thought they had him. Certainly a man who looked like Jean Valjean was arrested and accused of Jean Valjean's crime, the theft of a penny. And certainly Jean Valjean, known as Madeleine, attended this man's trial.
Monsieur Madeleine.
Your Honor, the judge?
Your note was sent in to me, monsieur. Permit me to say that your presence in this court is an unexpected compliment.
Thanks, sir.
Will you sit here, Monsieur Madeleine? We will resume the trial.
Your Excellency the Judge. Your Honor, Monsieur Madeleine, gentlemen of the jury.
Who is this man?
He is Jean Valjean, accused of one crime for which he is on trial, but he is wanted for another. Highway robbery committed for the gain of 1 penny from a small boy encountered on the fields outside of D. Convict this Jean Valjean, and he shall be tried again.
What does the man say for himself? May I question him?
Why, if it will interest you, Monsieur Madeleine.
Thank you. Monsieur Valjean, how long have you been a pruner?
His Honor is speaking to you, prisoner. Reply to him.
I don't know, monsieur. My name isn't Valjean. Look here, I'm telling the truth. You've only to ask if it isn't so. Ask how stupid I am. Ask if... I don't know what you want of me.
Officers, enforce order. I am about to pronounce sentence on this man.
One moment. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, may I be permitted a few words on behalf of the accused? I'd like to tell you about Jean Valjean.
Why, certainly, Monsieur Madeleine.
Excellency, they were right when they told you that Jean Valjean was an outlaw. It's true he was a galley slave. It's true he was a criminal. The pennies were stolen, and the loaf of bread, and the bishop was robbed. But mark you, gentlemen, the galleys make the galley slave. This man was a poor peasant, an idiot. He was changed in the galleys. He was stupid. He was made wicked. He was saved later by indulgence and kindness, as he was lost by severity. You won't understand this. There are some things which cannot be told. I cannot relate to you the story of Jean Valjean's life. Someday you will know it. He has done what he could. He has disguised himself under another name. He has desired to enter again amongst honest men. It seems this cannot be. Gentlemen, your prisoner is not he who is on trial before you. Release this man. He is innocent. Gentlemen, I am Jean Valjean.
Jean Valjean, you are charged with concealing your identity and changing your name. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Jean Valjean, you are sentenced to hard labor in the galleys under the double chain for the rest of your life.
But Jean Valjean escaped from the galleys that same year and was never retaken. He was hunted. For 11 years he lived in the shadows, cowering. Sometimes no more than a step from the terrible creature who pursued him, the policeman, Javert. But now Javert was no more. Small comfort now. Cosette was no more. She belonged to another. She whose childhood was passed in his sight like a summer's day, whose cares were his only care, whose joys were his only joy, who shared with him his only happiness in a long lifetime of misery, who owned his heart and a whole lifetime of love. Her he had given up, totally. He was wealthy. He relinquished wealth. He was free. He relinquished freedom. We have seen Jean Valjean give up the world to save a man from the galleys. The cost was not so great to him as this.
I have purchased your soul. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity, and I give it to Almighty God.
We have seen many things happen to Jean Valjean of which Marius and even Cosette never learned. We have seen crimes which Marius judged without knowing, and more than that, we have beheld the resurrection and transfiguration of a human soul. We know the story without retelling it of Cosette's mother. We have seen Jean Valjean's Fauchelevent, the father of Cosette, and we have seen him at the barricades, saving Marius from the insurrection,
so that Marius could take Cosette from him. We have seen him dragging Marius through the hideous muck of the Paris sewers and into safety. It is only important to remember here that Marius was unconscious, that Marius knew nothing of the manner of his rescue, and never dreamt that Jean Valjean or Monsieur Fauchelevent was his savior. During the months which followed, Jean Valjean came no longer to the house where Marius Pontmercy lived with his wife Cosette in the Rue de Cavalère. But shopkeepers in the neighborhood noticed that every day an old man dressed in black came towards that street. When there were but a few houses left between him and this street which appeared to attract him, his pace became so slow that at times it appeared as if he ceased to move. And when he reached the street, he stopped, trembled, put his head with a kind of gloomy timidity beyond the corner of the last house, and looked into the street. There was in that tragic look something which resembled the bewilderment of the impossible and the reflection of a forbidden paradise. He remained thus a few minutes, as if he had been stoned. Later, the old man ceased to go as far as this corner, and then one day, he did not appear. Jean Valjean was very ill.
Come in.
Father.
Cosette. Cosette. Is it you, Cosette?
Father, where have you been? Why have you left us so long?
Oh, so you're here, Monsieur Marius. You forgive me.
Forgive you? He asked me to forgive him after what he has done for me.
Monsieur, I have done nothing for you.
Nothing? You saved my life.
You must be mistaken, monsieur.
I was mistaken, but not now. Perhaps you've forgotten a certain coachman. The coachman who drove you through the streets of Paris during the fighting. He has told me everything.
Marius, what do you mean?
But for your father, I wouldn't be alive today. My darling, he was the man. That barricade, the sewer, he went through it for me, for you, Cosette. He bore me through death in every form. Why have you not told it before?
I told the truth.
No, not the whole truth. I owe my life to you.
Father, your hands are colder. Are you suffering?
No. I am not suffering. On the contrary, my little one, I'm very well, only...
Only what, Father?
I shall die in a few minutes.
Father.
It is nothing to die. It is frightful not to live.
Father, here, we will help you. Cosette, he must lie down.
Now, children, I want you to listen to me. This money belongs to you. I've written you a letter about it. 600,000 francs. Every penny earned honestly from the jet factory at Montreux. I shall have lost my life if you do not enjoy it. You see, the black jet comes from England, and the white jet comes from Norway. You understand then how much money can be made, and then the glass must be bent, not soldered. It's all written out. There. Now come closer. Come closer, both of you.
Father.
You'll weep for me a little. Not too much. You must amuse yourselves a great deal, my children. 12 dozen cost only 10 francs and sell for 16. And that's really a good business. And you can be rich without concern. You'll find my letter, Cosette. I've written it all down to you. And, Cosette, I bequeath the 2 candlesticks. There, on the mantel. They are silver, but to me they are gold. They are diamond. They were given me by the good Bishop of D. I wonder, will he be satisfied with me in heaven? I've done what I could.
Do you want a priest?
No. No. I have one.
He had fallen backward. The light from those silver candlesticks, the candlesticks of the Bishop of D, fell upon him. His white face looked up toward heaven. He let Cosette and Marius cover his hands with kisses, for Jean Valjean was dead. That night was starless and very dark. It is certain that in that gloom some mighty angel was standing with outstretched wings, awaiting this soul.
Jean Valjean, I have purchased your soul. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity, and I give it to Almighty God.
WOR and the Mutual Network have brought you the 7th and final episode of Les Miserables. Orson Welles, distinguished young author, actor, and director, played the role of Jean Valjean and was also heard reading the narrative passages. Assisting Mr. Welles were Frank Reddick as the Bishop, William Johnstone as Marius, Virginia Wells as Cosette, and Ray Collins and Hiram Sherman. WOR and the Mutual Network have taken great pleasure in bringing to its listeners this unusual radio version of one of the world's great stories, the credit for which is due to everyone who participated in the production.
This is the Coast to Coast Network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour. Favorite story. I doubt if there's one person within the sound of my voice who hasn't seen a picture or engraving by Rockwell Kent. Mr. Kent is one of America's most distinguished artists, and we were honored when he chose his favorite story to be dramatized on this series. He told us that he's always been fond of the adventure of Jean Valjean and the Bishop, from Victor Hugo's masterpiece, Les Miserables. This is one of the most famous and moving stories in all literature. Its force and power has touched the hearts of 100 million readers and playgoers, radio listeners, and motion picture audiences throughout the entire world. We are proud to bring it to you now in this special radio adaptation. Act One of Rockwell Kent's favorite story.
Stop, you dogs! We're dropping anchor to pick up water.
This is the galley. I am number 24601. Once, Jean Valjean. A man who walked in the sunlight. But now a dog chained to a black hell.
Valjean.
Yes.
I cannot do it again. I cannot make my hands touch this accursed oar. When the drum begins again, I will not.
Then they will come with their whips and make the blood pour from your back.
Each day, the oarlock becomes a little looser. Someday it will tear from its iron mouth. We can lift it together. Then escape.
Yes. It will be better to die in the black water than to die here.
How long is it necessary to pay for a sin? I killed a man who did not deserve to live. But certainly the score is settled. 12 years.
And I, 15 years.
Jean, you have never told me why. Will you tell me why someday?
Yes, mon ami. I will tell you why. I stole a loaf of bread.
Bonjour. It is time. He's turning around. He is yawning. Wrench the oar free. Together.
What are you doing?
We're doing this.
We
cannot go further. I'm exhausted from the swim.
I, too. But we must get far inland. Far from the shore.
Rest a moment.
For 4 hours, we have been free.
Free.
What was that?
Quiet. A bird. Merely a bird. You see, we're not free. There's not freedom to be hunted. To turn your head each moment, to tremble at the least noise, to be afraid of everything. The smoke of a chimney, the bark of a dog, the gallop of a horse, the striking of a clock. Be afraid of the day because you see, and of the night because you do not. Of the road, of the path, of a bush, of a bird, of sleep. Oh, God, how I want to sleep.
Prisoners, you're at bay. You're covered on all sides by guns. Come peacefully alive, or you shall come as corpses.
Prisoner 24601 for an attempt to escape 4 additional years in the galley with double chain.
4 years for 4 hours. Jean Valjean, the man who was once inside this body, was in his 25th year when he came to the galley. At 19 years, and how old does that make him? 44 or 40 generations. In the brightness, the sweat stench of the galley, the throb of their drums becomes a pulse beat, and your mind reaches out for another melody. Reaches back 19 years.
Try to sleep, my baby.
will die if we do not eat, Mama.
Seven children and no bread. Sunday night, in the Place de l'Église, Eberron, there's a bakery shop with fat loaves in its window. Robert Javert, baker. A fist. Past glass. An arm reaches in. The baker rushes out. The thief runs. The baker runs fast. The thief tosses the bread into the gutter. The dog digs his teeth into it. The baker captures the thief. No bread. But the arm still bleeds.
Jean Valjean, you are free.
Huh?
Your 19 years are up. You are a free man.
Go away. Do not taunt me. Go away.
You see, your chains are off. Here is your passport. You are a free man.
Free? After 19 such years, the brain of a man slows down. It takes a while to know this is true. But they said it. You heard them say it.
The 19 years are up. You are a free man.
They said it. They unlocked the chain.
You're a free man. Here is your passport.
And they stamped it. Then you looked down and saw their passport. Yellow. Convict. A free man. Dusty roads of France lead somewhere. Place a man can work. Place a man can eat. Place a man can lay his head. A town. The lights seem friendly. You can see the fire burning at the grate in the inn. At the galleys, they gave you money, so you do not have to beg. Cobblestones outside the kitchen of the inn are warm. The smells of food cut through the night.
The best partridge for Monsieur Bolivar. The side of beef for Monsieur Arnaud.
Food. Good brown, juicy food. Cooking at the spit. Not slop out of a bucket. Man waits 19 years for such food. The night air is cold. You're hungry.
More gravy, boy. The food must be just right for my guest. Yes, monsieur. What will you have?
Something to eat and lodging.
Nothing more easy. For money?
I have money.
Well, then I'm at your service. If monsieur will come to the desk, we'll make the necessary arrangements. Boy, do not spare the food. There's plenty. Now, if monsieur will show me his passport, I will take care of him.
My passport?
The rule of this village.
I...
Monsieur, your passport, please.
I will pay you very well. I'm very hungry.
Monsieur, it's necessary that I see your passport.
Yes. Here. May I eat soon? I'm very hungry. Extremely hungry.
I cannot receive you.
If you're afraid I shall not pay you, here is the money in advance.
All the rooms are occupied.
Put me in a stable.
I cannot.
Why?
The horses take up all the rooms.
Well, a corner in a garret, a bit of straw. We'll talk about it after dinner.
I cannot serve you dinner.
But I'm dying with hunger. I've walked since sunrise. I've traveled 12 leagues. I'll pay. I want something to eat.
I have nothing.
But you just said there was plenty of food. There's enough there for an army.
It's all engaged.
I will have some food.
Go away. Go away, yellow passport. Another side of beef for Monsieur Arnaud. More gravy, boy. More food for my guests.
Tell me, is there another inn in this village?
There's a fine inn there. Behind you, in the square.
Only one?
Yes. Only one.
Thank you, monsieur.
Who is this?
Yes, what do you want? Why do you rap at my window?
I beg your pardon. For pay, can you give me a plate of soup and a quarter in the shed of your garden to sleep in?
Oh, Mathilde, take the children to the back of the house. This is the man. This is the one they spoke of at the inn. The yellow passport.
Monsieur, I
Get
beg
out.
you.
Get out.
For pity's sake, a glass of water.
Get out before I take my gun to you.
What is that? What do you want?
Is this the village prison?
Yes.
Monsieur Tranquille, will you open and let me stay here tonight?
Prison is not a tavern. Get yourself arrested. Then we will open.
Mademoiselle, this stone bench, does it belong to you?
Oh, no, monsieur. I just sell matches in the square.
Will they run me out if I sleep here?
On the stone bench?
For 19 years I have had a wooden mattress. Tonight I have a stone one.
Have you tried to get lodging?
Everywhere. Every door in town.
Have you tried that door? The little cottage?
No. Not that one.
Knock there.
Come in. Yes, my friend. Won't you come in out of the night?
I'll tell you right now. I'm a convict. Look, I have a yellow passport. I've been in the galleys for 19 years. I'm dirty. I'm a dog. But I need food. I need a corner of a barn to sleep in.
Dinner will be ready presently, and your bed will be made while you sup.
How do you know I'm not a murderer? How do you know I won't kill you while you sleep? You do not even know my name.
Oh, yes, I do. Your name is my brother.
We're ready for the second part of the story of Jean Valjean and the Bishop from Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. The great American artist Rockwell Kent has chosen it as his favorite story. The prisoner, Valjean, weary and disillusioned, a yellow passport in his pocket, has found all the doors of the town closed to him, except one. Suddenly, in the darkness, there's a ray of light. A man who calls him my brother. Here's Act Two.
Sit down, monsieur. Sister, please put another plate at the table.
Very well.
What is this place? A woman in the square pointed to this house and said, knock there. I have knocked. Is it an inn? I'll pay. I have money.
We do not want your money, my brother. You're welcome here. Monsieur, may I present my sister, Mademoiselle Baptistine?
Good evening. You cannot take this man in. You heard what he said.
Quiet, my sister. Come, monsieur. Sit by the fire. The night wind is raw. You must be cold.
I do not wish to deceive you. Here is my passport. Read it. Jean Valjean, a liberated convict. This man is very dangerous. There you have it. Everybody has thrust me out. If you can give me a corner of a dog kennel to sleep in, I shall be grateful.
Sister, put some sheets on the bed in the alcove.
A bed? With a mattress and sheets? 19 years since I slept in a bed. I'll pay you well, monsieur. Are you the innkeeper?
I am a priest who lives here.
Oh, how stupid of me. You are the curé. I did not notice your clothes.
Do not hesitate, monsieur. Sit down. You're hungry. There will be food on the table presently. Sister, this lamp gives very poor light. Please put on our silver candlesticks. We're having a guest for dinner.
But, brother,
Do as I say. The silver candlestick.
You take me into your house. You light your candles for me.
This is not my house. It is a house of God. You are hungry and tired. Be welcome.
Ah, thank you, sister. That is better.
Silver candlesticks.
They are beautiful. They are my one luxury. They were my mother's.
You are a curé. I must tell you that once my eyes saw a real bishop. Monseigneur, they call him. They brought us all up from the back of the galleys. He said Mass. He had a golden thing on his head that shone in the light. He spoke to us. He was not near enough. We did not understand him. But it was a bishop.
Here's your soup.
Eat, my brother.
Oh. You will forgive my eating so. In the galleys, there are no manners. I am very hungry.
You have seen much suffering.
19 years. And now, a yellow passport.
Here's some mutton and cheese.
Sister, this man is our guest. Why have you not put on the silver plate?
Oh, really, this is going too
The
far.
silver plate, Baptistine.
Very well.
Will you tell me, my brother, why they put you in the galleys?
Yes, Monsieur le Curé. I will tell you. You see here, clenched in my fist, the bread you gave me so generously, which I know act like a wild beast. Once I had no bread. My family had no bread. My sister's 7 children. And so I stole a loaf of bread.
I will show you to your room.
Thank you, Monsieur le Curé.
Now, this is my room here. And beyond it, in the next chamber, is your bed, my friend.
Brother, where are the keys?
Keys? We use no keys in this house.
Well, I polished the silver plates. I want to lock them in the chest.
Put them in their usual place, sister. There. In the cupboard above my bed. Here, my friend, is your bed.
The sheets are so white.
A good night's rest to you. Tomorrow morning, before you continue your journey, you shall have a cup of warm milk from our cows.
You lodge me in your house as near to you as that. One door, one little door between us with no lock.
Locks are only for people who are afraid. When you have faith, you are never afraid.
But I may do some unspeakable violence. You read my passport. This man is dangerous, it says. This man is very dangerous.
God will take care of that. Sleep, my friend. God grant you peace.
It is difficult to sleep in a bed when you're used to a board. The pillow, white. The moonlight, so white. 3 o'clock. In the silence of the moonlight, you hear sounds from miles away. Oh, 19 years they stole from you. Life, air. Your weapon now is your hatred for them. All of them. None of them are good. They are all to blame. They have all robbed you. Anything you take back is your just due. Silver plates. 6 silver plates. Little enough for 19 years. Did they hear? No. His room. Above his head, the cupboard. And the silver plates. White, pious face. Sleep well, Monsieur le Curé. If you should wake, my fingers will have to quiet your breathing. So peacefully you sleep, like an infant. You're number 24601, and the silver plates will buy you back her name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 silver plates. Goodbye, Monsieur de Curry.
Brother.
Good morning, Baptistine.
Have you seen the silver? It's not in the cupboard.
Oh?
That horrible man, is gone, and he's taken our beautiful silver plates. Oh, look there in the garden. It's all trampled. He must have jumped over the wall.
Yes, and I'm sorry he did. My camellia bush is bent and broken. I was very fond of the camellias.
The camellia bush is unimportant. The silver is priceless. Call the gendarme.
No, Baptistine.
Then I shall.
No, Baptistine. Sit down.
This is scandalous. I will not allow it.
Now, first, Baptistine, did this silver belong to us?
Oh.
I have for a long time wrongfully kept this silver. We should have given it to the poor. Who was this man? A poor man.
But what shall you eat from now on?
Have we no tin plates?
Tin smell.
Well, then, iron plates.
Iron taste.
Wooden plates, then.
Oh, was there ever such an idea to take in a man like that and give him a bed right alongside you? Oh, thank heaven he did not steal your mother's beautiful candlestick.
Come, eat your breakfast, sister.
It's a blessing he only stole. Makes the children over me when I think of what he might have done.
Come in.
He, it is the man who...
Quiet, sister. Yes, Monsieur le Gendarme. What seems to be the trouble?
We found this man running rapidly through the forest. We searched him and found these silver plates. We knew that no one in the village had such silver but you, Monseigneur.
Monseigneur? Then he is not the curé.
Silence. This is Monseigneur the Bishop.
The Bishop?
Monsieur le Gendarme, there has been a mistake. This man is my friend, Jean Valjean. He dined with me last night, and I gave him these silver plates as a gift.
Gay?
But, Monseigneur, he was running.
A man is permitted to run. Do you not ever run, Monsieur le Gendarme? You may go now. As you see, it was all a mistake.
You're sure everything is all right?
Your bishop tells you so.
Very well, Monseigneur. Good day to you.
Monseigneur.
Brother, how dared you?
Baptistine, leave us, please.
Oh, yes, brother.
Oh, Monseigneur.
Go in peace, my friend. But when you come again, don't come through the garden. Come down the front path. The door is always unlocked, day or night.
Monseigneur the Bishop, will you forgive me and give me your blessing?
Yes, Jean Valjean, my brother. And remember, you belong not to evil, but to good. Your soul, your spirit belong to God. Kneel, son.
Yes, Father.
Absolvo te peccatis, in nomine Patris Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Now go, my son. Go in peace.
Here is your silver, Father.
My silver? But did you not hear what I told the gendarme? This is your silver.
Mine? I will use it well. I promise you. Promise this, Monseigneur. And now, goodbye.
Jean Valjean.
Yes, Monseigneur.
You have forgotten something. Here, my son. You have forgotten to take your silver candlestick.
You've been listening to the story of Jean Valjean and the Bishop from Victor Hugo's famous novel, Les Miserables. Our thanks to the cast, particularly to Edmund MacDonald, who played Valjean, and Norman Field, who was heard as the Bishop. And our thanks to Mr. Rockwell Kent, who chose this week's favorite story. Next week, one of the most fantastic tales ever written. It's an adventure in a world I'll wager you've never dreamed of. The infinitely small world within a single drop of water. The story was chosen for you by the eminent composer, Mr. George Antile. It's The Diamond Lens by Fitzjames O'Brien, next week's prize-winning play on Favorite Story. We hope you'll be listening.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is with great pride that the Mystery Theater begins its 9th year as radio's first theater of the 80s with that giant of classic stories, Victor Hugo's powerful picture of good and evil, Les Miserables. One of the greatest tragedies to befall man is betrayal. Wrong made to appear right. Punishment cloaked under the name of justice. Today's Mystery Theater presentation is an account of one man's lifelong search for justice, which to the end of his days eludes him. Unhappily, justice delayed is justice denied.
Jean Valjean, you were in prison for 19 years?
5 years, Bishop, for stealing a loaf of bread. And 14 more years added on every time I tried to escape.
Each time you tried to run away?
They added on another few years. Bishop, it's a sin against nature to take a man out of the sun and shut him up in a galley with no light. Years and years of black night.
You must have suffered in darkness.
I learned to hate in darkness.
Our drama, The Thief and the Bishop, Part 1 of Les Miserables, a novel in 5 parts adapted from Victor Hugo's masterpiece by Gerald Keane, stars Alexander Scourby as Jean Valjean and Bernard Grant as Inspector Javert. I shall return in a moment with Act 1. In those days, the early 1800s in France, you could get 5 years for stealing a loaf of bread. And every time you tried to escape, they'd tack on 4 more years and rivet an iron collar around your neck. The man who suffered so was a peasant called Jean Valjean. 1 loaf of bread to keep his sister and her 7 children from starving. No wonder he hated society when they took off his irons, handed him a yellow passport, opened the gates, and set him free.
I knew Valjean. He thought he was above the law.
He could never understand transgressions must be punished.
Inspector Javert is my name, Prefecture of France. No criminal anywhere in the country can escape me. I have an uncanny 6th sense in the pit of my stomach. It's never failed me yet. An evil man, no matter how long he is in prison, never changes, cannot change. No more than a leopard can change his markings. I led Valjean to the main gate. He was counting the money he had earned in prison. 109 francs, 15 sous. I've counted it twice. I'm glad you haven't forgotten how to count.
I've forgotten nothing. Not you, Javert. Not the rats, not the darkness, not the bars. I've been here for 19 years, and by my count, the state owes me 171 francs.
That's the way you figure it.
Why am I cheated?
Did you take into account all the Sundays and the holidays?
Huh? I'm not paid for that? I was here, nevertheless.
No one is paid on Sundays and holidays. The prefecture of police doesn't pay me either.
That's all right for you. You're free. The day you don't work, you see the sun.
The sun is for those who don't steal. The gate is open. Go. 109 francs ought to last you. Have you relatives?
I had a widowed sister 19 years ago, and she had children. By now, they could have starved to death.
Remember, Valjean, no more stealing, because if you break one law, turn one hair of your head the wrong way, Javert will be there right behind you. Make no mistake. The next sentence you receive will be for life.
I wanted to shut off those 19 years. Close that part of my life the way the gates of Toulon prison closed behind me. I was a nobody with a yellow passport. Which means, I'll tell you what it means. It was a hot day. I'd walked 15 miles before the sun was high. I saw men in front of a building.
You look like a strong man. You want work?
Yes, I'll work.
You look stronger than most. Get up there on that wagon and lift the barrels down.
All right.
2 men will carry them into the distillery.
Right away. All of these barrels up here?
Everyone. Hey, you're strong and fast. Hey, look sharp, the rest of you. The new man will have everything unloaded before you start moving. He's doing the work of 10 of you.
Good morning. Who is the new man?
I don't know, officer. He just appeared. Strong, isn't he?
I haven't seen him around Dijon before.
Well, sometimes I'm lucky. I get good people. All right, the rest of you move. He's worth his weight in gold, eh?
Did he tell you where he was from?
What are all these questions? He's working his head off.
What's his name?
I did not ask him. He did not ask my name. I did not ask his.
I want to talk to him. Call him over.
You police are all the same. You have nothing better to do but interfere with hard-working men.
Yeah.
Hello, up on the wagon. Come down here.
Am I doing something the wrong way?
No. This is the gendarme of Dijon. He wants to talk to you. Don't keep him long, officer. Time is money.
What is your name?
Valjean?
Is that your first name, Valjean?
No. Jean Valjean.
Then where did you work last?
Toulon.
Toulon, May I see your papers?
Huh? Papers?
Yes, his identity papers.
This is all I have. That's what they gave me.
Yes, a yellow passport. You served time in the Toulon prison, huh?
Yes, but it's over now.
I hope so. But you had better be careful.
It didn't dawn on me what that yellow passport meant until the end of the day, when I lined up with the others for my money. I said to one of them, standing in front of me, "How much did I earn?"
How much? For a day's work? Don't you know?
I've never worked here before.
A man of your strength, you probably never had to take so little money.
Well, how much? How much money do I get?
30 sous. Isn't that a crime for a whole day's work?
Next. Move along.
I have to take it, and I have to thank him.
Next. Hello, Auguste.
Will I be working tomorrow?
Yes, 6 o'clock. Here, it is your 30 sous.
Thank you.
Next. Oh, it's you.
Will I be working tomorrow?
No, Valjean, we are all full up. We have all the hands we need.
What? You don't want me? What, I did something wrong?
Look, I am not saying you are not a good worker, but it is a matter of the passport.
Because it's yellow.
It means you have committed a crime.
A crime? I stole one loaf of bread for my sister to save 7 little ones from starving. I paid 19 years of my life for that crime.
Believe me, I understand.
What do you understand? You give them 19 years of your life, and they give you a yellow passport. They say to you, be honest, don't steal, go to work. But they won't let you work, and you keep on paying for that one loaf of bread. Give me my money.
Here you are.
What is this? 15 sous? Everyone else has paid 30 sous. I'm paid 15. Is that what I get for doing the work of 3 others?
Valjean, I do not like your tone of voice. Careful what you say, or you will find yourself behind bars.
I was worth my weight in gold until you saw that yellow passport. It is you and those like you who break our backs and our spirit. But the time will come when God will punish you. And if you're not punished, then there is no God.
Yes? What do you want?
Supper and a bed.
Nothing easier if you have the money.
I have money in my purse.
Well, in that case, I am at your service. I'm just making the evening meal. Go inside, take your knapsack off, and rest yourself. Have you come a long way?
I have.
Go inside. I'll tell you when the food is ready.
Don't forget, I haven't eaten all day.
George, come here. You see that man who walked in the kitchen door? I want you to take this note to the mayor's office. Go at the front door, but don't look at the man as you go. I'm afraid the boy has just brought me some bad news.
I'd like to put my things in the room you have for me. Clean up a little before I eat.
I cannot make room for you.
What? What do you mean? Oh, I'm not going to cheat you. No, here, you can have the money in advance. I have the money.
I have no room for you.
What? No room anywhere? In the attic?
No.
Or in the stable?
I can't do that.
Why not?
The horses take up all the room.
Oh, don't worry yourself. A corner in the loft, a truss of straw. I'll be all right. We'll see to that after supper.
I can't give you any supper.
But you said... No, I don't think you understand me. I've been on my legs since sunrise, walking without stopping. Look, I can pay. I demand from you food.
I have none.
What? No food? What's this?
All this is ordered.
By whom?
By all the men in there. They always eat here.
How many are there?
12.
There's enough food here for 20. Look, innkeeper, I don't know what you're up to. First you promised me bed and food, and then there's none. This is a public place. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I shall remain here.
Listen, you get out of here. Be off.
But why? Why do you say that?
Don't you think I know who you are?
What?
Your name is Jean Valjean. You've come from 19 years of hard labor in prison. When you came in the kitchen door and not the front door, I suspected something. So, I sent a note to the mayor's office. And this is the answer I received. Can you read?
I'll just go inside and pick up my knapsack.
I am accustomed to be polite with everybody. So don't give me any trouble.
To be humiliated like that. To be turned out of one door, and half an hour later when I walked into another inn, to find that word had been there ahead of me. What? To be laughed at. And then, dark as it was, to see people in the street pointing at me. Tapers were lit, lanterns, men gathered together as if I was some evil beast to be driven from town. I had no idea how far it was to the next town. All I knew was that I was in a world of people who shunned me as if I were a leper. Clouds covered the moon, and I staggered headlong into a sign, fainted from the blow. When I came to, I could barely make out the words. 5 kilometers to the town of Digne.
The genius of Victor Hugo, who created the characters we are meeting, is his ability to hold the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature and scorn her own image. Wrongly imprisoned, Jean Valjean now finds himself abroad in a universal jail from which there seems to be no escape. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Our curtain rises on the second act of The Thief and the Bishop. We have met the thief, one Jean Valjean, who traded 19 years of his life to bring bread to his sister and her 7 little ones. Though he was cast out and mocked in his wanderings, Valjean had no idea his movements were being watched by Inspector Javert, the roving prefect of police.
We have a saying at the prefecture. There is no such thing as an ex-convict. There are those who dispute that assertion, some ignorant, some well-meaning. Among them a certain bishop in the town of Digne, known to all as Monseigneur Welcome. This bishop lives with his sister, and on one Saturday afternoon, he was writing out his Sunday sermon.
If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal.
Your Grace?
And if I have prophetic powers and understanding, all the mysteries and all knowledge...
I regret to interrupt you with your Sunday sermon, Bishop.
I regret it also, my dear sister. Kindly be quiet until I have completed this phrase from St. Paul. And if I have all faith, so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. Now, what is it, my sister?
I never try to interrupt you when you are preparing the Sunday lesson.
You try.
But you know Aristide Dupin, who is condemned to death for murder?
Yes.
Tomorrow is the day of the execution.
May the Lord have mercy on his soul.
The prison chaplain is ill.
Oh?
So they sent for the cure, and he said it's no business of mine. It's not my place to comfort this man.
The cure was right.
Oh, how can you say that? That there should be no one at the man's side on his last moment on earth? Oh, I never thought I'd hear such a thing from you.
The cure was right. It was not his place. It is mine. Aristide Dupin knew he had sinned. What quarrel had driven him to kill his neighbor, we didn't talk about. I spent the day and night with him, forgetting sleep or food, for at sunrise he was to be guillotined. Gradually, where the condemned man had seen only darkness, he began to see light.
Why did I wait this long, Monsignor Welcome, to find such a friend as you?
My son, the church was always there. The doors were always open.
That you, a bishop, should ride in this open cart with me to the guillotine. Look at them. I can even see some old friends of mine in the street.
Their prayers are with you.
You, Dupin, walk on to the platform.
I shall accompany him to the scaffold, if you do not mind.
There's only room for one under the guillotine.
Before you lower the hood over his face and tie his hands behind his back, I would like a few last words with Dupin.
Suit yourself, Your Grace.
Aristide, do you remember what we spoke of during the night?
Every word. Love bears all things.
Believes all things.
Believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things.
Yes, endures all things.
That if I really believe in the love of God, I will be forgiven.
Without question. Love is the only bond between life and the hereafter. Hold it fast, and you will be able to overcome the next moments.
Father, suddenly I'm not afraid of dying anymore.
Be not afraid. You are absolved of your sins. Of all those standing here in the marketplace, watching, those of the law upon this scaffold, the headsman who will pull the knife to the top of the guillotine, you, Aristide, are the most fortunate. A very short time from now, you will know the infinite, which is denied to all of us.
I am deeply sorry my friend died at my hands. It was an accident. I did not mean to kill him.
So, brother, you were with him until the end of his life?
Until the beginning. But I cannot condone the method. I cannot condone the punishment of man by the guillotine. No, my sister, when one has seen a knife fall, one is never the same. The guillotine is not neutral, and it doesn't allow you to be neutral. I discovered today the scaffold is not wood, not steel or ropes. It is the accomplice of the executioner. It is a species of monster manufactured by the judge and the carpenter. I pray I have helped one soul bear the pain, but that headless man has left me with the terror.
Oh, brother, who could that be at this time of night?
Time of night? It is hardly late. You told me dinner would be ready in 10 minutes.
I know everyone in the village, their footsteps, their hands at the door. Oh, but not that one.
Probably a traveler who has lost his way. You go back to the kitchen. I'll open the door.
Is it safe?
I'm coming. Yes, my friend.
My name is Jean Valjean. I've spent 19 years in prison. I've been traveling for 4 days. Today I've walked 12 leagues.
I am very interested in your story, but so is every insect and night moth by this door. Come inside so I can close the door and keep our flying friends outside.
This evening I came into town. I went to the inn, but I was sent away because of this. It's the same everywhere. You see?
Mm-hmm. Yellow passport.
Yeah. I went to another inn. The same welcome. I tried to sleep in the doorway, and a good woman pointed out your house and said, "Go and knock there. You will be welcome."
Did I hear him say he has a yellow passport?
My sister. She takes an interest in political matters.
He said that, didn't he?
Please, place another fork and knife and plate on the table.
Your Grace, may I speak with you a moment?
What?
Over here in the corner. Why are you setting another place for dinner?
Man is hungry. I prefer him to eat from a plate with the proper utensils.
I'll try to find some future.
As you like, but be quick. Now, my friend, a bit of wine, yes? To relax you?
Sir, what sort of an inn is this? I have money. 109 francs and 30 sous. I can pay. May I sit?
I don't know what has kept you standing all this time.
I'm very tired. I'm very hungry. Will you let me stay here?
This is no inn. Didn't you tell him this is no inn?
Sister, did you lay another knife and fork as I asked you?
There is something else I must talk to you about.
Something else?
What do we do about the silver spoons, the platters, the candlesticks inherited from great Aunt Sophie?
What in the world are you talking about?
Look at him. Just look at him. I heard you tell him he could spend the night. We shall all be murdered in our beds.
Valjean, you are staring out the window. Why haven't you helped yourself to the brandy? Here, let me. There. One for you, and a smaller one for me. To your health. Lady, I didn't quite understand you. Your housekeeper? My sister. She takes care of me. She's worried. Drink slowly. Take deep breaths. You're going to eat well. Yes. It's too much for me to understand. I was 30. Now I'm 49. And they tell you the gates are open. You're free. Free. Wherever I go, I'm turned against or turned out. And now you're telling me all is well. And that I can eat at your table. Sister, will you put clean sheets on the bed in the alcove? It's all true. You're going to let me stay. My good sir, we shall eat directly, and your bed will be ready for you. You call me sir. The others, dog, they call me, and worse. Come along, Jean. We eat in the kitchen. You really mean I am to stay? You're worthy people. I have money. I'll pay handsomely. By the way, what is your name, Mr. Landlord? I will pay anything you please, for you are a worthy man. I am a bishop living in this house. Huh? A bishop? How stupid of me. I didn't notice your cassock. You don't want me to pay for food and a night's lodging? No. You keep your money. How long did it take you to earn your 109 francs? 19 years. I stole a loaf of bread from my sister and her 7 children. They had no food. I don't know to this day if they're alive. 19 years for a loaf of bread? No, 5 years for the bread. 14 more when I tried to run away. You kept escaping and they kept bringing you back. It's a sin against nature to take a man out of the sun and shut him up in a cell with no light. Years and years of black night. My poor man, you must have suffered in darkness. I learned to hate in darkness. But why did you attempt to escape so many times? It only lengthened your sentence. Instinct, not reason. When a caged bird suddenly sees an opening, it doesn't think it will be caught and returned to the cage. It flies out. My instinct said, run away. Too bad. You should have listened to reason. Reason? You don't understand. Reason disappears. The temptation is too violent. Temptation? Put yourself in my place. One day, after months, years of groping in darkness, you're suddenly placed in a cell with a window. A square of gray sky. A little bird sits there. You have to see, is it really a bird? I took a big wooden table, just like this. Yeah. I climbed up on it. The bird saw me. It flew away.
Stop him!
You see, I'm close to the window now. With my hands, I could bend those bars just enough. I could fly away, too. My, what am I doing? John, come and sit down.
I will not remain in this room.
No,
Monsignor, this time you have gone too far. You have invited a madman to eat with us.
One should not judge Madame Magloire too harshly. Valjean, the outcast, now society's victim, has forgotten how to behave with normal people. For 6,000 nights he has slept on planks, existed in cages, in dungeons, his foot welded to a cannonball. The bishop is aware of these contradicting emotions in this suffering man. His attempt to restore sanity and order in Valjean's spiritual house is part of the extraordinary third act, which I shall bring you shortly. It was more fear than anger that made the bishop's sister storm out of the kitchen. It wasn't long, however, before Madame Magloire returned with broom and cloths, and woe betides to anyone who might be standing where she wished to clean and sweep.
I'm sorry, Bishop. I'm sorry, Mademoiselle.
He's broken all the dishes, every single one. That's what you get for feeding such a brute.
No, I'd lost my head.
Sister, it was a violent emotion born out of all his memories. Be charitable. Forgive him, sister. He is not to be blamed. Look, the man is weeping. We must help this man.
I behaved like an animal. Can you forgive me?
You lived in a zoo for a long time. Sister, there is not enough light on the table. Would you fetch the 2 candlesticks from my room? I am not the one to forgive, Jean. I have seen too much of poverty and injustice. If there is to be reproach or judgment, I leave that in more qualified hands. Oh, sister, bring the other plates, knives, and forks. The silver spoons and forks and platters. The stew will get cold.
Well, it's all my fault.
I beg you, sir, take your seat by the stove. My sister makes the best oxtail ragout between here and Paris. Valjean and I talked until late. And when I awoke in the morning, he had gone. I always take a turn around my garden before breakfast, admiring the flowers.
Monsignor, I have been looking high and low for the silver vase.
What an excellent idea. We'll take a few of these gladiolas, the red ones and the white ones, and bring some of the garden indoors.
Your Grace does not understand me. The vase has disappeared, and the knives and the forks and the spoons and the 2 platters. Look up there. Do you see where the coping on the top of the wall has been torn away? That is the way he went.
Well, why wouldn't he go out the gate?
The gate squeaks. He has stolen all our silver.
Sister, was that silver really ours?
I am speechless. How can you be so calm?
Those few pieces of silver, were they ours? By what right? By inheritance? I was in the wrong. I held back this silver which rightfully belonged to the poor. I should have sold it and given the money to the needy.
Everything should be given to the poor? Everything? Look at you. How threadbare your cassock. Your sandals are always broken. Have you ever in your entire life worn a new pair of shoes?
Not since I was ordained. That is exactly what I am talking about. The silver belonged to the poor. Who's this Jean Valjean? A poor and abused man. I tried to speak to him of faith, but what the silver could buy for him was all he could understand.
I don't want you thinking that I can only eat with silver. But you? What will you eat with now?
With a pewter, of course.
Pewter smells. I have enough wooden spoons. Breakfast will be ready in 10 minutes.
Thank you, my dear. Why don't you comfort yourself with the knowledge that you have given to the needy?
You see what comes of your open door, Monsignor. Welcome. The world laughs at such welcomes.
No, not really. I have the opportunity to open my house. They do not.
Well, I simply cannot accept it as calmly as you. It is an affront.
My dear, I am just as guilty. If he has sinned, it was I who put the temptation in his grasp. I was the little bird in the cell window that showed him freedom. Besides, do we know that Jean Valjean has walked off with the silver?
Why are are you letting the man escape? I didn't like him from the moment I saw him.
Would you pass me some more bread? Would you be surprised, my dear, if it were our friend who has returned? I'll go. Good morning, gentlemen.
So they caught him. I'm not surprised.
Monsignor, I would not have disturbed you, but before proceeding to the gendarmerie, I thought it best to come here first. Do you know this man?
Do I know Jean Valjean? That is like asking me, do I know my right hand? Jean, what have you done that this policeman holds you by the collar?
We found some silver knives and forks and spoons in the vase and silver platters in his knapsack, and I remembered they belong to you, Your Grace.
Well, what about the candlesticks, Jean?
No, we didn't find any candlesticks on him.
Of course not. Here they are, still standing on the sideboard. Jean, I gave you the candlesticks as well. They are also silver. You could get at least 200 francs for them. Why didn't you take them along with the rest of the silver?
Look at him staring at you as if you've lost your head. Bishop, are you feeling all right?
Never better, sister.
You mean to go through with this play acting?
Sister, it is my turn to ask you what you are talking about.
If you will excuse me, I have to go out and do some marketing. Good day to you.
A woman's work is never done. My sister is an excellent housekeeper.
Yes, then if I understand correctly, Monseigneur, what this man told us is true?
You didn't believe him?
Well, we saw him crossing some fields in a great hurry. He looked as if he were running away, so I stopped him and searched him. One can hardly be blamed to have certain suspicions to find all the bishop's silver in a stranger's knapsack. Of course, he denied everything.
I'm sure he told you it was given to him by an old priest at whose house he passed the night. I see it all. So naturally, being in the investigative arm of the law, you brought him back here to confirm his story. I don't blame you. But as it happens, Jean spoke the truth. I did give him the silver. You made a mistake.
Well, in that case, I suppose I should let him go. Huh?
Oh, most certainly.
Huh? Is this true? Well, I'm free.
Don't you understand? There are no charges against you. Your Grace, forgive the intrusion.
A natural mistake. I would offer you wine, but I know officers of the law do not drink while on duty.
Well, I thank you again. I shall leave him with you, Your Grace. Good day. I beg your pardon, madame.
I was just coming back. Goodbye.
It's a pleasure. I'm sorry to have disturbed you.
May I have a word?
I thought you were going out to the store. Jean, excuse me one moment.
I shall be leaving myself.
No, you are not. Step into the garden if you wish. But I don't want you to run away again. I may have something for you which could be of help.
Yeah. I'll wait outside.
I cannot leave you alone with that man.
I cannot remember you making such a scene when I spent an entire night with the poor wretch who was guillotined the day before yesterday.
He was in prison, not wandering about our garden.
Oh, my dear, try to understand. An opportunity like this may never come again. I want to save his soul. I want to give him self-respect.
By giving him all the silver.
It is a bond between us. Now, you stay in here. If you like, you can watch us in the garden, but mind you don't move the curtains. I don't wish him to feel he is being spied upon. My sister is worried for my safety.
You don't despise me after what I did?
No.
You don't despise a thief? I told you. An ex-convict from Toulon.
You didn't have to warn me. You see, this is not my house, but the house of Christ. That door there, the front door, it doesn't ask whether a man who enters has a name, only if he has a sorrow. I understand what tortures you. The world has closed its doors to you. You are suffering. But I did not receive you in my house. No one is at home here but the man who has need. In fact, Jean, you are more at home here than I myself. And all that I have belongs to you.
I have never heard such words.
I knew right away who you were. It didn't matter what you told me.
Is that true? You knew my name?
Yes. You are my brother.
I cannot take the silver. Not the candlesticks. Nothing.
You will take the silver, Jean Valjean. My brother, you no longer belong to evil, but to good. I have bought your soul. I withdraw it from bitterness and anguish and black thoughts. And I give it to God.
Jean Valjean hoisted his knapsack upon his back and left the good bishop's house. The sun rose and fell. Night passed, but Jean Valjean did not leave the town of Digne. Early the next morning, the lamplighter saw him on his knees in front of the church, weeping. As the barnyard signaled daylight, Jean Valjean arose and walked north. It would be many years before he returned to this town. I shall be back shortly. Our next broadcast will be part 2 of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, celebrating the start of our 9th season. Let me leave you with the simple words of the poor bishop. Never let us fear robbers or murderers. Prejudices are the real robbers. Vices, the true murderers. The great dangers are within ourselves, not to our bodies, but to our souls. Our cast included Alexander Scourby, Bernard Grant, Mandel Kramer, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. To celebrate its 9th season as radio's first theater of the 80s, Mystery Theater is presenting in 5 parts Victor Hugo's extraordinary novel, Les Miserables. Today, Part 2, tracing the life of Jean Valjean, a man unjustly imprisoned who tries to make a place for himself in the world and is rejected at every turn. One man, a bishop, extends friendship and faith. And with this inspiration as his guiding star, Valjean stifles his hatred and tries to become himself a good Samaritan. The odds against him are almost insurmountable.
What's happened here? What's wrong? The woodcutter's horse went down in the mud. When Marcel tried to pull him out, the cart tipped and caught him beneath it.
Marcel, can you manage to squeeze out of there?
I can't move. I'm caught. My chest is crushed. Help me.
There's no one strong enough to lift the cart out of the mud enough to pull him out.
Let me try.
No. Don't anyone try. It's too late. Let me die.
Our drama, The Lawless and the Law. Part 2 of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Adapted for the Mystery Theatre by Gerald Keane. Stars Alexander Scrooby as Jean Valjean and Bernard Grant as Inspector Javert. I shall return shortly with Act 1. No one has ever quarreled with the playwright Shakespeare's idea that justice should be tempered with mercy. Jean Valjean, after serving 19 years in prison for stealing one loaf of bread, has made compassion his way of life. Once free, he determined wherever he could, he would right every wrong. Not so another character in Victor Hugo's story, Inspector Javert of the French police. To him, the word mercy meant nothing.
Pierre.
Yes, Inspector Javert.
There is something troubling me. It will not go away. 12 years ago, I was made into a kind of roving prefect. There is something about the town of Moulins that bothers me greatly. Not something, but someone.
You have evidence?
No, I don't. Only a certain feeling. Not here in my head, but here in my stomach.
But then why don't you bring the man in for questioning?
He happens to be the richest man in Moulins.
Could be all the more reason. Stolen wealth.
He also happens to be the mayor.
Oh, you don't mean Mayor Madeleine? Impossible. Why, he put Moulins on the map. Created that whole glass bead factory. Employs hundreds of people.
I know all that. All his charities, the library, the hospital with free beds for the poor. But this feeling in my stomach persists.
12 years ago, you say?
That's when he was released from Toulon.
And he looks the same?
No, not at all. Then he had a beard. He was unkempt, unshaven. Could hardly put two words together.
Inspector, is his voice the same?
No, not even that. Now, you've heard the mayor. He speaks with gentleness and a supreme authority. But let us examine the problem. This Mayor Madeleine, where did he come from? Suddenly he appears in Moulins with an invention to make black beads, better and cheaper than even the Germans. He buys land, builds buildings, and Moulins becomes a thriving industrial city. Years ago, I trailed him, but I lost the trail.
But if he served all his sentence, why continue to follow him?
There are some unexplained pieces to the puzzle. Now, this man is discharged from Toulon with 109 francs, 15 sous. Where did he get the thousands to build factories? By stealing it. Why not?
Oh, I don't see Mayor Madeleine as a common thief.
No, nobody does, except myself.
If he has hidden his past so successfully for so long, what makes you think he would betray himself now?
I can wait another 12 years if I need to.
I am Jean Valjean. I knew that Inspector Javert had been assigned to Moulins, which was a bit of a joke to me since we hadn't had even a solitary drunk in 4 years, let alone a minor theft. But he probably requested the assignment. My appearance and life had changed so considerably, there was nothing to connect me with the prisoner he had known. Business was booming in our town. Our factories were hiring new people every day.
And Mademoiselle Fantine, what experience have you had?
Madame Fantine.
I'm a widow.
And have you had any experience in the manufacture of glass beads?
Since my husband's sudden death, I have had to think about supporting my baby girl. Cosette is her name.
Well, so you haven't really had any practical experience?
I'm sure I could learn. I have to work to take care of her.
Well, of course you could learn. Well, let me see. Yes, there just happens to be an opening in our glass bead counting department, and you could start work when?
I could. Tomorrow morning?
Yes, tomorrow morning. Report first to my office at 7.
May I ask another favor of you, monsieur?
Well, why not?
Could I meet Monsieur Madeleine? It's just that I wanted to thank him for this opportunity, a job in his factory.
Fantine, you made a good impression on me. I interviewed you. If you want to thank anyone, thank me.
As I said, I was aware that Inspector Javert, even after all these years, still pursued me. But for him to make any positive connection between the mayor of Moulins and Jean Valjean, the former convict, was next to impossible. Until one miserable rainy day, when I happened along a country road outside our town and came upon a crowd of men in an overturned car.
Monsieur le Maire!
What's happened here? What's wrong?
It's Marcel Fauchelevent, the woodcutter.
Huh?
His horse went down in the mud. Marcel tried to pull him out, but the car tipped. He's fallen on top of them both.
Marcel, can you hear me?
Is that you, Monsieur? Monsieur Madeleine?
Yeah. Your horse looks pretty bad.
I think both his legs are broken. Poor beast.
I mean, can you manage to squeeze out from under there?
I can't move.
All that wood. We were thinking of trying to pull out each log. That might make the cart lighter and free.
No, not possible. The side of the cart is pressing against Marcel's chest, and both arms are tangled in the wheels. Now, we need a jack to raise the cart from below. If we can just raise it enough, we can pull Marcel out.
They've gone to fetch a jack.
Where'd they go? When?
A few minutes ago to Haché, the blacksmith.
Haché? It'll be an hour before he gets here.
Please, someone.
We can't wait that long.
Well, what else can we do?
The weight is crushing. Help me. Someone.
Marcel, listen to me. We're going to lift one end of the cart just a little and then drag you out. You hear me, Marcel?
Monsieur Madeleine, the cart is sinking lower into the mud. The rain is coming.
Did you hear what I said to Marcel? There's still room enough under there for a man to crawl under the cart and raise up one end with his back. It'll only take half a minute, and then we can pull Marcel free. Anyone here with a strong back?
Monsieur le Maire, they all want to help.
Inspector Javert, I didn't see you.
Monsieur Madeleine, I never knew but one man capable of doing what you asked.
Yes?
He was a convict.
Indeed.
Only one man I ever knew with the strength a prisoner at Toulon. But that was many years ago. He'd be over 60 years old today.
I couldn't let that poor woodcutter be crushed to death in front of my eyes. I wedged myself under the cart, near enough to Marcel. I lay flat, and then tried to bring my elbows up to my knees.
Monsieur le Maire, go away. You will be killed. Save yourself. I know I am going to die.
Marcel didn't die. I managed to lift the cart a few inches, and they dragged him out. Then they held each end, giving me enough time to escape also. I stood up. I was all right. One is never too old. As for Marcel, I got him to the hospital in a hurry.
Do you see this, nurse? You know what the mayor did? Yesterday, I woke up. I found this 1,000-franc note pinned to my pillow and a letter. You see what it says? Payment for your cart and horse, which I have bought. And I know the cart was crushed to nothing and the horse was dead. And do you know what Mayor Madeleine did today? He got me a job. Me, crippled like this. The doctor says I need to be out of doors, so I am to be the gardener at the Saint Antoine convent. What do you think of that?
Mademoiselle Fantine, Madame, I have been watching you.
Oh, you have? Nothing I've done wrong, is there?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say so, but you would like to make a few more francs, now, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, I would.
Well, I was thinking there might be an opening in the sorting section. You're in counting now, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
It would mean considerably more money.
I have a very good eye for color.
Yes, I noticed that. You always manage to wear a nice-looking kerchief or a bit of a ribbon about your throat.
What do I have to do to get the sorting job?
Well, it would depend entirely on you, Fantine. First of all, you will have to learn to do the job. Well, I myself could show you the color differentiations. Now, I'd say the best time for me to show you would be in the evening after the factory is closed down.
In the evening?
Yes, we could have a little supper together first. It would be my pleasure.
Well, I always like to get back and make sure Cosette is sleeping well.
Oh, well, we could do that and then come back, huh?
I wonder, monsieur, could I have a day or so to think it over, perhaps till Monday?
Fantine, I tell you quite frankly, there's nothing to think over. I think we get along quite well, you and I, now, don't we?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, you see this note on my desk? The orders from Monsieur Madeleine himself to shut down the counting department as of Monday.
No more counting work?
No, everybody is to be fired, let go. The entire department. Monsieur Madeleine has invented a machine that can count faster and more accurately than any human hands. Yes, he's quite an inventor. So, I think a lot of you, Fantine. But if there's no job, there's no job. I tell you what, come back to my office at the end of the day. We'll talk a little more, huh?
Today?
Yes, after the bell rings.
That would mean I have accepted the job you offer me.
Well, if I don't see you there by 6 o'clock, I shall ask someone else. There's no point in you showing up at this factory on Monday, for there won't be any work, huh? Have I made it clear? Oh, that cannot be sensible. I will take good care of you. I like you. You have nothing to fear from me.
Hypocrisy, contrivance, taking advantage. Victor Hugo etches an indictment of his society, echoes which still reverberate today. And as for Jean Valjean, how safe is his new respected identity? We shall learn all of this when I return shortly with Act 2. As Victor Hugo recounts the tale of the miserable and the poor, Fantine, a young widow with a sickly daughter to care for, has been fired from her job in the factory in the dead of winter. On a snowy day, she goes from store to store in a threadbare coat, begging for work. The snow is blinding. She can hardly see in front of her.
Watch where you're going. You knocked me down.
Why don't you look where you're going?
Don't bother helping me up. I can get up alone.
Hey, it's you. Aren't you Fantine, who used to work in the glass factory?
Let go of me.
Wait a minute. Where are you running to?
I'm not running. I'm looking for work.
Well, I thought you didn't want a job. I offered you one.
What you offered me, I didn't want. Now leave me alone.
Wait a minute. Not so fast. I thought you had a baby girl to take care of. Would do anything.
Not anything. Monsieur, Please let me go.
How is the little one?
Cosette is sick. No thanks to you.
No, Fantine, be sensible. What did I have to do with it?
I couldn't buy her the medicine she needs. Or the right kind of food, or milk, or anything.
What is that my fault?
I hate you. Get away from me.
Put down that piece of wood, you hear? I'll teach you a lesson. You'll see if I don't.
Inspector Javert, we've just brought in a young female on a complaint from the foreman of the Madeleine Glassworks, Monsieur Jourdain.
What is the complaint?
That she attacked him on the street with a piece of wood.
Why are you bringing this simple assault to my attention?
It's because she used to work in Monsieur Madeleine's glass factory. I knew of your interest in the gentleman. She says she was fired. I wondered why.
Yes, there may be something we can trip him up with. Girl on the streets attacks foreman. Why does she do that? Have her in. No, wait. Go to the mayor's house. It's right next door. Tell him there's an urgent matter at the police station that requires his attention. By the time he gets here, I'll have that girl in such a state she'll swear to anything. Now send her in.
Come in, you. The inspector wishes to talk to you. I shall return with the gentleman as soon as possible.
Good. Young lady, you seem to have gotten yourself into a nice mess.
It's all because of that awful Monsieur Madeleine. He fired a whole department. My job went with it. I haven't worked in months. Brute of a foreman attacked me.
That is not what our gendarme reports.
I tell you, he attacked me, that horrible man.
Did he now? His sworn complaint to the gendarme was he was peacefully walking the street, and you took a stick and beat him about the head.
Inspector, I swear by our Savior that is not true.
You took no stick to him?
To defend myself only. It was he who had me fired from the factory because I refused him.
A moment ago, you told me it was Monsieur Madeleine who had you fired.
That's what I was told.
How well did you get along with Monsieur Madeleine?
Who?
The owner of the factory. Don't tell me you don't know him.
It's true, I never met him.
That is not the report that has come to our attention. We know there was some kind of a liaison between you and Monsieur Madeleine.
I don't know what it could be. I am so cold and tired. And my little girl, she will be worried about me. Cosette, I left her with nothing to eat. Please let me go to her.
Then why don't you tell me about Monsieur Madeleine? Let us be clear about this and you can go. I will even give you some milk to take to your Cosette. Now, you did know him when you were working at the factory.
What do you want me to say?
If you don't tell me what I wish to hear, then I'm afraid it's 6 months in prison for assaulting a citizen in plain view of witnesses and the sworn affidavit of a gendarme.
6 months? What's my child going to do? She's a baby.
That's for you to decide.
I have tried so hard to be honest and truthful. It doesn't pay. Yes. I knew Monsieur Madeleine.
That's better. Now, we're getting somewhere. And he had you fired from the factory when you were no longer of use to him.
Yes.
And in the street, you mistook Foreman Jourdain for Monsieur Madeleine, and because you were wronged, you beat him about the head.
Is that what you want me to say?
Yes. And you will say it, no matter who asks you.
I will say I knew him, yes.
Otherwise, 6 months. And who knows what will happen to your child while you were in prison.
Here is the mayor, Inspector Javert.
I was just on my way here.
We have had some unfortunate information from this young lady.
Oh, my dear. Is this the girl who was thrown into the snow? I was just coming here when I learned she'd been taken by the police to your office.
Madame, tell this gentleman, repeat to him what you have just told me.
Throw a blanket around her shoulders. Can't you see she's suffering from exposure? Look at the poor child. Heavens, to find a citizen of Moulins in this condition.
Madame, I asked a question. Your name is Fantine?
Yes.
You were employed in the Madeleine Glass Works?
Yes.
Were you? I didn't know that.
And have you not just made a sworn statement that you had personal relations with Monsieur Madeleine, owner of those works?
Oh, come now. I've never seen this child before. She told you no such thing.
Did you or did you not say you knew Monsieur Madeleine?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes. I knew him.
And we all know what that means.
It's quite obvious this young lady is not well. Not in her right senses. She appears very ill.
She made quite a serious accusation.
Oh, what was it?
It was you she thought she was attacking in the street.
Inspector Javert, let this girl go. She did not attack me.
Oh, I'm afraid I cannot dismiss this. She did assault a gentleman in the street. We have a sworn deposition.
Inspector, listen to me. You're an honest man. I'll have no difficulty making myself understood to you. I was crossing the marketplace when I saw the gendarme, Pierre, leading this girl away. A crowd had gathered. I inquired what had happened. The man you say she assaulted, if he was my foreman, Jourdain, he was in the wrong. And in common justice, he should have been arrested, not she.
And what about her accusation a moment ago about you, Monsieur le Maire? If untrue, it is an insult.
But you told me I had to.
That concerns myself. Whatever her reasons. You will kindly obey me and let her go. I heard Fantine's story. I told her that what Jourdain had said about closing down the counting department was absolutely untrue. I heard about her little daughter, and I promised to have the child taken care of. In the meantime, Fantine herself was undernourished and ill. I had her taken to the hospital where she could recover. A month later, Inspector Javert paid me a visit.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
What is it, Inspector Javert? What did you wish to see me about?
A serious misdeed has been committed, sir.
What deed?
An inferior agent of authority has failed in his high respect to a high office in the city. I have come, as is my duty, to bring the fact to your knowledge.
Who is this agent?
Myself.
Oh? And who holds that high office?
You do, Monsieur le Maire. Your Honor, I have come to request that you will take action to have me dismissed from the police service.
What's come over you, Javert? You wish to be removed?
Discharged.
Very well, discharged. I don't understand it.
You will. 4 weeks ago, after the scene about that girl where you ordered me out of my own office, I was furious, and I denounced you.
Denounced me?
To the chief prefect of police at Paris.
As a mayor who interfered with the police, eh?
I denounced you as a prisoner. I thought you were so. I've had these notions for a long time. Your mysterious appearance in Moulins with enough money to build a factory. Your physical height, your extraordinary strength. You remember the incident with old Marcel. How you lifted the cart out of the mud. And a few other suspicions of my own. It was absurd. But I took you for a man with the name of Jean Valjean.
What name did you say?
Jean Valjean. A convict I first saw in Toulon 20 years ago. Now, he had already served many years for theft. You could not be the man.
I'm glad you came to that decision.
I had to. You see, the real Jean Valjean has been found.
He has been found?
They arrested a man who first refused to give his name and then said he had forgotten it.
Well, what has that to do with this Valjean?
Oh, this man is clever. He pretends to be an idiot, having lost his mind. He was arrested at Eau Cloche for stealing cider apples. He was taken to the departmental prison at Arras. There he was recognized by a fellow convict who said, "I know you. We were in the same galley together. You are Jean Valjean."
Now, word of this had just reached the Paris prefect's office when I was denouncing you. They laughed at me, so I went down to harass myself. And I saw the man.
You saw the man who denied he was Valjean?
The truth is the truth. I recognized him, too. That man was Jean Valjean.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Monsieur le Maire, forgive me. Forgive me. Now that I have seen the real Jean Valjean, I cannot understand how I could have believed anything else. Again, I ask your pardon.
So what is going to happen now?
If he is Jean Valjean, he is a former convict. It is no longer a matter for the police court, but for the assizes. He is to be tried at Arras, and I have been called as a witness.
Is that all, Inspector?
No. I must be discharged.
Javert, you're a man of honor. You exaggerate your faults. I insist that you continue as Inspector of Police.
I cannot allow it.
I say it again. You attach too much importance to what you call denouncing me. It's the duty of men in your job to suspect.
Without proof. In a moment of passion. For revenge. Had any of my subordinates done what I have done, I would have declared him unworthy of his badge and discharged him. Monsieur le Maire, if I were not severe with myself now, my whole life, everything I have done would be an injustice. Oh, it's easy enough to be kind and good. The difficulty is to be just. And I am bound to treat myself as I would treat another man. All I demand, Monsieur le Maire, is the discharge of Inspector Javert.
What am I afraid of? I'm saved. All is settled. Javert, who so long annoyed me, will now leave me in peace. He's got his Jean Valjean. What wrong have I done? I've lived the way the bishop made me promise to live. I've lived as a just man. I've closed the door on my past. Why should I be punished again?
Remember me, Jean, the Bishop of Digne. Monseigneur, welcome. Remember.
Are you here? Or are you in my mind?
We made a pact, Jean. My candlesticks for your true being. I took your soul from Satan, begged you to shut the door against him. But you will open it again if you let that innocent man be punished in your name.
What shall I do? Give up all the good I've done? Give up helping the poor, bringing work and contentment to a city of people? What use is it if I liberate that man they think is Jean Valjean and denounce myself?
It is a question that can only be replied to by the Lord himself. And how much of his spirit remains in you? I pray he will help you find the answer.
Listen to Victor Hugo's postscript to this very scene. Valjean takes the bishop's candlesticks and in a mad moment tosses them into the fire. He will destroy them, obliterate the bishop, everything. He will remain the mayor. But again, he hears the bishop calling his name. I shall return shortly with Act 3. It was inevitable. There was no other way. Jean Valjean was not a thief. In his heart, he always gave, never took. That society had punished him for that, no matter. Valjean was an honest man. He simply could not allow an innocent man to be condemned in his place. Quickly, he rescued the silver candlesticks from the fire and blessed the bishop who had blessed him.
I arrived late the next day at the courthouse in Arras. I found a seat away at the back. Inspector Javert sat at the witness table. He did not see me. No one, in fact, noticed me. All were looking at the poor creature being questioned by the public prosecutor. I knew then his only crime was that he could not remember who he was.
Mr. No Name, you don't mind if I call you that, do you? Do you, Mr. No Name, really expect us to believe that you do not remember that Jean Valjean is your name?
No, that is not my name. I do not know my name.
But, Mr. No Name, if you don't remember, it could be Jean Valjean. We have witnesses who seem to know more about you than you do yourself. We have the Inspector of Police, Inspector Javert, who positively identifies you. Could he be mistaken?
I don't know, Monsieur Javert.
Inspector Javert. We have other witnesses who are chained with you at Toulon, and we shall ask them to appear presently.
No, I was never in Toulon.
Prisoner, I ask you two questions. First, did you, yes or no, climb over the wall at Haute Cloche, break a branch, and steal apples? Second, yes or no, are you the liberated convict Jean Valjean?
I have stolen nothing. I'm a man who doesn't eat every day.
How do you manage to remain so big and strong?
I do odd jobs.
Can you remember who you worked for?
Not at this moment.
Too bad. What do you remember, Mr. No Name?
I was walking toward Eau Cloche after the flood. It made the whole country yellow. Nothing growing in the sand except a few blades of grass. I found a branch with apples lying on the ground. I picked it up. I never thought it would bring me into such trouble. I don't know why I can't remember my name. I have not stolen. I only pick things up lying on the ground.
May it please the President and the court, in the presence of these confused denials on the part of the prisoner, we would like to call upon Police Inspector Javert as to the identity of this prisoner.
I recognize him perfectly. This man has a name. It is Jean Valjean, an ex-convict of a very violent character. He is filled with a hate for society and is an enemy of society and, in my opinion, must be put away.
No, I hate no one.
It was with great reluctance that he was set free when he had completed his time at Toulon. I know this man by his size, his hands, and his face.
Inspector Javert, I thank you. You, have nothing further to add?
I repeat, I recognize him perfectly.
3 convicts were then produced. Brevet, Chenildieu, and Cochepaille. Brevet turned to the prisoner and said, I recognize him as Jean Valjean. He looks like a brute now, but I imagine age has brutalized him.
Brevet, you may go and sit down. Prisoner, remain standing. I call now upon the convict Chenildieu.
He also identified the poor man by saying, I should think I do recognize Valjean. We were fastened to the same chain for 5 years.
Sit down. Witness convict Cochepaille to the stand, please.
Cochepaille also pointed a finger at the prisoner, remembering some nickname they had given me.
Convict Cochepaille, did you say this man, Jean Valjean, was named Jean the Jack because he was so strong?
Yes, I did it.
Brevet, Chenildieu, Cochepaille, Huh? Look this way. Look at me.
It's Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur le Maire. I didn't know you were here.
Fellow prisoners, don't you recognize me? Gentlemen of the jury, acquit the prisoner. Monsieur le Président, have me arrested. That man is not guilty. I am Jean Valjean. I will not occupy the time of the court any longer. I shall go away. I'm not arrested, and I have several things to do. The public prosecutor knows who I am. He knows where I am going. And he will order me to be arrested when he thinks proper. I had told the court I had much to do. But only one thing to me was important. To go to the hospital where Fantine was recuperating and make sure she was reunited with her child. But when I got there, they told me someone had spirited Cosette away. And because her mother, Fantine, was so weak, no one dared tell her the truth.
Oh, Monsieur Madeleine, why don't they bring me Cosette?
She's in the nursery along with several other young ones. Don't you worry.
You saw her?
No, I've just returned from Arras. But as soon as I get the doctor's report about you, I'm going to the nursery to make Cosette's acquaintance.
I still don't understand why I couldn't see her. Only a little weak, but if I saw her, it would give me such strength I could get out of this bed and dance.
Fantine, you certainly are stubborn. The doctors say you must be patient to regain your strength. Believe me, I think it would be a great strain for you if that door behind me were to open and there stood Cosette.
No!
Fantine, what is it?
In the door. There. Oh, Monsieur Madeleine, save me.
Standing in the door was Javert. He had come for me. I knew that. But Fantine did not. All she could remember is that day not so long ago when Javert had threatened her with 6 months in prison. The day I had countermanded his order.
Oh, save me from him.
Don't be alarmed, child. He hasn't come for you. I know what you want, Javert.
If you know, then get up. Well, are you coming? Maybe this will assist you.
You needn't hold me by the collar.
Monsieur le Maire.
There is no Monsieur le Maire here.
Javert.
Call me Monsieur l'Inspector.
Inspector Javert, I should like to say a word to you in private.
Speak up. People talk aloud to me.
I have a request to make of you.
I told you to speak up to me.
Heard only by yourself.
What do I care about that? I'm not listening.
Grant me 3 days. 3 days to go and bring back with me this unhappy woman's child. I'll pay you whatever you ask. You can come with me if you like.
You must be joking. You ask me to give you 3 days so that you can escape again.
To go and find Cosette? Then she's not here? Where is she? Monsieur le Maire, you promised. You said she was in the nursery.
Be quiet. Silence!
Somebody help me, Monsieur Madeleine.
I tell you, there is no Monsieur Madeleine. And no Monsieur le Maire. But there is a thief, a brigand, a convict by the name of Jean Valjean, and I have got him. That's what there is.
No. Cosette!
God, you've killed this woman.
Oh, my baby.
Nurse! Doctor!
Get away from that bed!
No, Javert.
You have made a big mistake hitting me.
Javert, stand as far away from me as you can. I advise you not to disturb me at present.
Say a prayer over her, if you like.
Fantine, I don't know if there is life enough in you to hear me. I don't know if my voice will catch your spirit as it leaves here. But I swear to you by all that is holy, all that my life has meant and will mean and must mean. One day, I shall find Cosette and care for her in your name. as if she were my own granddaughter. Sleep, Fantine. Sleep forever. Remember me. Never forget. Faith, hope, and love abide. And the greatest of these is love.
Victor Hugo tells us when at that final moment Jean Valjean spoke those words that Fantine, even with her last breath, smiled, that her face was strangely lighted, for death is the entrance into brilliant light. I shall return to you shortly. And so we conclude Part 2 of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, a novel which to this day has remained one of the greatest expressions of man's struggle to maintain dignity, charity, and love. Part 3 will continue the story of Jean Valjean as created by one of the most far-seeing literary figures our world has ever known. Our cast included Alexander Scourby, Bernard Grant, Terry Keane, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
To herald its 9th season on the air, the Mystery Theater is presenting that classic story of crime and retribution, Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. We have been tracing the story of Jean Valjean, who served a 19-year sentence for stealing a loaf of bread. After an aborted attempt to steal silverware from a kindly bishop, he has gone straight. So straight, in fact, that he was regarded by everyone in the town of Moulins as the paragon of kindness and generosity, factory owner, and, eventually, mayor. But his life as an honest man was cut short by fate. And once again, Jean Valjean found himself in prison.
Valjean, what did you do? I made it. I ran. They didn't catch me. Listen to that bell. They ring it like that when there's death or trouble. The nuns must have seen you. It doesn't matter. I have the ivory crucifix. Yes, they saw me. I knew it. That's why the alarm bell. Jean, you can't hide here. They'll find you, and that will mean prison again.
Our drama, No Escape, Part 3 of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, has been especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars Alexander Scourby as Jean Valjean and Bernard Grant as Javert. I shall return shortly with Act 1. Mystery Theater curtain rises on Episode 3 of the study of crime and social injustice, Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Our stage is set to reveal the tale of an ex-convict, Jean Valjean, who tries to live according to the law, but is relentlessly pursued by one man who had dogged his trail for 20 years. This man is a police inspector by the name of Javert.
I am Javert. It was I who knew deep down. And...
Marcel. How is it? What is my name? Who are you standing in the dark in my cottage?
I've been waiting for you, Marcel.
Who are you?
Do you remember the Mayor Madeleine?
Mayor Madeleine?
Yes.
The one who confessed he was a criminal and was arrested?
Is that all you remember about me, Marcel? Who was it who secured for you the post of gardener in this convent?
It was you, the mayor. How did you get here? Monsieur Madeleine himself. I can't get over it.
Not Madeleine. I am Jean Valjean. Remember? Marcel, I'm glad you're still alive. I have so few I can turn to.
If you had not lifted the cap from my back that day, I would not now be alive. Forgive me.
Oh, that was so long ago.
How long? My memory plays tricks.
12 years.
I thought they condemned you to life imprisonment.
I escaped.
But why are you here? This convent of Saint-Antoine is no place to hide. The Sisters of Mercy are not allowed to give sanctuary to an escaped convict.
Marcel, I have not come here to hide. I have come to get the daughter of a woman who should not have died so young. At her bedside, I swore to her I would protect her daughter, that she would always be taken care of.
Her daughter is here at Saint-Antoine?
I pray so. I hope so. When the child was 6 years old, I brought her here. The Mother Superior promised me she could stay. Now I have come for her. Will you help me, Marcel?
Who is she? What is her name?
Cosette.
Cosette?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I know her. She never entered the order. She comes to the gardens often and helps me. She is 18 now. Don't tell me. Is it you she is always talking about? Are you the grandfather she speaks about?
When she was little and her mother died, I led her to believe that. I told her when I brought her here that one day I would return and we would have a home. But, as you say, I am a hunted man. So I cannot openly ring the gate bell and inform the Mother Superior I wish to take Cosette. Now, look at the way I'm dressed. My clothes are rags covered by this cape and this wide-brimmed hat. But you will help me, I know.
When will I do this?
Tonight, if it is possible.
For you, anything I can do, I will, but we shall have to wait till morning when Cosette comes into the gardens, where I'm planting and weeding.
Tomorrow, then. I thank you.
For saving my life, Jean Valjean. How can I ever do enough? Mademoiselle Cosette.
Good morning, Marcel. Oh, what a beautiful day it is.
Did I ever tell you, mademoiselle, that I knew your grandfather?
Well, no. You never said a word, did you? All these years, and you never said a word.
I did not expect to see him ever again.
You're joking about seeing my grandfather.
Oh, no. It is not a joke. I have seen him. He came last night to take you away.
I cannot believe it. Where is he?
I am to arrange everything. He does not wish to disturb the Mother Superior, and so he asks that you leave the convent alone.
Just by myself?
Yes.
When?
Tonight. As soon as it is dark. After the evening prayer at 6. You have to walk to the bottom of the main road. The hedge of wild roses. There will be a hay wagon waiting for you. You are not to speak to the driver. You are to get in, and you will be taken to your destination.
I, Javert, Chief of Inspectors, did not know that Jean Valjean had escaped from prison, or that he had returned to Paris. In fact,
He occupied very little place in my mind. Until one day in December, I was called into the commissioner's office at the Paris prefecture.
Javert, remember Jean Valjean, the condemned prisoner you had so much trouble with?
I do indeed, Commissioner.
The man is dead.
Really?
Look at this report. Escaped. Fell in the Seine undrowned. I thought you'd be interested. That's why I sent for you.
Well. This is a piece of good news.
And here's another piece of news. Interesting how these related events come in bunches. A report that last night a girl of 18 was kidnapped from the convent of Saint-Antoine.
A nun was kidnapped?
No. A young girl who was boarding there. Had been there since she was a child of 6.
I don't see any connection with the Valjean affair.
The girl's name is Cosette. And the Sisters of Mercy reported that her deceased mother's name was Fantine.
Fantine.
An unusual name.
Fantine.
I thought it might ring a bell. Seems a stranger has been seen in the area the day before yesterday. A tall man with a cape and a wide-brimmed hat pulled over his head. This stranger, they think, walked in and made off with her. What do you think of that?
I don't know what to think. Especially since it says here, Valjean is dead.
I merely pass along the information. But I do remember a dozen years ago, after the Valjean confession that he was posing as Monsieur Madeleine, the mayor, when you went to arrest him, wasn't he at the bedside of a dying woman called Fantine?
You have a good memory. What is the name of that convent?
Saint Antoine. The patron saint, by the way, of the hard-pressed.
Jean, what happened yesterday?
All went well.
But why are you back here tonight?
Cosette is installed in a small place near the Luxembourg Garden.
Oh, you are mad to come back here. The Mother Superior is furious. The sisters are searching everywhere for Cosette. They had me on the carpet for hours. The police came. Sister Therese passed away at midnight. Oh, such a day.
I had to come back for Cosette's clothes. All she took was on her back.
I beg you, go now. The clothes are not worth your safety.
Cosette wants a crucifix that belonged to her mother.
The ivory crucifix, yes, I know it. It is still in the room, over her bed.
Can you get it for me? No, I can't ask that of you. You show me where her room was. Draw me a map. I'll find the ivory crucifix myself. Marcel, I want that map now.
What did he do? Listen to that bell. It is rung that way when there is death or trouble. They must have seen you.
It doesn't matter. I have the crucifix. Yes, they saw me. 2 sisters walked in the door as I was pulling it from the wall. They ran out shouting for the Mother Superior.
I knew it. You cannot hide here. They'll find you.
Marcel, are you up?
Blessed Virgin. There she is. The Mother Superior. Get under the bed.
Yes.
Under the bed.
Marcel, may I speak with you?
Certainly, Mother Superior. What is the matter?
The man with the wide-brimmed hat. He has returned.
What man?
The one seen in the village before Cosette disappeared. I have sent for the police. And Marcel, I want you to stand by the gate. The inspector and his men could be here any time. That this should happen the night our dear Sister Therese was called to the bosom of the Lord.
Don't worry. I will show the police everywhere.
Oh, not the dead room, of course. It would be sacrilege. Our beloved Sister Therese passed over, lying there, awaiting her burial tomorrow in the vault under the chapel altar. Marcel, I count on you. Be at the gate. Now I must go and stop that bell. The damage is done.
You can come out now, under the bed. You heard her. A fine mess we are in. The police are bound to come in here. Where can I hide you?
I'll go the way I came, over the wall.
No. You can't do that. Who knows where the police are patrolling? And the dogs.
No, Marcel, they won't catch me. I've made a career of escape.
Wait. I have an idea. You will take the place of Sister Therese.
Huh? Of the sister who will be buried under the chapel?
It is one of my duties to take care of funerals. Nail up the coffins and assist the gravedigger at the cemetery. Sister Therese wishes to be buried in her own coffin. Now, do not laugh, but she has used a coffin as a bed for the last 20 years, and we shall bury her under the altar to respect her dying wish. That leaves me with a second coffin.
A second coffin?
Government coffin. The government sends a coffin. The next day, it sends a hearse and the undertaker's man to carry her to the cemetery. I accompany it. You, dear friend, will be in it.
Marcel. A stroke of genius. I couldn't have thought of a better escape myself.
Oh, but another thought. How will you breathe?
No, well, don't hammer all the nails down. Where my head is, leave the space of a centimeter. Once in the grave, I'll pry it open.
If anyone can do this, it is you. I do not know where you find the courage.
I have an ivory crucifix in my hand, and a young girl who waits for her grandfather. That is the source of my strength.
How cleverly Victor Hugo draws tight the strings that bind his characters. The terror and the sadness of a man banging his head against the stone wall of society. When our play is over, I'll tell you what happened in Hugo's own personal life that triggered this epic drama. I shall return shortly with Act 2. I am happy to report that via the coffin and the grave, Jean Valjean did make his escape to the Latin Quarter of Paris, where he rejoined his ward, Cosette. The months pass. It is spring, and as Victor Hugo designs the fate of his characters, he introduces us to Marius, a young man who lives on the floor below in the same house.
Are you Marius?
I am, monsieur, and you?
Courfeyrac, your landlord.
We haven't met. I generally deal with the concierge. You've come for the rent.
Monsieur Marius, you are a month in arrears. I cannot run an apartment house like that. I also have bills to pay.
Well, I happen to be very short now. I'm about to take my bar examinations.
You have no relatives who could lend you something extra to tide you over?
Oh, my parents are dead. I had a small inheritance. It's almost all gone. I'm afraid I'm quite alone in the world.
Perhaps a friend who would extend a loan.
Yes, one. A student lawyer like myself. He lives with his mother, but I would never borrow a sou from Paul.
Then what are we going to do?
Well, perhaps you could wait.
How little money do you have?
15 francs.
You're a nice young man, and I'm sure you will make your way in the world. I certainly won't press you for the rent, but you will need more than 15 francs to live on until you are a practicing lawyer.
I realize that.
Have you clothes you could sell?
Just what you see in the armoire over there.
Any jewelry?
A gold watch.
May I have a look?
As you please.
I have an idea. Do you know English?
No, I don't. Not very well.
Do you know German?
Not really. I know a little of both languages, but not much.
Oh, that is too bad.
Why so?
Well, a friend of mine, a publisher, is preparing an encyclopedia for which you could have translated English or German articles.
The pay is little, but at least it's possible to live on.
Well, I will improve my English and German.
But in the meantime, Marius,
I will have to eat my clothes and my watch.
Marius, whatever is the matter with you? The Paris winter is over. It's April. You look so glum.
Oh, forgive me, Paul. I'm not unhappy, really. It's anxiety, I think.
You're anxious about what? Spring is in the air. We both passed our bar exams. I'm going to be apprenticed to a law firm. You have a translating job with a publisher.
If I tell you, you'll laugh at me. We turn this way.
But if we go straight, we can feed the swan.
Paul, please. I wish to go this way.
Ah, there is a secret reason we are taking this path. A woman? Marius, you have a rendezvous with a woman? Is that the problem?
I have no rendezvous. That is the problem.
Oh, she is beautiful?
Oh, yes.
What does she say to you, this love of your life?
We've never talked.
Not said a word? You just look at one another?
She doesn't look at me.
Oh, how sad. How long have you been doing this?
Since February. She walks in these gardens every day.
The two of you alone and separately, walking in the Luxembourg and never speaking? Marius, this is tragic.
No, she's not alone. She's with a white-haired, tall gentleman. Come, we must walk faster.
Marius, what is your hurry?
I must get to a certain park bench before she arrives. They're already here.
They are? Where?
Over there. See?
Well, now what?
We sit on this bench right here. I have a book in my pocket. I sit here and pretend to read, see? And without being observed, I can sneak a look at her over my book. Oh, isn't she beautiful? The old man is nice looking, too.
I think I know those two from somewhere.
You do?
My dear Marius, if you wish to get to know this girl, you'll have to do better than sitting yards away in a park day after day.
Well, I will. When they leave here tomorrow, I shall follow them and find out where she lives.
You don't know that? Well, I can tell you that. She lives in the same house as you do. That's where I've seen her before, and him.
She lives in the same house?
Cosette, is that you wandering about the apartment this time of night?
Oh, I am sorry, Grandfather. I did not mean to wake you. But I could not sleep. But I am glad you are awake. The strangest things have been happening. Something always seems to wake me at midnight. It started about, 2 weeks ago. I did not want to say anything. I did not want to alarm you.
Do you stay up long?
1 hour, 2 hours.
Oh.
Finally, I talked myself into going back to bed. But tonight it was worse.
What? What was worse?
The man in the cape.
Oh?
Tonight he looked up at me and saw me. I know he saw me standing at the window.
Now, what kind of cape? What man? I wear a cape.
The cape of a gendarme of high rank. He has been standing across the street and watching this house. Sometimes he sits on the bench, but he never looks away. So tonight, when our eyes met, I felt I had to go downstairs and find out why he was there.
While I was sleeping, you went outside in the middle of the night in your nightdress?
I put on slippers and this coat over me, but I did not go outside. I went down, opened the door slowly, but the man in the cape had gone.
I don't want you ever to do that again, Cosette. To go out in the dead of night. You could be murdered, anything.
You frighten me so, Grandfather.
I mean to. This is serious.
But
tomorrow night I shall watch from this window myself. And then we shall see.
You don't sound a bit afraid.
I'm not. I shall never again be afraid. Now, go to bed, my dear.
Sleep well. Marius, I must have been out of my head to sit on that bench with you today, waiting for the girl. And the only one on the opposite bench was the man with the white hair.
I can't understand it. It's never happened before. He came alone. There must be something wrong.
Why you cannot get to know them in your own house is beyond me.
It's my fault. You see, Paul, I'm ashamed of the few clothes I still haven't, and so I leave the house by the back stairs.
It would never occurred to me that you looked shabby.
Paul, will you come up to my room for a few minutes?
I promised my mother I'd be home in time for dinner, so I must leave you.
Oh, Paul.
Yes?
I'll pick you up tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Monsieur, I beg your pardon. May I have a word with you before you step inside your house?
Certainly. I always enjoy a word with a man in a cape when it represents the law.
I am Javert, Inspector of Police. You are Marius, are you not?
Yes, how did you know?
It is my business. Do you know a man with white hair who lives in your house with a girl of 18, blue-eyed, slim, long blonde hair?
Why do you ask me? At least a dozen people live here.
Come now, Marius. One of my men who has been keeping watch here tells me that almost every day you go to the Luxembourg Gardens and have been sitting on a bench quite near the man and the girl.
I go to the gardens to read. As for the inference, your operative is mistaken. I don't know the people you speak of. I have never met them. I have never talked with them. May I ask, what is the reason you wish such information?
You may ask, but I cannot answer you.
Come here, Cosette. Come here to the window. What do you see?
Where?
Down in the street in front of the house. That's the young man, isn't it?
Yes.
The one we've talked about who watches us in the Luxembourg Gardens? Do you know whom he's talking to?
The man in the cape. Who is he?
His name is Javert. He has been plaguing me since before you were born, my child. He is the inspector of police. Now, will you believe me when I tell you the young man who has been watching us almost every day in the past month is not only smitten with you, there's more to it. It's me that he is watching. I don't know how long we have before the police intend to storm this house and take me with them. But I can tell you this, Cosette. We are not waiting up here to find out.
But, Javert, how can you be so positive this man with white hair you described is Valjean?
It's a feeling I have, Commissioner.
And you expect me to issue a warrant to search the house on the basis of that? A hunch?
I repeat, the elderly man has a young woman with him. It could be the 18-year-old Cosette who disappeared from the convent.
It's possible, but we have only the vaguest description of the girl. There are many slim, blue-eyed blonde girls of the same age on every street in Paris and more indoors. No, I cannot issue a warrant. A French citizen still has some right, Javert. I don't have to tell you one needs actual proof. Do you have any?
I will get it.
And now I suggest you attend to your duties and forget this man.
Commissioner, may I be given a fortnight's leave without pay? May I have that?
You believe so strongly that the white-haired man is Valjean?
An escaped convict must be returned to serve out his sentence. If the law is not obeyed, what is left but anarchy?
No matter where he wishes to stop and rest, Jean Valjean cannot. Javert is always at his heels, a nemesis, a strange officer of the law, not indifferent or impartially weighing transgressions upon the scales of justice, but relentless and, yes, revengeful. How long can Valjean endure this? Who will weaken first? The ex-prisoner or the policeman? The hunted or the hunter? I shall return shortly with Act 3. This unyielding pursuit through the years had made Jean Valjean more wary and Javert more impatient. Is it justice that Javert seeks, or vengeance? One has the feeling that as long as Valjean lives, so does Javert. If Jean Valjean were no more, Javert would die, having no reason to live.
The third floor. To be honest with you, monsieur, the third floor was originally one big apartment, but I had partitions put up, making it into 2 apartments.
That's too bad. A partition is only a very thin wall.
I don't think you will be disturbed, monsieur. The other family on that floor is an elderly gentleman and his granddaughter. I hope you won't think this impertinent of me, monsieur, but may I ask your name and where you work?
I am Inspector Javert of the Paris police. I am engaged in a matter of delicate surveillance. You will, of course, not make mention of this to any of your lodgers. Good day. Shut the door, Cosette.
Wasn't that a nice walk we had today, Grandfather? I love watching the boats on the Seine.
Lock it.
Oh, do you mean that?
Lock the door, yes, please. Cosette, sit down. I want to speak to you.
Before I have made us afternoon coffee?
Cosette, I am not really your grandfather.
What?
When your mother was alive, you were very little. You and she lived in a town not far from Paris, Moulin. Do you remember that?
Yes. I think I do.
Your mother had a beautiful name. I'm sure you remember that.
Fantine.
Yes. I promised her I would take care of you always. Cosette, my real name is Jean Valjean. Once when I was very young, almost your age, I stole a loaf of bread because my sister and her 7 little ones were starving.
Oh.
I was sent to the worst prison in France, Toulon. My dear child, I paid for that crime with 19 years of my life. When I got out, I was bitter against the world. I wasn't out of prison long before I stole some silver from a bishop. But he was a very good man. And he told the police he had given me the silver. It was the first kind thing anyone had done for me in 20 years. He brought me to the safety of the Lord and made me promise to lead a good life. And I did, Cosette. It's been said that I put the town of Moulin on the map of France. I started a glass bead factory where your mother worked. I built a hospital, tried to help everyone I could. But I was sent back to prison.
For what?
There is on this earth one man, a police officer, whose name is Javert. He was an assistant jailer in Toulon, where I was first imprisoned. He has never let me be. He always suspected that I, who was now known as Monsieur Madeleine, the respected mayor of Moulin, was in truth Jean Valjean. One day, a poor, demented creature who looked very much like me was arrested. Because everyone swore he was me, he would have been sent to prison for his whole life. I could not let him suffer in my place. I had no choice but to give myself up.
Why do you tell me all this now?
Because I am certain once again they have found me out.
I think you're chasing Will-o'-the-Wisp.
He's wily. He's clever. I took rooms next to his,
never made a sound.
I don't understand.
It's his voice I want to hear. That voice that I've heard so often in Moulin. Then I will know he is Valjean.
Ah, yes.
He never made a sound, I tell you. Is that normal? Not one word all evening. Now, I could hear them eating a dinner she had prepared, washing up the dishes. But the entire time, not one word was spoken.
It seems this man divines he is being observed.
Tonight, I will smoke him out. If he tries to escape, I want him to run into the arms of our men. May I have 3?
All right.
Marius, it seems to me your entire life is being spent sitting, waiting on park benches. Here you are on the bench outside your own house. Do you know it's after 5 o'clock now?
Look. 2 policemen and a third. They stopped, looked in the doorway. Now they're moving on.
What's the matter, Marius? You've gone quite white.
Yesterday, after you left me, a police inspector named Javert stopped me and asked after them.
Asked about the white-haired man and your girl?
Yes. Wanted to know what I knew about them. I told him nothing.
Oh, that is peculiar. How much longer are you going to sit out here?
I don't know.
Oh, you are stubborn.
No, I am in love.
All right. I'll wait with you 1 more half hour, and that's it. I told you, Marius, it was too late for them to go walking in the park.
I wasted half a day. I feel like a fool.
The only reason I'm going up to your place is I expect the reward of a glass of wine.
Oh, you may have 2 glasses, Paul.
Marius, you're behaving like an idiot over that girl.
Shh, not so loud. They're right above us, and they'll hear us.
There are important things happening these days in France. Only you're too lovesick to know what's going on. France is on the brink of another revolution, and we need all the bright, intelligent men like you on our side.
I'm not interested in politics. Now, please be quiet. Their apartment is right up there at the head of the stairs, the 3rd floor.
Is that you, Marius?
Yes, it is, Monsieur Courfeyrac. Who is that? The landlord. He's up there on the landing above us.
I left the mop and the pail down where you are. Will you bring it up to me, please?
You take them up, Paul. I'll carry the pail. Go on. He's a nice man, and I owe him several months' rent.
Thank you, Marius. Bring the pail in here. You two, sir, with the mop. Just lean it against the wall.
Well, this is, who lives in this apartment?
No one at the moment. I'm doing a little cleaning, and hopefully I'll have it rented this week.
Is this where the gentleman with the white hair and the young lady, is this theirs?
It was. I was sorry to lose them. But the gentleman came to me at 6 this morning and said they had to leave immediately.
They have left? For good?
So far as I know. They took everything, as you can see. By 7, they were all paid up. Half hour later, a van came for their things, and off they went in a hansom cab.
Oh, that can't be. It's impossible. You have no idea where they went.
I didn't say that. They were catching the afternoon train to Cherbourg, and from there, the night boat to England.
Javert, your Valjean and your so-called kidnapped young lady are now out of our jurisdiction. If indeed they have gone to England, content yourself with the fact there is nothing we here in Paris can do about it. Yes, Henri?
There is a Monsieur Courfeyrac here. He says the inspector asked him to come here if he found anything of value in an apartment recently vacated.
Commissioner, this may be a lead. May we ask him in?
Henri, bring the man to my office.
Courfeyrac is the landlord of that house. It was he who informed me those 2 had left for England.
I sincerely hope we can dispose of this matter quickly. Word from Desbois, the Rue Saint-Croix, and 20 different spots in Paris is that there are groups gathering, a riot brewing. I am going to need you, Javert, to go out and organize police patrols where they are needed.
I was told to come up here. Come in, Courfeyrac. This is the commissioner.
Ah, an honor.
What have you found?
I have it all here in my pocket. I wrapped it up in my handkerchief. Scraps of paper under the mattress. I didn't find them until I turned the mattress over to make the bed with fresh linen, which I always do for new tenants. Here it is. You see?
Scraps of paper it is. Torn up into small pieces. You did the right thing, Courfeyrac.
I think this piece belongs in that corner. It's a yellow passport. By heaven, a yellow passport.
Valjean must have torn it up and placed it under his mattress, planning to get rid of it.
Javert, my apologies. Look, V-A-L-J-E-A. Well, the rest of it is here somewhere. Javert, my apologies. You were right. I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Unfortunately, if he has skipped to England, there is little we can do about apprehending him.
I shall get him. If it's the last thing I ever do.
One must not threaten the fates that way. What good would it do you if it were the last act of your life? Now let's bend our efforts towards suppressing this riot before it turns into a full-scale revolution.
In the 1830s in France, if one did not like the government, one did not vote it out, one shot it out. Writes Victor Hugo. About 6 in the evening, the streets were a battlefield. The rioters at one end, the troops at the other. Jean Valjean had gone out to have a look and was caught between two fires for nearly half an hour. End quote. All, by the way, reminding you that Victor Hugo himself experienced what he wrote about. I shall return shortly. Concluded episode 3 of Victor Hugo's magnificent Les Miserables. I promised you a behind-the-scenes look at the author himself and why he had no choice but to write this great novel. It grew out of tragedy, a personal tragedy. On September 4th, 1843, Victor Hugo picked up a newspaper in a cafe and learned that his recently married daughter, Leopoldine, had drowned in the Seine. That night, he began writing this book, always remembered for its extraordinary humanity. Join us again when our curtain rises on this unusual 5-part presentation to signal the start of Mystery Theater's 9th year on the air. Our cast included Alexander Scourby, Bernard Grant, E.V. Juster, Bob Caliban, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Presents
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall.
To inaugurate the Mystery Theater's 9th season, we are honored to present in 5 parts that classic of crime, fate, and condemnation, Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Today, in our 4th episode, we continue with Jean Valjean, a 60-year-old escaped convict, originally imprisoned for stealing a loaf of bread. Were you to add up the years he paid for this crime, it would add up to half his life. As our curtain rises, the city of Paris is also a prisoner. The streets are filled with men and women rioting against the government.
You are beneath contempt, Valjean. You steal bread. You decide you are above the law. You escape. You are caught. Brought back to prison, you escape again and again.
All true, Inspector. But so long ago, I changed my name, became an honored citizen. I helped people. I did charitable works.
But you never paid the debt you owed society.
I begged for mercy, Javert. Forgiveness.
Don't ask it from me. So long as I live, I shall follow you. I shall not rest until you are back in prison for the rest of your life.
Our drama, Fear, Love, and Death, Part 4 of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, has been especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars Alexander Scourby as Jean Valjean, Bernard Grant as Javert, and Amanda Plummer as Cosette. I shall return shortly with Act 1. Our curtain rises upon the streets of Paris at a time when Frenchmen are in revolt against the government. Barricades block the streets. Men are armed with paving stones, iron bars, stolen muskets, swords, but nobody can give you a clear account of why. Through the violence, the crowds, and the haphazard death, a man with white hair and a young girl are trying to escape the fanatical pursuit of one Inspector Javert, from whom we hear now.
I'd been trailing Jean Valjean and finally caught up with him in the Latin Quarter, where he was looking after Cosette, a young woman who had been entrusted to his care by a dying mother. Strange how a man can combine charity and selfishness. To some, he was good. To me, he was evil. But I missed arresting him by minutes. He is somewhere here in Paris, but the devil himself only knows where.
Cosette, I don't think we can get as far as the Saint-Lazare station.
Oh, but we have to. I couldn't bear it if that man came and took you off to prisoner, Jean.
No one will. But I think it's dangerous to continue walking these streets. Look, people with guns who have never fired a gun. People with swords, stones ready to crack anyone's skull.
Why are they doing all this? It doesn't make sense.
Society as a whole has never made sense. Cosette, a crowd has a mind of its own. I'll wager not one person in 10, in 100, knows why there are barricades all over Paris, or why the people are attacking government troops. Cosette, we may as well stop walking. Our train for Cherbourg will have gone by now.
But England. We were going to take the boat to England. Where can we go?
We'll find our way slowly back to where we used to live. Courfeyrac will give us a little furniture. I'm sure he hasn't rented the apartment yet.
Is that safe?
Probably the safest place we could hide. Javert will never think of looking there. Down, Cosette, down. Lie flat on the ground. Cover your head with your hands. Look. There's a deep doorway over there. You see it?
There, where the man with the gun is standing.
Yes, if we crawl along the street very close to the paving stones of that barricade, we won't get hit by a stray bullet. Come on. On all fours now. Let's move.
I'm frightened to death.
Cosette, do as I say and you won't die of anything.
This is not a safe place for you, monsieur, or for the girl.
It's safer than out there. I think this doorway is deep enough to keep the three of us out of harm.
Yes, well, my name is Le Camus. This is my house, and I'm prepared to kill anyone who comes in here.
My name is Valjean. This is my granddaughter, Cosette. We're not here to enter your house, citizen.
Better not. That's all I have to say.
I'm not asking for anything. Just to remain here a few minutes until it's safe to leave.
Do you know why you were fighting?
Yes, I am defending my home, mademoiselle. Now, you had better get your grandfather to take you to yours.
That's up to him to decide. I'm not frightened.
That's what she tells other people, isn't it?
Because I'm not afraid. If you can be brave, I can. You think, monsieur, you're the only one with courage standing in this doorway. Do you know what all this shooting is about, do you?
Yes, to upset the government. I hate to have me, somebody. Idiot! Look at him. He stood up on top of the barricade. Of course he was shot. Help! Please! God, move!
Aren't you going to do anything?
There is nothing to do. He'll die out there soon.
No, he won't.
Grandpa, what are you going to do?
I'm not going to let him die in the street.
Valjean, what good did it do to pull the man from the barricade, eh? He died in my doorway.
Cosette, the fighting has stopped, I think. I think it's safe to be on our way.
It's all so horrible when death is so close.
Valjean, you are going to walk through Paris without a gun? This stupid man who got himself killed here, you take his pistol.
No, don't touch him. Oh, man.
No, he's right, Cosette. The best we can do for this man now is light a candle at Notre Dame. His pistol will be of more use to us. Yes, I'll take it. Let's see if it's loaded. Yes, fine. He never fired it once, not one shot. Come on, Cosette. Thank you, sir, for the use of your doorway.
Wait a moment, Valjean. Here come some friends of mine. I'd like you to meet them.
Friends of yours? Thank you, no.
Which way are we going?
We take the Rue Saint-Denis. Au revoir.
Hey, you don't wish to meet my friends, eh? They're not good enough for you, huh?
Some other time, perhaps.
Look, Cabuc, what have you been doing? Taking cover on your door.
Hello, Paul Pierre. Hey, Henri Dubois. It's about time. Where have you been, huh?
What shall we do now, Le Cabuc?
This barricade is useless. You cannot fire behind it or on top of it. I tell you what, comrades. Do you see that 5-story house on the corner between this street and the Rue Saint-Denis? That's where we should shoot from, huh? In that building. Now, if we stationed ourselves at the windows, not one government soldier could pass up the street. What do you say, Paul?
The house is closed. Shades are drawn.
Well, knock. Are you all with me?
They won't open.
Then we'll break down the door. Let's go. Is anyone home? Anyone in there? I know there's someone in this house.
You're right, Le Cabuc. Nobody leaves a 5-story house unattended. What do you want?
Who's that speaking? Where are you?
There he is, in the window of the 3rd floor.
Old man, are you the porter here?
Yes, I am. What do you wish?
Open the door.
I cannot.
Open, I tell you.
No, it's impossible.
Old man, can you see this musket? I am aiming it right at your head. Now, will you open the door, yes or no?
Oh, you don't understand.
Le Cabuc,
you're not going to pull the trigger.
Old man, I will count to 3.
I'm sorry, I cannot. I have not the permission. Oh!
Lord in heaven, you killed him. His head. Look at it. It's lying on the windowsill.
Hurry, take my musket. We'll kick the door down.
Le Cabuc. On your knees.
What?
My pistol is aimed at the back of your neck. And I would advise any of your friends not to move a muscle.
No.
That's better. It is the correct position for what you will have to do.
Why are you doing this?
You have 1 minute to pray.
You're going to shoot me. Like that. In cold blood. Paul, Henri, Pierre, someone help me.
If you don't know how to pray and think, Half a minute. This is the first human being, the first man I have ever killed. What Le Cabuc did to that poor porter lying up there on the windowsill is unspeakable. What I have done is also horrible. He killed, and that is why I killed. Assassination is even more of a crime here than elsewhere, for we stand under the eye of the revolution. We must not stand here. Let's run for our lives.
Cosette, where are you? You there? Yes, I will. Where are you? Here, show me, where? No wound, I don't think. Just knocked down by the explosion.
Oh, yes, by the shockwave.
Yes, like a thunderbolt. What was it?
It was a cannon fired at us from Saint-Javert. The troops have been ordered to flatten this street of houses if need be. Can you stand, citizen?
Yes, I'm altogether in one piece.
Good. My shop is right here. I was just getting some wood from the cellar to board up the windows when I heard the explosion, and I saw you falling the stairs. I wouldn't go out there, yes, if I were you. Raw recruits firing a cannon they know nothing about. Well, could you stay now that you're here and help me board up the front window?
Oh, well, I would, but I must go and find my granddaughter.
Oh, the young girl who was with you. Yes, I saw her.
You saw her? When?
When Le Cabuc was shot. I saw him kneel, and then I saw her run away.
I thought so. Death isn't easy to look for. Lord knows where in Paris we could be.
It's just a time of madness. You know, the only safe place is to be in one's own home, out of the way of stray bullets.
Yes. That's it. You're right. Cosette has gone to where we used to live. We spoke about it, of course. You're a good friend. I thank you.
Yes. In case we should meet again, what is your name?
Valjean. Jean Valjean.
Come. My last name is Juba. Henri Juba. You must go quickly to find your granddaughter. May the Lord protect you.
I see you have the boards already. Look, let me hold them in place while you nail them up.
You will?
I would be ashamed to leave you alone to protect your shop when you've been such a help to me.
Yes, thank you. Let's start. You know, Jean, perhaps the day of the earth filled with human love is not that far away.
A war of thickets? A street war? What is the meaning of a civil war? Asks Victor Hugo. Is not every war between men a war between brothers? War can only be qualified by its object, neither foreign nor civil. There is only just or unjust war, end quote. And Jean Valjean's personal war against injustice in an unjust world continues. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Followed Jean Valjean and Cosette through rioting Paris. Now Victor Hugo draws our attention to the young lawyer, Marius, who has fallen in love at a distance with Cosette. Marius, believing Cosette has left France for England and that he will never be able to declare his love or see her again, decides his life is not worth living. So he joins his friends at the barricades. If he is killed, at least he thinks he will be out of his misery.
Shut the door! Shut the door!
All right, I will. I brought a friend, Henri. This is Marius. He is one of us.
That's why we can't always use a warm body. Good shot, Marius.
Marius, this is Henri Dubois, our commandant. He is in charge of the Saint-Denis unit. Henri, where were you yesterday?
Burying Le Cabuc. He killed the porter and ran into a little trouble himself.
Can I have a gun?
Marius,
You know how to fire a gun?
Well, I never have.
Paul, why do you bring us these poets or musicians, huh? We have to have people who can shoot.
I think I can learn.
Well, you had better. The musket speaks the only language the National Guard understands.
Marius, your first lesson? Please pay attention. The gun is far easier to master than any of the legal briefs that we had to learn from the bar examination.
And don't be too long at it, Paul. Then send your friend Marius up to the bridge, the one near the Hotel Dieu. 2 of our sentries have been wounded there, and I suspect government troops are going to rush that bridge when it's dark. If they do, we'll need fair warning. It'll be hard to hold out here.
Why don't I go, Henri?
You teach Marius how to aim and fire, and give him a pocket full of bullets.
If there's danger, I want to do it.
There, you see? Poets and musicians can be as brave as a barber.
He's a lawyer.
Fine. And when they're going to hang us and we appear in court, your friend can represent us. In the meantime, turn your attorney into an attacker.
Cosette!
Grandpa?
Oh, my blessed girl. I've searched all over Paris for you. Why did you leave me?
I was looking for someone.
You left at a time like that to look for someone?
I thought I saw someone I knew and ran around the corner, and he wasn't there. And then I couldn't find my way back to you.
I've been on my feet since yesterday. Cosette, if I didn't love you as if you were my own grandchild, I would be angry. Well, this place looks pretty clean. Did we leave any food when we started for England?
The grocer Medoc, he gave me something on credit. The bakery is still open. There haven't been any riots here. Why were you so angry when I defended the young man who used to watch us in the park?
Because I believed he worked with the police.
Do you still believe that?
Why do you ask?
Do you know he lives in this house, on the floor below, and we never saw him here. Not once.
How do you know that?
Monsieur Courfeyrac told me. The man in the gardens was called Marius, and he had gone to the barricades with a friend and had given him a letter for me if I should ever return. But he was going to give his life for the cause.
Oh, that sounds desperate.
I've read his letter 50 times.
It's, a love letter?
Yes. Can I read you some?
No, Cosette. It was written for you. How would I understand it, my child? I've never had the chance to love. I wouldn't know what he means.
Yes, you would.
You care for him?
Yes.
How strange. And you've never talked to him.
What is worse, I don't know where he is at this moment. In all that shooting and killing, he may be dead. And I'll never see him again.
My darling Cosette, I can't bear it when you cry. No, pray for him. And I shall pray for all of us. Have faith.
The revolt against the authorities was 3 weeks old. I, Javert, inspector of police, was assigned to the prefect, which gave me the delicate task of insinuating myself into the ranks of the rioters. And I went from unit to unit to find out whether the armed men were criminals or ordinary citizens. One night, I found myself in Saint-Denis, near the bridge.
Well, who goes there?
Friend.
What is the password?
Excuse me, young man, but you're not holding that musket properly.
I'm not?
Be careful. It might go off. And who knows who it would hurt. Set the gun on its heel. No. The other end. Now place the butt on the ground.
You know, sir, your voice is very familiar.
All voices of the revolution are familiar. Do you know all the men behind these barricades?
No, I don't. I haven't been at this sentry post very long.
You sound like an educated man.
I'm an attorney. Most everyone here are shopkeepers or laborers from the wine docks.
Very well, I won't keep you. I must go talk to the others on the barricades. Now, mind you hold that musket properly. We wouldn't want you to blow off your own foot, would we?
Henri, is Henri here? Oh, it's you, Paul.
Henri went out for some more ammunition. Did
Did Andre relieve you at your post, Marius?
Yes. Paul, I think there's trouble. An hour ago, I saw someone out there who shouldn't be.
Are you sure?
Do you remember my telling you about a police inspector called Javert who stopped me one day in front of my house asking all kinds of questions about the man with the white hair and the girl? You know the girl I mean.
Javert. Yes, I remember.
An hour ago, he came up to me in the dark. He didn't give me the password. He asked who was manning the barricade, and I saw him go off and ask other men the same thing.
A police inspector. A spy. Where is he now?
I don't know. I had to remain on duty until Andre arrived.
It's very cold out there. I wonder if he's asking questions right here in the wine shop.
You mean in back? Well, I'll open the door to that room and see if he's there.
People have been going in and going out. I don't know all of them. They rest, they have a drink.
He's on a wait here. It's him. He's in there at one of the tables by the wall, sitting alone. Now that I see him in the light, I'm sure he's Javert of the police.
We had better wait for Henri to get back. He will know what to do. All right. Everyone is here now, Marius. You will open the door, walk up to the police inspector, confront him, and get him to identify himself. And the rest of us will silently stay in the back until I give the signal. Ready?
Yes.
Open the door to the wine room. We'll be right behind you.
Good evening. Yes? You don't remember me?
We talked on the barricade.
Do you remember me from before that? No. Well, I remember you. Your name is Javert, isn't that so?
Yes, I am Javert.
There, grab a hold of him. Push him to the floor. Pull the rope. Let go the rope. Bousquet, hold his legs. Good work, Marius. Hand me everything you find in his pocket.
This looks like an identification paper, and here's a purse.
Huh? Well, not bad. A few pieces of gold.
And a gold watch. That's it.
Yes. Well, we'll heave him onto the long table. Bousquet, clear off the glasses, eh? Now, he's well trussed up, so he'll remain quiet. Now, I've got his feet. Paul, Marius, Bousquet, grab him by the shoulders, and up we go. Now, let us gather round and examine what our spy was carrying, huh? Well, yes, look at this round card set in glass, will you? Is this the identification?
Yeah, Henri, let me... Javert, police inspector, age 52, and a signature. M. Bousquet, prefect of police.
May I have my watch and my purse? You will be buried with them. Javert, the mice have caught the cat.
Are you leaving me tied up like this?
Not for long, spy.
And who decides?
Not who, but what. You hear that musket fire, huh? If they come near the barricades and we think it will be taken, you will be shot 2 minutes before that moment.
Why not right now?
We are saving our powder.
Then why not kill me with a knife?
Spy, we are judges, not assassins.
Have you come for more ammunition? No, I'm looking for someone. Well, if you don't see him here, citizen, he's out there fighting for our lives. We take turns mining these headquarters and guarding prisoners. I'm looking for Marius. What, you are? Yes. I am Marius. Of course you are. I should have recognized you. You know me?
And you know me?
The man in the Luxembourg Gardens with Cosette. I'm Valjean, a guardian. Look, I'll take my cap off. Oh, the man with the white hair. Her name is Cosette. How is she? Where is she? I was told you'd both gone to England. So many questions and not enough time to answer any of them. Her name is Cosette. Oh, I can't get over that. I never knew her name. Well, why did you come for me? Oh, how lucky you found me. I believe in prayer, and it happened. Since I came between you two, I must bring you together. We're in the same house you lived in. Go and surprise her. Oh, Lord, yes, but I can't leave here. Why not? I'll take your place.
It's getting hot out there.
Oh, Henri, this is Valjean. He lives in the same house as I do.
Oh, yes, I remember you. Welcome. This is a good man, Marius.
I want Marius to do an important errand for me. I'll take his place.
Valjean, anything. Marius, how long will it take?
I want him merely to reassure someone that he's alive.
That's all right. Just so long as you come back, Marius, to reassure me.
Oh, thank you, Henri. Au revoir.
Yes? Who is it?
A friend.
You.
I thought I would never see you again.
I thought I would never see you. Don't you want to come in?
No. I'll just stand here and look at you and tell you how I feel.
I'll leave the door open. Please come in.
All right. Did you get my letter? I left it with the landlord just in case.
I know. Just in case. Perhaps it was all meant to be that we couldn't get to the station and could not escape to England.
Oh, it was meant to be. The day I came upstairs and Courfeyrac was cleaning your rooms because you'd left, I thought I would die.
I thought about you all the time. Every step through the streets I saw you. Sitting on that bench in the gardens, looking up at me from your book.
Oh, I can't believe I mean something to you.
Oh, yes, you do.
We never spoke.
We spoke.
Yes, with our eyes.
Yes.
I love you. I don't offend you by saying that.
Oh, no.
You love me, then?
You know I do.
Oh, it's a miracle.
Oh, what is that?
The riot has come here. Somebody threw a rock at a window downstairs.
What good can come out of all of this?
Oh, isn't it incredible that it took a civil war for us to find each other? We must never let anything come between us again.
Victor Hugo writes, two beings, pure as spirits, told each other everything. Their dreams, their depressions, how they longed for each other at a distance, and their mutual despair when they could not meet. Two hearts poured into each other so that at the end of an hour the young man had the maiden soul and the maiden his. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The war of paving stones and gutters, shots fired by shopkeepers from cellars against trained troops, is a war of no victors, no vanquished. Against this backdrop of death in the streets, Jean Valjean has found the young man whom his ward, Cosette, believes she loves, Marius. And he has sent Marius to her.
It's midnight. It may be a quiet night.
Henri, your position behind this barricade is dangerous. When I came, I saw hundreds of troops gathering at both ends of the street. You'll be bottled up. And then what?
Well, perhaps. A great deal can happen before morning. Oh, have you seen our spy?
Huh?
Yes, Marius got us a spy.
No, I haven't.
He's tied up in the wine room back there. Some police inspector.
A police inspector?
Yes, I will show you. I tell you this. If our barricade suffers sudden death, so will he.
Well. Inspector Javert.
Valjean. I thought you had run for it to England.
Javert of the police, lying on the table, trussed up like a chicken.
In my greatest imaginings, I could not have dreamt I would see a convict go free while I, a servant of the law, am imprisoned with ropes.
Yes. Interesting reversal, isn't it? Perhaps there is justice after all.
What would a common thief know about justice?
That was a lifetime ago.
Your debt's still outstanding. You may have escaped the bars, Valjean, but there's no escaping the truth.
Have you nothing good to say about the days I changed my name, became an honest citizen, how I helped people, did charitable works?
You never paid the debt you owed society. That is the truth. The only truth.
The truth is too hard. All my life it has set its foot on my chest. I've cried for mercy, but the truth is not merciful.
Don't ask for forgiveness from me. I cannot, and I will not. Valjean, so long as I live, I shall follow you until I have caught you and returned you to prison.
What good am I to man, I ask myself, if I'm thrown back into prison?
You asked that question too late.
I was a boy when I stole that one loaf of bread.
Our conversation goes nowhere and can go nowhere. If I am killed by your brothers, that too will hang over you.
It will not. Justice. That word you live by. Justice has brought you here. Tied you up, made you helpless. I couldn't have pictured a more fitting reward for you. I laugh. No more looking behind me. No more listening for your footsteps. No more hiding behind other names. Goodbye, Javert.
Valjean! Valjean, where are you?
In here with your spy.
It is as you said it would be. A boy came running just now with the news that they are bottling up the streets. We are too dangerous to them.
What do you plan to do with this pitiful police inspector?
I will leave a loaded pistol by his head, and the last man to abandon this place will be told to blow out this prisoner's brains.
Henri, you said you wished to reward me. Well, I ask for my reward.
What is it?
To blow out this man's brains.
Well, why not? Any complaints, Mr. Spy, Inspector Javert?
It is fair.
Huh? I have no objection.
I'll take him now. Outside.
You'll need a pistol.
I still have the one I took from the dead man.
The job is yours, Valjean.
Tied up as I was, there was no chance to escape. But Valjean would have to untie me so I could follow him out the wine shop. How could I distract him sufficiently so I might fall down or roll away from him? It was dark out there, the only light occasionally from a cannon firing miles away. It would be touch and then go. One would have to be very clever. I will watch everything he does, every move.
Hold still, Javert. I'm undoing the rope they tied you with to the table. Then I'll tie it around you to use as a leash. Yeah, that's it. Now, I use this for a hangman's noose around your throat. Don't pull back, the knot will tighten. Very good. Now, sit up.
Now, what are you going to do?
Just having a look at how securely your arms are fastened to your side. Mm-hmm. Good job. Off the table now. Go on.
Where are you taking me?
Outside. You and I are going for a stroll.
I will not be able to walk. My feet are tied together.
I'm aware of that, Javert. And tied they will remain. We'll manage.
Perhaps outside I could get away. Valjean took me the length of the barricade. My feet still bound. He made me climb over it and stood me beside a pile of corpses. I could see what he intended. One shot to my head, and all he had to do was to add my body to theirs. He checked his gun.
Yeah, seems to be in good order. Only you and I, Javert. No one to watch us.
Go on. Take your revenge.
On second thought, I think my knife will be more useful.
Yes. By all means, a pocket knife. You're right. A knife suits you better. Hold still, Javert. What are you doing?
What you least expect. There. I've cut through the rope around your neck. Now hold your arms as still as you can. I don't want to draw blood.
What are you going to do with my neck and arms free?
Stay right there. Don't move your feet.
I don't understand at all.
That's it. Your feet are untied. Let me rub your ankles, get the blood through your veins again.
You are letting me go.
You are free.
You are... I see you're going to shoot me in the back as I walk away.
I'm going to shoot into the air so that I can tell the others the deed is done.
Good riddance. One bullet, eh?
Yes, Henri. One bullet.
Well, Jean, I've given orders to abandon the barricade. We're going to regroup at the Place Fontenoy, that barricade. You go first. I'll follow.
I can't, Henri. I have to stay here.
Have to? Why?
Marius may come back.
I'd forgotten. But if he makes it as far as the top of the Rue Saint-Denis, he'll see we're surrounded, so he'll turn back.
I can't be sure. Supposing they've spread out or are moving from door to door. They're checking all doorways and buildings. He sees no one and is caught in the crossfire. Henri, you go. I'll stay. Where will I find you? Tomorrow or the next day?
I shall probably return to my barber shop. I'll be in the cellar. Oh, bring your Marius. He's a brave young man. It was he who captured the spy. I'm going. Long live the Republic!
Far? Marius, lean on me. Oh, my legs. Are they both gone? Paul, tell me the truth.
You are bleeding, but you have them.
I had to come back to find Jean Valjean for her sake. She was so worried about him.
I'm glad I saw you.
I thought it was all over for me.
No, we haven't far to go. Just hold on to me tight.
Paul, if I don't survive... I saw her.
You saw who?
The girl from the Luxembourg Gardens. My love.
You saw her today?
She loves me, too. Her name is Cosette.
Oh, we won't get through here. Everything is blocked off. Oh. Marius, look up there. Climbing over that cart. That man. His coat is on fire. Marius, you stay. I have to run to him and help him. It's out.
Thank you, my boy. I didn't even notice I was wearing clay. You burn your hand?
No. It's all right. But what are you doing here? Everyone was ordered out.
I could ask you the same question. I climbed up here to see if Marius was coming. Something burning fell on me from the building.
Did you see Marius? He's here. I left him lying over there. I'll show you. His legs are badly hurt. He cannot move by himself. Marius, look. I brought you a friend.
Oh, my boy. Look at those legs. We must bind them up.
His friend.
He'll come to. We must tear up our shirts and strips.
Yes, of course. Marius, wake up. I found your friend.
Jean Valjean. I saw her. We were together. Cosette, she wanted me to find you. That's good. That's enough for a tourniquet. Marius, I'm going to stop the bleeding. Did you hear what I said? Cosette loves me. Oh, now I want to live. I don't want to die anymore. You won't die, Marius.
Are you a doctor, too?
In my time, I've learned a lot of things.
I do not know how we can get out of here. Surrounded by all this burning and gunfire. A patrol could appear any minute and we will be shot on sight.
The sewers. But there's a manhole entrance right over there under that pile of paving stones.
Escape into the sewer?
It's an underground world. I know the Paris sewers like the back of my hand.
Yes. Between us, we could carry Marius.
Oh, I can carry him alone. You see where that red flag is lying on the stone?
Yes.
Right under there is an entrance. All we have to do is to clear off all the paving stones, and we'll find it.
You're right. There is the sewer. But how are we going to get the cover off?
I can lift it.
But it's solid iron, 3 feet wide. How can you?
Don't ask questions. Stand back. There's a hole at one side, you see. I can fit my fingers in there and pull up.
It is coming. You are moving it. Here, let me help get under it to put it on an edge.
Careful, it doesn't fall on you. There's a ladder, iron rungs, leading below. I'll go down first. You get hold of Marius and hoist him over to me.
All right, yes. Jean.
What is it, Paul?
I think Marius is no more.
Nonsense, he's just fainted. See his chest rising and falling. Get him over here quickly. That's fine. Yes, he's breathing. All right, I'm starting down. Now, you hold him down here just below him. Now, let him down, feet first, on top of me. All right, I have him. You can let go, Paul. I've got Marius securely over my shoulder. I'll start, and you climb down after me.
What will I do about the manhole cover?
Leave it. Come on down. Now, careful of your feet. Don't step on my finger.
Lord of heaven, we have made it. We are going to be safe.
How safe Paul and Marius and Jean Valjean will be in the sewers of Paris remains to be seen in our next and final installment of Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. The sewers of that day were an indescribable city of mud, poisoned air, rodents, and reptiles, and inhabited by human scum who no longer could find homes above ground. I shall return shortly. It is with pride that we of the Mystery Theater are privileged to bring you the unusual giant of a novel, Les Miserables, to commemorate the start of our 9th season on the air. In our next broadcast, we will keep step with Jean Valjean, a man haunted by his past and hunted as an animal. Through that underground labyrinth, the sewers of Paris, we shall follow him step by step in that gangrenous graveyard, hoping all the while he will reach safety and peace. Our cast included Alexander Scourby, Amanda Plummer, Bernard Grant, Lloyd Batista, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Les Miserables is written for all. Not only a book about France and Frenchmen. The crimes of humanity do not halt at the red and blue lines of a map. At the hour of civilization through which we are now passing, the real miserables are ourselves. Man is agonizing everywhere, and groaning in all languages. Jean Valjean is not the only convicted man trying to escape. He is all of us trying to break our chains. These are not my words, but those of Victor Hugo, whose closing chapters you're about to hear.
Jean Valjean, I can't keep up with you. I had no idea the Paris sewers were so vast.
So keep moving, Paul. Keep moving or you'll sink.
How are we ever going to get out? And you carrying Marius on your back.
How is he? Can you see? Is he still bleeding?
Oh, his eyes are closed.
Keep going, Paul.
Oh.
And pray for his life.
Our drama, The Final Chapter, which concludes Les Miserables by Victor Hugo, has been especially adapted for the Mystery Theatre by Gerald Keane and stars Alexander Scourby as Jean Valjean, Bernard Grant as Javert, and Amanda Plummer as Cosette. I shall return shortly with Act One. On the run has been a way of life for Jean Valjean for 40 years. Time and again he has come up against the inequities of that man-made concept called justice. Today, France is in revolt, the streets of Paris a battlefield, and Jean Valjean attempts to rescue a wounded young man, Marius, carrying the boy on his back through that clotted maze of underground sinkholes known as the sewers of Paris.
Valjean, it's getting darker down here.
Yes. I can still see enough, Paul. Just follow me.
Marius must be heavy for you to carry alone. Let me help.
No, Paul, you don't know the way. You wouldn't be able to keep in step with me anyway. And if we carried Marius between us, it would take twice as long to get out of here.
I suppose you're right.
I know these sewers. We'll get out.
Oh, the water's creeping up over my ankles. Where are we now?
If we follow the main stone sewer, we should end up at the river.
And once we reach the Seine, it means escape.
Yes. This is the only way. We'd never be able to walk the streets without being shot. Paul, take another look at Marius's face. Wait. I'll stop a moment. I need to stop.
His eyes are closed.
How's his breathing?
Yes, he's breathing.
Good. We lost a great deal of blood at the barricades.
Shall we go on?
We must go on. Leave the sewer. Get Marius to a doctor. We can't turn back.
What's that noise?
What? Oh. A horse and carriage. Over our heads, up above. In the street.
A horse and carriage. Jean, the light is closer. Brighter. We must be near the end of the sewer.
That isn't daylight. It's lanterns. It's the police.
I hear you. Who are you? Who is there?
Who are they looking? Keep quiet.
They can't see us yet. The lanterns don't shine this far.
Whoever you are, we are the police.
That was a near one.
What should we do? Exactly as they tell you. Don't move. They're going to find us now, aren't they? Can we go back?
We are not going back. I must get this boy out, don't you understand? He's dying.
But look at those lights. They're coming closer.
Listen to me. There are a few side ducts. The police could still turn down one of them to find us.
Are they looking for you?
No, the police make regular inspections of the sewers. There's a whole underground world here.
We're trapped.
See if you can find a large stone or a loose rock. One that will make a big splash.
But I can hardly see anything.
Then feel under the water. Now be careful, though. Don't move too close to the center of the sewer. It drops off sharply and gets very deep.
Better make it 2 stones. Hurry. Marius? Marius, can you hear me? Oh, where am I? Blessed be the Lord you've come to. Who is it? Oh, who are you? Where are we?
Paul, hurry up. I think I found 2 big stones.
How are these? Marius.
He's got his eyes open.
Who are you? I feel so weak. We'll get you out, my boy. We'll get you to a doctor.
I can see his face. He doesn't understand what you're saying.
Who is there? Come out in the name of the law.
How good are you at throwing a stone, Paul?
We can't hold them off with 2 stones.
No, there are 2 side channels between us and the police, about 25 yards up. One goes to the right, the other to the left.
Yes?
I want you to throw 1 stone as close to the left side channel as you can. Can you see it?
Yes. Where the stone arches get wider.
Sergeant, hold your lantern higher.
Throw it, Paul. Quickly, go on. Throw the stone.
Did you hear that? There's someone hiding in the channel. Over to the left. Shine the light.
Now, Paul, the other stone.
No, I was mistaken. The sound is from the right.
Bullseye.
I'm not sure where. We will split up. One of you come with me to the left. Sergeant, you take the rest of the men to the right. We're bound to find anyone who is hiding.
They're going into the side channels. There they go.
Let's move ahead quickly. Marius, are you all right?
His eyes are closed again, Paul. Passed out.
Keep walking. And pray for his life, Paul.
Valjean, the water is up to our knees.
I know that. There's something peculiar about this drain. Seems as if it's filled up a lot since I was here before.
Jean, I'm afraid. Now it's up to our waist. Shouldn't we try another way?
There is no other way.
Jean, we have to save ourselves.
Don't talk nonsense. You could never live with yourself if we got out and left Marius to drown in a Paris sewer. I'm going to walk very carefully and slowly now. You make sure his head stays above water.
Why is it getting deeper?
Keep moving behind me. Watch Marius.
It's up to your chin. Stop.
Lift up Marius's head. Lift it up.
I'm doing that.
Somewhere along here. It's got to get higher.
Please, Jean, wait. Just wait.
We can't wait. Every moment, Marius is closer to death.
We're all closer to death. What good is that? We shall drown in the sewer.
Yeah. My foot has hit something solid. Wait, I'm stepping up. I'm up on it. It's higher. Paul, I'm going to move over. You try right where I was standing. There. Got your foot on it, Paul?
Yes. It's like a step up.
Slowly now. Move both your feet onto that step. There's another one. Still higher. I'm on it. Look at me, Paul. Catch hold of me. Pull yourself up.
I'm on the second step. We're climbing out of the water.
Yes, this is the right way. Now, you follow the stone vault. Keep your right hand on the right wall. It curves around here.
There it is. The opening is right in front of us.
The Lord has answered some of our prayers. But not all.
What do you mean? I can even see the reflection of the river on the roof of this vault.
Take a second look, Paul. We can't get out this way.
What? Why?
Don't you see that heavy iron grating between the end of the tunnel and the sand?
I see it, but can it be opened?
We'll see. I'm going to slide Marius off my back. Want to hold him?
I'll hold him in my arms.
Good.
Go on, Jean. Let him go.
There.
I've got him. He's still in a faint. What now?
I've had some experience with iron bars. I'll find out how secure these are. Hinges are all rusted.
That means it's stuck?
Yes.
They can't be opened?
Not really loose, but they look clean. As if the hinges had cut through the rust.
What's that sort of brick at the bottom?
It's a large square padlock covered with rust. I've seen a lot of these in my time.
A lock?
Yes.
Can you open it?
There's only one way to open them. That's with a key.
Can't bear it. To be so close to freedom. Valjean, what are we going to do?
You begin, Paul, by not giving up hope. You watch over Marius. I'm going to shake one bar at a time with all my strength and all my prayers. If I can just break one of those bars, then use that as a lever to lift the grating off the hinges.
You there!
Is it them? The police.
They must have heard our voices. They're in the side channel. Paul, where are you going?
I'm going to run back. If they see me, they won't look for you.
Good luck, Jean. Take care of Marius.
Halt! Or I will fire!
Paul ran back from the mouth of the sewer. A shot was fired from a policeman's gun, and the last that Jean Valjean saw of Paul was the moment he seemed to fall into the deepest part of the sewer. Valjean had no idea whether Paul might be swimming to safety or had been killed. For Jean Valjean and Marius, there seemed no way out. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Feet below the embankment of the River Seine, Jean Valjean has been groping his way through that tangled ravelment of the Paris sewers, only to find he is stopped by a rusted, locked iron gate. Above, on the embankment, facing the Cathedral of Notre Dame, stands the man who has been following Valjean for many, many years. But he has no idea that his ancient enemy is in the sewer directly below.
Monsieur Javert, do you still wish me to wait here with my coat?
I hired you and your horse and carriage, and I expect you to be where I want you to be. Right here.
It's 6 o'clock.
Thank you. I can count.
It's only that it's getting late, and my horse has to be fed.
So feed the animal. I am not stopping you.
I didn't have any time to bring oats with me. You remember, sir, that thief ran out of the house, and I happened to be standing at the curb, and you told me to drive after him.
He's here somewhere. I know he is.
Oh, Inspector Javert, when he ran into that cul-de-sac, I never saw him again. Oh, quiet, Yvette. We have to wait for the inspector. Inspector Javert, I saw the thief on towards the river. Then he disappeared.
They all come here. Thieves and robbers. Somewhere along this embankment, there must be a place they disappear into. If I wait long enough, he'll come out. He will have to.
Oh, my poor Marius. I thought I was saving you for my Cosette, but I'm bringing you closer and closer to death. Will you ever forgive me? Stay there, and I'll try again to break those bars. Who's that?
I'll take half.
Come out of the shadows.
Half shares.
Who's that? Who are you?
You wish to get out, don't you? I'll take half your share.
What do you mean, half share? Who are you?
Oh, he asks questions, this one. But they're the wrong questions. What you should ask me is, how are you going to get out of here?
You live in the sewers?
Let us say, I use the sewers when I am compelled to escape from the law.
You can help me?
Oh, indeed, I can. This is why I propose to you half shares.
What do you mean, half shares?
This young man lying against the wall.
Huh?
Obviously, you have done him in. I can see his clothes were once quite fine, but now he's dead. You wish to escape? Dump his body into the river.
I have a key to that gate. Half shares.
You can unlock it?
From outside and inside.
You go in and out of here at will?
And I have for years. Here is the key. Take a good look at it. It cost me a lot to have it made, but it's worth every sou.
All right.
Wisest decision you ever made. Where is what you got from him?
No, I haven't taken everything out of his pockets yet.
How did you manage to get all the way here? Where did you come from?
The barricades at Saint-Denis.
You walked the shores all this way?
Did you say you wanted half?
I'll take what I can get. Here, I'll go through his pockets. Not that I don't trust you.
Can we hurry?
Why? He's not going to open his eyes and watch. You said you haven't emptied his pockets yet?
I didn't say that. I said I haven't taken everything.
Well, what have you got? How much do you have?
I'll hold out my hand and you count it.
What is that all? 1 louis d'or? 1, 2, 3, 5 franc pieces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 double sous? You didn't kill him for much? I'll take it all.
Go on, you can have it.
Why are you in such a hurry? I said half share, and you let me have everything. There. I'll give you a hand and lift him onto your shoulder.
Good.
Now, I'll show you how easy it is to unlock the gate. The lock is open. Then I pull the bolt back. And voila. Surprised, aren't you? You thought the old gate was all rusted over. That's what I want them to think, too. Yeah? I keep it oiled. And today there was an inspector right at my heels. I ran down the embankment, unlocked, and ducked in here. I can see him standing up there wondering where I could have gone. I played tricks with the police all the time. Now, listen. Out you go. Bonne chance. Good luck.
And what do you two think you're doing on the embankment at this hour of night?
I'm admiring the beauty of our cathedral.
And so you two sit here?
The beauty of Notre Dame has left us breathless.
Who are you?
I am myself.
What does that mean?
You're standing in the dark, but I know that voice.
And I know yours. Stand and identify yourself.
I will not stand. This wounded boy needs me by his side. I am Jean Valjean.
Yes, you are. And you know who I am.
Inspector Javert. You have me. You may arrest me. But grant me one favor.
One favor? Again, one favor. How many times in one lifetime do I have to hear you ask me for one favor? Valjean, I did not come here looking for you. Why must you be under my feet? And who is that person on the ground?
It is for him I ask the favor, Javert. Do with me as you please, but first will you help me carry him home? He needs a doctor quickly. That's all I ask of you.
He looks dead.
Pray the Lord, not yet.
You brought him all the way across Paris. Here? What for?
Javert, will you help him?
You brought him to Notre Dame for prayers. Well, Jean, why does it have to be you? I do not want to see you.
That carriage waiting up there, is that yours?
Can you carry the boy?
A few more steps, yes.
Then come along. What are you waiting for?
Cosette! Cosette! I have brought you Marius.
Well, what happened to him?
He was wounded on the barricades. His heart is beating strongly. Let me lay him on your bed, child. Get a cloth to wipe the blood from his face.
Yes, a cloth. I'll wet it from the pitcher. A wet cloth, yes. Oh, my poor Marius. What happened, Jean? What can we do?
On my way upstairs, I asked Monsieur Courfeyrac to run fetch a doctor.
And you, Jean, you look awful. How did you get here?
In a carriage commandeered by the police.
The police?
Yes, my old friend and enemy, Javert.
He's here?
Yes. He's downstairs waiting for me.
No, not after all you have been through.
You can clean off Marius's face better than that. Wipe it carefully. One would think you didn't care for the boy at all.
My dear, darling Marius, open your eyes. My dearest, oh, my dearest, please, I ask of you. Your sweet face. Jean, he's blinking.
Were I his age and a girl like you were bending over me, I would certainly open my eyes. Oh, Cosette.
Dear heart.
Where am I?
You're here with me. Jean has sent for a doctor. You will be well soon, Marius. Marius.
Stay with him. The doctor will come soon. He's exhausted. You see, his eyes have closed again.
Jean, where are you going?
Just downstairs.
You are not going away with Javert.
I've decided not to. I'll ask him for one more favor. To remain here until the doctor comes.
You promise to ask him that?
I will. Marius, I promised Cosette's mother to watch over her. Now, when you are well, it will be your turn. Bless you, children.
Ah, Monsieur Valjean. Is that you?
Yes, it is, my dear landlord. Is the doctor coming?
I went to his house. His wife said he was still at the hospital. So many injured in the riots. I explained it was an emergency, and she promised to send him over as soon as he gets home.
Do you know him?
Dr. Pierre Courfeyrac? I should say I do. He's my brother.
Where is Javert?
Who?
The man in the cape who helped me bring Marius in from the carriage.
What did you say his name was?
Javert. He was going to wait for me.
Oh, he's gone. He paid the carriage, sent it off, and then he walked away. He
walked away? Why did he do that? Why? That is very hard to understand.
It is hard to understand why I, Javert, the right arm of justice, would walk away from Jean Valjean. Walk away from my duty as an officer of the law. I could not explain it to myself. Days passed, and I became more and more troubled. The man whom I should have placed behind bars had let me live at the barricades, had refused to shoot me. I was to be executed as a spy, and he set me free. But I could not free myself.
Javert, the upright, the impartial, the beacon of truth and justice, believed he was unfit, degraded. What had happened to him? Was justice and the law not as powerful as goodness and charity? Valjean had freed him from death, and that was good. And he, Javert, had also been good by letting Valjean go. Yet, for that disobedience to his oath of office, he could not forgive himself. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Javert, the implacable, stands on a bridge overlooking the Seine, in the twin shadows of Notre Dame, wrestling with a dilemma. Why hadn't Jean Valjean carried out the death sentence at the barricades? Why, after a lifetime pursuit, had Javert walked away from his duty? All week, the policeman had been trying to explain to himself the unexplainable, make himself believe he was still an uncorrupted servant of the law. But all he could see was chaos and ruin.
Javert! Jean Valjean. Must I see you every time I look around?
I've been looking for you for days. I didn't expect to find you here at Notre Dame. No one at the police has seen you all week. Where have you been?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I have walked almost the length of the Seine through Paris.
You were looking for something?
Yes.
But you didn't find it?
No.
You were looking for peace of mind.
Is it any concern of yours?
Yes. Javert, our paths have crossed so many times. And I, even as an animal hidden in the forest who looks back at the hunter and wonders why he is aiming the gun at him, I have an affinity for my killer.
My duty? I never hunted you as an animal.
What I am trying to say is, yes, you are a concern of mine. It was peace you walked all week to find?
Yes.
You won't find it in a week, Javert. I haven't found it in a lifetime.
The young Marius. How is he?
He gets better every day. He's beginning a new life.
How I envy him.
You don't sound like the Javert I've known for so many years.
I don't know which Javert I am. It's you, Jean Valjean, who have come between me and order and sanity. For I always have been able to see clearly cause and effect, good and evil, right and wrong. Now there is a cloud that obscures my beliefs.
I have done that?
The day you appeared on the embankment, my instinct told me, arrest him. But how could I do that to someone who had saved my life? If I accepted my life from you and repaid you with life imprisonment, I would be no better than you. I, too, would be an escaped convict.
Do you remember the bishop from whom I stole silver when I got out of Toulon? To help me, he told the police he'd given me the silver, but he gave me something infinitely more precious. Belief in the goodness of man. I had suffered 19 years for stealing a loaf of bread, and in one single minute, that bishop took away all my bitterness and black thoughts.
You believe what some old bishop once told you?
Yes. I've moved to a garret where I live by myself. I gave Cosette and Marius my old rooms. I have a pair of candlesticks I light every Sunday. Those silver candlesticks have been with me always. They remind me of what he said. That no harm can come to anyone who understands charity.
It's you who doesn't understand. I'm faced with two roads, whereas all my life there's been but one road. And now there are two. And that's what terrifies me. Look at me. I'm trembling because I do not know what to do. I should lock you up. But I cannot. I cannot. And the law demands of me that I must.
Perhaps there is a higher law. Not an eye for an eye, but love for love.
Love of my fellow man, be he criminal or innocent. I don't understand that.
It's simple. Our Savior understood it.
You ask too much of me. Valjean, my obedience to the law has been everything. And now I have broken that law far more than you ever did. I closed my eyes to duty. I set a prisoner free. And that is why I despise myself. I do not understand my actions any more than I understand why you, a desperate man whom I have followed to persecution and who could have avenged himself, why you let me live.
Like you, I had no choice.
Don't you see, Valjean? I, Javert, am not the millstone around your neck. It is you who are the stone around mine. It is you who are weighing me down. I ask you, please go. Walk elsewhere the rest of the evening. Leave me alone on this bridge. And perhaps during the night, I will see a glimmer of a star in the water below. And perhaps I will understand.
Jean Valjean. Huh? Oh, Paul. What in the world are you doing this time of the morning sitting on a bench by the Seine?
I spent the night here.
What? Sleeping?
No, thinking. Oh, Paul. Where did you disappear to that day in the sewers?
I jumped into the water and stayed there till the police left and then started walking. Found an open manhole, climbed out, and finally got home. And Marius?
I brought him back to the house where I used to live. My Cosette is taking care of him.
Oh.
The doctor says his wounds will heal soon.
How he must be very grateful to you. Would you mind telling me why you spent the night on the bench?
It's complicated, my boy. I happened to run into an old acquaintance of mine near here last night. And when I left him, he left me with a great deal to think about. So I sat there, and before I knew it, I was asleep.
Jean, look at that crowd gathering on the dock down there. The place that rents the rowboats.
Yeah. What? They're pulling a body out of the water.
Oh, some poor drowned soul.
Yes. I have a feeling... Paul, would you mind? I want to go down and have a look.
Interesting how the awareness and the soul can hover over one's whole body. There I lie on the dock, a gray, lifeless skin in a heap of wet clothing. Down there, on earth, they say the Almighty punishes for self-destruction, that hell awaits you. The hell is on earth, not here. No longer do I have to choose. The choice is made. I wait for destiny to take me by the hand.
Do you know him, Valjean?
Yes.
You knew him well?
For many years. Yes, he was always there. Like a menacing shadow waiting in the corner of my life.
So he was not a friend. He has an old face.
He was not old. He died before his time.
Perhaps he was murdered.
I don't think so. But if murder is the word, he did it.
Killed himself.
Mm-hmm.
I see. He must have been a very unhappy man.
He was. Paul, let us go to Mass and pray for his soul.
I had to wait a month for this day, but it's worth waiting for.
Listen to Mary.
Oh, Paul, Cosette. A wedding party with my two dearest ones. What more could I ask for? Cosette, my darling, come away from the window. I'm afraid he's not coming.
How do you know? Why is it taking him so long to walk over from the church?
He wasn't at the church.
Jean wasn't at my wedding?
Well, he wasn't feeling well. He told me a few days ago he wouldn't be able to attend our wedding.
Why didn't you tell me that?
I didn't want to upset you, and we'd made our plans for the date.
You led me to believe Jean was right there in the back of the church, and he wasn't. Well, how could you do that? Where is he?
Well, I suppose where he lives.
He needs me. It's not right that he doesn't live with us. I've said it over and over. And now where is he on the most important day of my life? Why didn't you tell me Jean said he might not come to the wedding? Not to receive his kisses and his wishes?
Jean Valjean is a strange man. If he says he wishes not to intrude, that he prefers to live alone, he means it. He's a very self-effacing man.
Paul, you mean well, but I love Jean, and I always will. I hardly remember my mother. He has taken care of me, put me first above everything. He has always been my whole family.
May I propose a toast to Cosette and Marius, to a romance that began in the Luxembourg Gardens and survived the riots of Paris. Your health.
Health. Thank you, Paul. Cosette? Cosette, what is it? The glass fell right out of your hand. Are you all right?
I'm worried. Marius, Paul, will you excuse me? I must go see him. I must see him now. Today would not be complete without his blessing. My dearest, dear grandfather.
Cosette, I'm not your grandfather. I've told you that.
No, you're not. You're my whole family. I'm so sorry. I am.
Oh.
To see you lying on this bed in this awful room with no one to take care of you. It isn't right. Where would I be without you?
You're starting a new life with Marius. Huh. Imagine another knock on my door in one single day. You're my very first visitor, and now there's another.
I'll go see who it is. Marius.
My darling, I came because I had to speak to Jean. Jean, I don't know how to say this. I have done you a terrible wrong.
Oh, Marius, stop.
You made Paul promise not to tell me that it was you who gave me my life, carried me through the sewers. He broke that promise.
That was stupid of me, I suppose.
Yes, it was. You gave Marius back to me.
And then he told me that you could not have executed the spy Javert because the man was found drowned in the Seine. I'm so very ashamed, Jean. I judged you falsely. But we shall make up for that. You are going to make your home with us.
Marius. Oh, my darling.
Jean, I owe you so much that I can never repay. You are my grandfather as you are Cosette's. And now we will pack you up.
Children.
We will have a carriage below, and before you know it, you will be out of this miserable garret.
No, I don't know if I could get up and walk now. I'm not very well, really, my children. I feel so weak. Yeah, but before we do anything, Cosette, I want you to take the 2 candlesticks from the mantel. Yes, take them. They've inspired my life all my days. You and Marius, keep them wherever you live and light them on Sundays. And pray for me. I love you both.
I'll have the coachman come up and help us carry you down.
They're beautiful. I have always loved them. And I will keep them burning for you. Jean? Jean. Oh, no, don't. Oh, please, don't go yet. Oh, Lord in heaven.
It was as if my mission in life had been achieved. I never left the garret. But suddenly, my spirit left my body, and I was above the earth, beyond unhappiness, beyond cruelty, beyond man. I say one last prayer for those of the world who suffer without reward. When I die, a happy man.
With respect, we have brought you the final chapter of the Mystery Theater's adaptation of Victor Hugo's immortal book, Les Miserables, a book which took the author 19 years to complete, and it was only one of a shelf of his novels, verse dramas, and poetry, all of which entitle him to the reputation of one of the great figures of world literature. I shall return shortly. To salute the Mystery Theater's enviable record of bringing you the best of radio drama today, we have begun our 9th season with Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. To his publisher, the author wrote, "I have written for all nations. Social problems overstep frontiers. In every place where man despairs, where a child wants a book to instruct him, where people need a hearth to warm them, my book, Les Miserables, knocks at the door and says, 'Open to me. I am hope. I come for you.'" Our cast included Alexander Scourby, Bernard Grant, Amanda Plummer, Bob Caliban, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thus saith Koheleth in Ecclesiastes, he who was a son of David and a king in Jerusalem, better is a poor and wise child than an old and foolish king who knoweth not how to take admonitions any more.
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With Clifton Utley as narrator, we present Chapter 14, a story of King Louis XVI and the French Revolution, in We Came This Way.
Beat out the slow, suspenseful year, you drums. For the time is 1789 and the place France. It is summer, and stupendous events loom up like thunderheads against this year. The French throne is crumbling. Beat, you drums, beat. This is the crisis of the year, and King Louis, fat and bored, the 16th Louis to rule France, king by divine right, the glory of feudal France, tinkers in a workshop, fixes locks, and plays with mechanical toys.
One need only turn this key, my dear brother. Release this lock, and the iron wheels begin to turn. And then the hammer strikes and the bells ring.
A miracle, Your Majesty.
It is, isn't it? I must take it apart and examine it. Stay with me, Artois. It'll be interesting.
More than a mechanical toy needs examining.
It has a wonderful feeling when I turn the key, Artois.
Brother, you're a king of France, not a locksmith.
If you do not wish to stay...
Today, these overstuffed deputies of the National Assembly voted to forbid all taxes not specifically established by them. Can't you see what's happening, brother?
Oh, take those things to Monsieur Necker.
Monsieur Necker is an ass.
He is my minister.
When it comes to counting francs, Necker is magnificent, true. But a politician? A man to deal with a crisis? We're not in a counting house now. This is not a business arrangement we're engaged in.
You are raising your voice, Artois.
You do not hear me otherwise.
Get out, Artois. Get out.
Listen to me, Louis. I'm your brother. The same father sired us. Left a great kingdom in our hands. You're its head. I follow and love you, Louis. But power, my brother, power is slipping away from us. It's slipping into the hands of peasants and butchers. All that our father and his father's father built stands in mortal danger now. Reform. Reform. A constitution is the sword they would kill us with. Listen to me, Louis. I'm a brother who loves you. I'm not an enemy.
You should not raise your voice to me, Artois.
Forgive me, Louis, but something must be done.
I have been thinking.
What will you do?
Well, I'm not certain yet.
The Assembly must be dissolved. They must be packed off before they declare themselves the sole governing body in France.
You think that is best, Artois. But, will they go, do you think? Will they leave Versailles?
They will if we use the flats of our swords.
France is bankrupt. Taxes bleed the poor. Hunger is in the land. And at Versailles, a parliament is meeting for the first time in 175 years. The people's deputies are crying,
"Let us take an oath never to separate until a constitution is established in France."
And Louis Bourbon tinkers with the key of a mechanical toy. The nobles are shouting sedition. The people's deputies are threatening the entire world of aristocratic rights and privileges. Prince, Duke, and Count beg of King Louis, dissolve this assembly, dissolve it now before it's too late. And Louis? Louis continues to hunt, to eat well, and play with his toys. While his wife, the ambitious Marie Antoinette, plays the role of the king.
Her Majesty will see you now, my Lord Artois.
Artois, well?
I have just now come from his workshop.
And?
You must strike now, while sparks will still fly, Your Majesty. Louis must not be given time to change his mind.
He has agreed, then, to the dissolution of the Assembly.
My brother will agree with the last one he's spoken with. So far, I believe, it's been I.
I will speak to him.
He must hold a royal sitting of the Assembly, Your Majesty. Louis must appear on the rostrum and inform these deputies of what they are permitted to do. If they disobey his wish, which I hope they will, then we can dissolve them instantly.
With what, my dear Artois?
With troops.
Do you think me all a simple woman, Artois? I know what is happening in France. Are you sure of those troops?
I'm not sure of anything, except the need for action. To hold on to power, the royal family and the nobility will have to gamble on the troops remaining loyal.
A doubtful crutch to lean upon.
But a crutch nonetheless, Your Majesty.
Oh, if only...
If only what?
I have no complaints over Louis as a good husband and father, but he's weak. If only he were made of steel.
We will be his steel, Your Majesty.
Aye. We will prop the king.
I will do nothing rash, Marie.
Is to save your kingdom an act of rashness?
But they may refuse to dissolve.
You will have troops about the building.
Troops. Each one of you is more bloody than the other. I don't like it. Let them meet and talk till Lent comes around.
Have you been seeing Monsieur Necker? Have you, Louis?
I see whom I wish.
What has he told you? Yield? Compromise?
Monsieur Necker is a reasonable man, Marie. He does not think it advisable to do anything rash with the Assembly.
What are you doing to us, Louis? Will you hand these bumpkins all of France with a curtsy and a smile?
Marie.
France slips through your fingers as if it were nothing but sand. Hold it at least for your son. I want a kingdom for him, Louis. My father was a king. My brother is Emperor of Austria. My husband is the King of France. My son, by rights, must wear a crown.
He shall have his crown.
Louis, dissolve the Assembly before they make an empty thing of it.
Very well. I shall call a royal sitting. I have let the situation go as long as justice permitted. Yes?
Monsieur Necker, to see His Majesty.
Necker. Well, tell him to wait. I shall... No, Marie? I shouldn't, you think, eh? But it may not be wise.
Play the king, Louis. Play the king.
All right. Tell Mr. Necker I cannot see him today nor tomorrow. Let him wait until I call. He will be angry.
Where are you going, Louis?
The shop. Something I wanted to look at. A new box, most ingenious. It works on a secret spring.
Hear ye. His Majesty, King Louis of France, commands the deputies to prepare themselves for a royal sitting upon the 23rd of June. Further does he command, each be seated separately. Neither nobility nor clergy, nor those of the third estate shall intermingle. Their ancient relationship shall be maintained. Signed this day of June and affixed by the royal seal of Louis of France. And with the call for a royal sitting, the nobility took heart, for at last their king was acting. Before his august presence and his personal command, the third estate would bow down. The nobles were sure. This was to be the end of the fire that was smoldering in France. But only those who had lit it could put it out. The third estate. In the hall of the Assembly, the people's deputies, these citizens who for the first time had been given a voice in the governing of their lives, took counsel. The question was, what did Louis intend?
Citizens, whatever the king intends, we must stand firm. Remember our oath. A constitution alone can send us home.
The deputies had formed the Breton Club, and in the evenings they met to discuss the policies of tomorrow. On a sultry night in June, they groped for a decision on policy for the next morning.
Listen, citizens. If Louis intends the dissolution of the Assembly, I say call upon the people to defend it.
Mirabeau is right. Yes. But King Louis has troops. 10,000 are at Versailles.
Paris is near. We have an army of citizens at our hands.
The people will defend us. Wait, citizens. We must not be forced with force. Are we cowards?
We have the people's mandate.
Yes. We must be passive. Listen to me. We must give Louis a chance openly to declare himself for us or against us.
And if he declares against us with a round of rifle fire?
All the worse for Louis. For then he stands in the eyes of the people as their enemy. No, we must be passive tomorrow. We shall avoid bloodshed and at the same time gain the same ends. For in any event, he will either reveal himself as our enemy or grant us a constitution. Also, Monsieur Necker is still in his government. We cannot compromise our minister. Lastly, citizens, who amongst you will vouch for Louis's troops? Do you think they will dare to use them if they are uncertain as to which way the guns will be turned?
The morning of June 23rd was warm and bright. The sunlight flashed on the naked bayonets of restless troops on the edge of the city of Versailles. In the assembly hall, the deputies had gathered in their separate orders. The third estate stood between the nobility and the clergy, a mass dark and severe. At noon, the trumpet sounded. And into the hall walked Louis, gloomy, his eyes cast down. Behind him followed some of his nobles, brilliantly clad, their eyes flashing, their hands hungry for their swords. Louis mounted heavily to the rostrum. Behind him stood his brother, the Count of Artois.
The royal sitting is in session. Your king will address you, deputies of France. Give ear and listen.
I have decreed this royal sitting, for I am displeased by the manner in which the deputies of the Third Estate have behaved. You have presumed more than your responsibility warranted. You were commanded to deliberate in separate chambers. You demanded instead amalgamation with the nobility and the clergy. You were commanded to deliberate only upon questions of taxation. You acted upon more than my wishes commanded. It is not your business to deliberate upon the ancient rights and privileges of the nobility and the clergy. Nor was it your business to be concerned with the framing of a constitution for France. I am France. I am the power and the source of this government. None shall usurp that power. Therefore do I order, because of your presumption, the immediate and instant cessation of all meetings by this assembly. I command the dissolution of this mutinous body. This is my will. Obey.
And flushed with fury, the king rose and violently strode from the hall. And behind him, nobleman and clergyman rose and followed, abandoning the hall to the dark, resentful members of the Third Estate. As Louis climbed into his coach, his brother, the Count of Artois, stopped him.
Look, sire.
What?
The Third Estate disobeys your will. They remain behind in the hall.
Get them out.
Raise! Raise!
Yes, my lord.
Announce to the deputies that the king orders them to retire from the hall.
Yes, my lord.
What do you think they will do, brother?
What I'm hoping they will do. Disobey. I have troops ready.
The king commands the deputies of the Third Estate to retire immediately from this hall.
No. Now, the moment's here.
The National Assembly will consider the question.
Did you hear, sire? They defy you.
Is that your answer to your king? Go tell your master that nothing but bayonets will drive us out.
Then bayonets let it be, sire. Give them their bayonets.
Artois, help me. What shall I do?
Sire, the deputies refuse to leave.
The troops, Louis. Use the troops on these dogs.
They will not change their mind, Perez.
I do not think so, sire.
Let me call the troops, Louis.
But Artois, if they fire on us instead...
We must gamble, Louis. We must, or we lose the whole battle. Give me the order for the troops.
No, they mean to stay, Artois. They mean to stay. Tell my coachman to take me home.
And power slipped from the hands of Louis into the hands of the nation. Out of that fear, that panic in his heart, grew a victorious National Assembly. No longer was there one king in France. Now there were 1,300 of them framing a constitution at Versailles. But the nobility wanted only one ruler, Louis. And secretly, about the person of Queen Marie Antoinette, a conspiracy formed. This was the beginning of counter-revolution.
Necker must be removed.
Exactly, Your Majesty. He's sympathetic to the Third Estate. A man of iron is needed as Minister of France.
That will be you, Broglie.
I am honored, Your Majesty. But am I to face France armed only with my name as a soldier?
We will find loyal troops for you, my dear Marshal.
Why not foreign troops? Our French are shot through and through with mutinous ideas.
We must be careful as yet of foreign aid.
Nonsense, my dear Artois. You hold a throne with what you can get.
Very well, then, Your Majesty. We have some Swiss and German battalions we can count on. We will move them into Versailles and Paris with caution.
You smash the assembly first. Understood?
Well understood.
What of the king? Only he can dismiss Necker.
Have no fear, my dear Marshal. I shall convince His Majesty that Necker has been with us too long. Too disastrously long.
Are you serious, Mary? You asked me to cut off my right arm?
You shall have another, a stronger one. Marshal Broglie.
But if I dismiss Necker, what will the deputies say?
You are the King of France, Louis, not they.
Yes, but I don't know. Is it so wise now?
You promised the crown for my son, Louis. Now you have no power with which to give it. Only your traitorous assembly could grant it to him now. You're silent, Louis. It is the truth.
I will work things out.
Oh, no. It is too late to bargain, Louis. We need our own man at the ministry in France, not theirs. We need someone who, when he strikes, strikes for the king.
To Monsieur Necker, Minister of the King of France. His Majesty, after careful study and reflection, orders the dismissal of Monsieur Necker from the government of France. He thanks his former minister for the loyal services rendered to his king and wishes him Godspeed on his journey home.
He will not see me, my lord.
The king is busy, Monsieur Necker.
But this unexpected dismissal, my dear Count.
You doubt its genuineness? I believe that is the royal seal.
So it's finally come.
You will return to Geneva, monsieur.
Fools, they execute themselves.
What did you say?
I am the last one in King Louis's government in whom the people and their deputies have confidence. I am the plug that holds back the flood.
I am not interested in your meditations, monsieur.
Meditations? All right, my lord. Let it come, then. I'm tired anyway. I've counted Louis' francs and your pensions long enough. Who is the new minister?
Marshal Broglie.
Soldier. That explains the troops I've been seeing. That's the only kind of currency the marshal knows how to use. No doubt he plans a new economy, my lord.
I would leave for Geneva instantly, Monsieur Necker.
Have no fear, my lord. I would not remain now. To borrow a phrase of a former king of France, my lord, after me, the deluge.
The dismissal of Necker hit the National Assembly like a thunderclap. The deputies saw the first open blow against their so far bloodless revolution. In the Assembly Hall, they rose and shouted at President Mounier on the rostrum,
"We must proceed to punish the authors of this dismissal. The nobles are organizing against us. They prepare to strike back at the People's Assembly. Citizens, Broglie is an enemy of liberty.
And the deputation from the Assembly came to visit King Louis. They came not as cringing subjects, but as legislators in a new world.
What do you wish, gentlemen?
We have a message for you, sire.
Yes?
From the National Assembly.
What is it?
The National Assembly, sire, will never cease to regret the dismissal of the former minister, Monsieur Necker. And we will never feel any confidence in the new one.
You may tell the Assembly that the ministers in France are still appointed by the king.
And at Paris, the people grew tense. They saw the Swiss and German battalions marching through the city. The air grew hot with suspicion. Voices were lifted, and loudest among them was the voice of Camille Desmoulins, journalist and agitator, fighter in the People's Revolution.
To arms, I say! To arms! Monsieur Necker has been dismissed. His dismissal sounds the tocsin of a St. Bartholomew of patriots. The foreign battalions are massed to slaughter us. Not a moment must be lost. To arms! Citizens, to arms!
And suspicion became panic, and panic became fury. And it was July the 14th, 1789. Through the streets and alleys of Paris, this human ocean poured, tumultuous. The dam burst under the pressure of ageless wrongs. To the Bastille! The Bastille, they cried. For this feudal fortress, this symbol of the tyranny of kings by divine right, was hated throughout the land. At Les Invalides, the people seized 27 guns, a mortar, and 32,000 rifles, and they were armed. No Swiss, no German battalions could stop them now. With each gun they seized, history was more firmly in the people's hands, and the National Assembly had at last an army.
The king! Wake the king!
Halt!
Put on your pike, you fool! Let me in!
You cannot enter the king's chamber.
They've attacked the Bastille, you idiot! Let me by! Sire!
Leoncoeur, what is the meaning of this?
The Bastille has been seized, sire, by the people of Paris. They're armed with rifles and guns.
What? When?
Today, sire.
This is a revolt.
No, sire. This is a revolution.
The secret of power lies in the possession of armed might. And in 1789, after the events of July 14th, armed might lay in the hands of the people. It assured a constitution. It assured the ascendancy of the democratic hope. On the morning of the 15th of July, another deputation arrived at the palace to see the king. Louis was pale and shaken. The deputies, calm and certain.
The Swiss and German battalions, sire? They should be withdrawn.
Your minister, sire?
Which would you have me dismiss first, Comte Mirabeau?
Citizen Mirabeau, sire.
Very well, then, Citizen Mirabeau. Which one?
Marshal Blore must be the first to go.
As you wish.
Monsieur Necker must be recalled.
A message shall be sent this noon.
The Assembly looks forward to your acceptance of Lafayette as military commandant in France, sire.
You may tell the Assembly that he is acceptable. Would it make any difference if he were not?
Sire, we hope for peace and harmony between all groups in France.
That is my hope, too, gentlemen.
I bear an invitation to you to visit Paris, sire, to set your seal upon a reconciliation after the events of the 14th.
Who sends it?
Monsieur Bailly, mayor of Paris.
I have never met the man.
We will introduce you, sire.
Will the members of my court be permitted to accompany me?
Yes, and also the deputies of the National Assembly. It shall be a great occasion, sire.
Aye. The king returning in chains.
And Louis went to Paris, a king in name only. For the power that had defended the feudal world of the divine rights of kings was now its enemy. And behind his coach came the nobles and the deputies, marching two by two. A duke beside a butcher from Marseille. A count behind a hungry journalist from Boulogne. This was a pilgrimage of the victors and the vanquished. Louis and his nobles were traveling down the last mile of feudal power. At the gates of Paris, a delegation waited for them.
Welcome to Paris, sire. I bring you the keys to the city of Paris.
The keys?
These keys, King Louis, were presented to your ancestor, Henri IV. He had reconquered his people of Paris. They are presented now to you, sire, for the people have reconquered the king.
If only Paris were a lot upon my workbench at Versailles. I would not need their keys, although I would not need their key at all.
And so ended the long road of the divine right of kings. Scholars, looking back across the valley of time from a vantage point of 150 years, can fix this time. They can put a finger at a crossroad on the way we came and say, it happened here. At this point, the divine right of kings died in France. But to the mob in the Paris streets on that day, and even to many of us now, the Bourbons' clutch on France did not completely end until that fateful day in January 4 years later, when on trial for his life, he faced the anger of an aroused assembly. Without a single dissenting vote, they moved to
hand into the guillotine!
the ancient, glittering lights of the feudal world went out. Absolute monarchy in France was dead. The National Assembly had already passed that momentous declaration, the rights of man. The people had done more than destroy the divinity of kings. They had re-won their divinity as human beings. This is the way we came. The democratic way we own was won not by words alone, but by the people's blow, struck at the crucial hour. And like a bell, that blow rings through time. Listen, Americans. Can you hear it? That blow in 1789 was struck for you and me.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 14 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Tonight's script was written by Raphael Hayes and directed by Mr. Albert Cruz. The original music is by Dr. Roy Shield, and the orchestra was conducted by Mr. Joseph Galicchio. The members of the cast were Mr. Clifton Utley as narrator, Mr. Wilms Herbert as Louis XVI, Miss Geraldine Kay as Marie Antoinette, Mr. Maurice Copeland as Count of Artois, Mr. William Everett as Mirabeau, Mr. Norman Gottschalk as Mounier, Mr. Michael Romano as Marshal Broglie, Mr. Armand Hunter as Necker, and Mr. Sidney Breeze as Leoncourt. Next week, We Came This Way will present Kosciuszko. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Section 31, The French Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc. Section 31, Chapter 6, The Revolution and the Catholic Church. The last and most important of the aspects which the French Revolution presents to a foreign, and in particular to an English reader, is the antagonism which arose between it and the Church. As this is the most important, so it is the most practical of the historical problems which the Revolution sets the student to solve. For the opposition of the Church's organization in France has at once been the most profound which the Revolution has had to encounter, the most active in its methods, and the only one which has increased in strength as time proceeded. It is hardly too much to say that the Revolution would, in France at least, have achieved its object and created a homogeneous, centralized democracy, had not this great quarrel between the Republic and the Church arisen. And one may legitimately contrast the ready pliancy of men to political suggestion, and the easy story of their institutions where men knew nothing of the Church, with the great storms that arise and the fundamental quarrels that are challenged whenever men are acquainted with the burning truths of Catholicism. Finally, the struggle between the Catholic Church and the Revolution is not only the most important and the most practical, but also, by an unhappy coincidence, the most difficult of comprehension of all the matters presented to us by the Great Change. We have seen in this book that one department of revolutionary history, the second in importance, perhaps to the religious department, was also difficult of comprehension, to wit, the military department. And we have seen, or at least I have postulated, that the difficulty of following the military fortunes of the Republic was due to the mass of detail, to the technical character of the information to be acquired, and to the natural unfamiliarity of the general reader with the elements of military science. In other words, an accurate knowledge of great numbers of facts, the proper disposition of these facts in their order of military importance, and the correlation of a great number of disconnected actions and plans, will alone permit us to grasp the function of the armies in the development and establishment of the modern state through the Revolutionary Wars. Now, in this second and greater problem, the problem of the function played by religion, it is an exactly opposite method which can alone be of service. We must examine the field generally, and still more generally we must forget details that here only bewilder, and see in the largest possible outline what forces were really at issue, why their conflict occurred, upon what points that conflict was vital. Any more particular plan will land us, as it has landed so many thousands of controversialists, in mere invective on one side or the other, till we come to see nothing but a welter of treason on the part of priests and of massacre on the part of democrats. Men would, did they try to unravel the skein by analyzing the documents of the Vatican or of French archives, come apparently upon nothing but a host of petty, base, and often personal calculations. Or again, did they attempt to take a local sample of the struggle and to follow it in one department of thought, they would come upon nothing but a whirl of conflict with no sort of clue to the motives that lay behind. The contrast between the military and the religious problem of the French Revolution is like the contrast between the geological composition and the topographical contours of a countryside. To understand the first, we must bore and dig. We must take numerous samples of soil and subject them to analysis. We must make ourselves acquainted with detail in its utmost recesses. But for the second, the more general our standpoint, the wider our gaze, and the more comprehensive our judgment, the more accurately do we grasp the knowledge we have set out to seek. We must then approach our business by asking at the outset the most general question of all. Was there a necessary and fundamental quarrel between the doctrines of the Revolution and those of the Catholic Church? Those ill-acquainted with either party, and therefore ill-equipped for reply, commonly reply with assurance in the affirmative. The French, and still more the non-French, Republican, who may happen by the accident of his life to have missed the Catholic Church, to have had no intimacy with any Catholic character, no reading of Catholic philosophy, and perhaps even no chance view of so much as an external Catholic ceremony, replies unhesitatingly that the Church is the necessary enemy of the Revolution. Again, the émigré, the wealthy woman, the recluse, any one of the many contemporary types to whom the democratic theory of the Revolution came as a complete novelty, and today the wealthy families in that tradition reply as unhesitatingly that the Revolution is the necessary enemy of the Church. The reply seems quite sufficient to the Tory squire in England or Germany, who may happen to be a Catholic by birth or by conversion, and it seems equally obvious to, let us say, a democratic member of some Protestant church in one of the new countries. Historically and logically, theologically also, those who affirm a necessary antagonism between the Republic and the Church are in error. Those who are best fitted to approach the problem by their knowledge both of what the Revolution attempted and of what Catholic philosophy is, find it in proportion to their knowledge difficult or impossible to answer that fundamental question in the affirmative. They cannot call the Revolution a necessary enemy of the Church, nor the Church of democracy. What is more, minds at once of the most active and of the best instructed sort are the very minds which find it difficult to explain how any such quarrel can have arisen. French history itself is full of the names of those for whom not so much a reconciliation between the Revolution and the Church as a statement that no real quarrel existed between them was the motive of politics, and almost in proportion to a man's knowledge of his fellows in Catholic societies, almost in that proportion is the prime question I have asked answered by such a man in the negative. A man who knows both the faith and the Republic will tell you that there is not and cannot be any necessary or fundamental reason why conflict should have arisen between a European democracy and a Catholic Church. When we examine those who concern themselves with the deepest and most abstract side of the quarrel, we find the same thing. It is impossible for the theologian, or even for the practical ecclesiastical teacher, to put his finger upon a political doctrine essential to the Revolution and say, this doctrine is opposed to Catholic dogma or to Catholic morals. Conversely, it is impossible for the Republican to put his finger upon a matter of ecclesiastical discipline or religious dogma and to say, this Catholic point is at issue with my political theory of the state. Thousands of active men upon either side would have been only too willing during the last 100 years to discover some such issue, and it is proved undiscoverable. In a word, only those Democrats who know little of the Catholic Church can say that of its nature it forbids democracy, and only those Catholics who have a confused or imperfect conception of democracy can say that of its nature it is antagonistic to the Catholic Church. Much that is taught by the purely temporal theory of the one is indifferent to the transcendental and supernatural philosophy of the other. In some points where there is contact, as in the conception of the dignity of man and of the equality of men, there is agreement. To sum up, the Republican cannot by his theory persecute the Church. The Church cannot by her theory excommunicate the Republican. Why then, it must be asked, has there in practice arisen so furious and so enormous a conflict whose activity and whose consequences are not narrowing but broadening today? It may be replied to this second question, which is only less general than the first, in one of two manners. One may say that the actions of men are divided, not by theories, but by spiritual atmosphere, as it were. According to this view, men act under impulses not ideal but actual, impulses which affect great numbers and yet in their texture correspond to the complex but united impulses of an individual personality. Thus, though there be no conflict demonstrable between the theology of the Catholic Church and the political theory of the Revolution, yet there may be necessary and fundamental conflict between the persons we call the Revolution and the Church, and between the vivifying principles by which either lives. This is one answer that can and is given. Or one may give a totally different answer and say, there was no quarrel between the theology of the Catholic Church and the political theory of the Revolution, but the folly of this statesman, the ill drafting of that law, the misconception of such and such an institution, the coincidence of war breaking out at such and such a moment and affecting men in such and such a fashion. All these material accidents bred a misunderstanding between the two great forces, led into conflict the human officers and the human organizations which directed them, and conflict, once established, feeds upon and grows from its own substance. The end of Section 31. Section 32. The French Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc. Section 32, Chapter 6, continued, The Revolution and the Catholic Church. Now, if that first form of reply be given to the question we have posed, though it is sufficient for the type of philosophy which uses it, though it is certainly explanatory of all human quarrels, and though it in particular satisfies a particular modern school of thought, it is evident that history, properly so called, cannot deal with it. You may say that the Revolution was the expression of a spirit far more real than any theory, that this spirit is no more susceptible of analysis or definition than is the personality of a single human character, and that this reality was in conflict with another reality, to wit, the Catholic Church. You may even, as some minds, by no means negligible, have done, pass to the field of mysticism in the matter, and assert that really personal forces, wills superior and external to man, demons and angels, drove the Revolution against the Catholic Church and created the Republic to be an anti-Catholic force, capable of meeting and of defeating that church which, by its own definition of itself, is not a theory, but the expression of a personality and a will. To put it in old-fashioned terms, you may say that the Revolution was the work of Antichrist. But with that kind of reply, I repeat, history cannot deal. If it be true that, in spite of an absence of contradictory intellectual theories, there is a fundamental spiritual contradiction between the Revolution and the Catholic Church, then time will test the business. We shall see in the case a perpetual extension of the quarrel until the Revolution becomes principally a force for the extinction of Catholicism, and the Catholic Church appears to the supporter of the Revolution not as his principal but as his only enemy. Such a development has not arisen in 100 years. A process of time far more lengthy will alone permit us to judge whether the supposed duello is a real matter or a phantasm. The second type of answer, the answer which pretends to explain the antagonism by a definite series of events, does concern the historian. Proceeding upon the lines of that second answer, he can bring his science to bear and use the instruments of his trade, and he can show, as I propose to show in what follows, how, although no quarrel can be found between the theory of the Revolution and that of the Church, an active quarrel did in fact spring up between the Revolution in action and the authorities of Catholicism, a quarrel which 100 years has not appeased but accentuated. Behind the revolutionary quarrel lay the condition of the Church in the French state since the settlement of the quarrel of the Reformation. With what that quarrel of the Reformation was, the reader is sufficiently familiar. For, roughly speaking, 100 years, from the first years of the 16th century to the first years of the 17th, from the youth of Henry VIII to the boyhood of Charles I in England, a great attempt was made to change, as one party would have said to amend, as the other would have said to denaturalize, the whole body of Western Christendom. A general movement of attack upon the inherited form of the Church, and a general resistance to that attack was at work throughout European civilization, and either antagonist hoped for a universal success, the one of what he called the Reformation of religion, the other of what he called the divine institution and visible unity of the Catholic Church. At the end of such a period it became apparent that no such general result had been or could be obtained. All that part of the West which had rejected the authority of the See of Rome began to appear as a separate territorial region, permanently divided from the rest. All that part of Europe which had retained the authority of the See of Rome began to appear as another region of territory. The line of cleavage between the two was beginning to define itself as a geographical line, and nearly corresponded to the line which centuries before had divided the Roman and civilized world from the barbarians. The province of Britain had an exceptional fate. Though Roman in origin and of the ancient civilization in its foundation, it fell upon the non-Roman side of the new boundary, while Ireland, which the Roman Empire had never organized or instructed, remained alone with the external parts of Europe in communion with Rome. Italy, Spain, and in the main southern or Romanized Germany refused ultimately to abandon their tradition of civilization and of religion. But in Gaul it was otherwise, and the action of Gaul during the Reformation must be seized if its modern religious quarrels are to be apprehended. A very considerable portion of the French landed and mercantile classes, that is, of the wealthy men of the country, were in sympathy with the new religious doctrines and the new social organization which had now taken root in England, Scotland, Holland, northern Germany and Scandinavia, and which were destined in those countries to lead to the domination of wealth. These French squires and traders were called the Huguenots. The succeeding 100 years, from 1615 to 1715, let us say, were a settlement, not without bloodshed, of the unsatisfied quarrel of the preceding century. All Englishmen know what happened in England, how the last vestiges of Catholicism were crushed out, and all the social and political consequences of Protestantism established in the state. There was even, in that same 17th century, a separate but futile attempt to destroy Catholicism in Ireland. In Germany, a struggle of the utmost violence had only led to a similar regional result. The first third of that 100 years concluded in the Peace of Westphalia, and left the Protestant and Catholic territorial divisions much what we now know them. In France, however, the peculiar phenomena remained of a body powerful in numbers and, what was far more important, in wealth and social power, scattered throughout the territory of the kingdom, organized and by this time fixedly anti-Catholic and therefore anti-national. The nation had recovered its traditional line and had insisted upon the victory of a strong executive, and that executive Catholic. France, therefore, in this period of settlement, became an absolute monarchy whose chief possessed tremendous and immediate powers, and a monarchy which incorporated with itself all the great elements of the national traditions, including the Church. It is the name of Louis XIV, of course, which symbolizes this great time. His very long reign precisely corresponds to it. He was born coincidentally with that universal struggle for a religious settlement in Europe which I have described as characteristic of the time. He died precisely at its close, and under him it seemed as though the reconstructed power of Gaul and the defense of organized Catholicism were to be synonymous. But there were two elements of disruption in that homogeneous body which Louis XIV apparently commanded. The very fact that the Church had thus become in France an unshakable national institution chilled the vital source of Catholicism. Not only did the hierarchy stand in perpetual suspicion of the Roman See and toy with the conception of national independence, but they and all the official organization of French Catholicism put the security of the national establishment and its intimate attachment to the general political structure of the state far beyond the sanctity of Catholic dogma or the practice of Catholic morals. That political structure, the French monarchy, seemed to be of granite and eternal. Had it indeed survived, the Church in Gaul would be doubtless, in spite of its attachment to so mundane a thing as the crown, have still survived to enjoy one of those resurrections which have never failed it in the past, and would have returned by some creative reaction to its principle of life. But for the moment, the consequence of this fixed political establishment was that skepticism and all those other active forces of the mind which play upon religion in any Catholic state had full opportunity. The Church was, so to speak, not concerned to defend itself, but only its method of existence. It was as though a garrison, forgetting the main defences of a place, had concentrated all its effort upon the security of one work which contained its supplies of food. Wit, good verse, sincere enthusiasm, a lucid exposition of whatever in the human mind perpetually rebels against transcendental affirmations, were allowed every latitude and provoked no effective reply. But overt acts of disrespect to ecclesiastical authority were punished with rigor. The end of section 32. Section 33, The French Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc. Section 33, Chapter 6 continued, The Revolution and the Catholic Church. While in the wealthy, the bureaucratic, and the governing classes, to ridicule the faith was an attitude taken for granted. Seriously to attack the privileges or position of its ministers was ungentlemanly and was not allowed. It did not shock the hierarchy that one of its apostolic members should be a witty atheist, that another should go hunting upon Corpus Christi, nearly upset the Blessed Sacrament in his gallop, and forget what day it was when the accident occurred. The bishops found nothing remarkable in seeing a large proportion of their body to be loose livers or in some of them openly presenting their friends to their mistresses, as might be done by any great lay noble round them. That a diocese or any other spiritual charge should be divorced from its titular chief seemed to them as natural as does to us the absence from his modern regiment of some titular foreign colonel. Unquestioned also by the bishops were the poverty, the neglect, and the uninstruction of the parish clergy. Nay, and this is by far the principal feature, the abandonment of religion by all but a very few of the French millions no more affected the ecclesiastical officials of the time than does the starvation of our poor affect, let us say, one of our professional politicians. It was a thing simply taken for granted. The reader must seize that moribund condition of the religious life of France upon the eve of the Revolution, for it is at once imperfectly grasped by the general run of historians, and is also the only fact which thoroughly explains what followed. The swoon of the faith in the 18th century is the negative foundation upon which the strange religious experience of the French was about to rise. France, in the generation before the Revolution, was passing through a phase in which the Catholic faith was at a lower ebb than it had ever been since the preaching and establishment of it in Gaul. This truth is veiled by more than one circumstance. Thus many official acts, notably marriages and the registration of births, took place under a Catholic form, and indeed Catholic forms had a monopoly of them. Again, the state wore Catholic clothes, as it were. The public occasions of pomp were full of religious ceremony. Few of the middle classes went to Mass in the great towns, hardly any of the artisans, but the churches were official. Great sums of money, including official money, were at the disposal of the Church, and the great ecclesiastics were men from whom solid favours could be got. Again, the historic truth is masked by the language and point of view of the great Catholic reaction which has taken place in our own time. It is safe to say that where one adult of the educated classes concerned himself seriously with the Catholic faith and practice in France before the Revolution, there are 5 today. But in between lies the violent episode of the persecution, and the Catholic reaction in our time perpetually tends to contrast a supposed pre-revolutionary Catholic society with the revolutionary fury. Look, say its champions, at the dreadful way in which the Revolution treated the Church. And as they say this, the converse truth appears obvious, and they seem to imply, think how different it must have been before the Revolution persecuted the Church. The very violence of the modern reaction towards Catholicism has exaggerated the revolutionary persecution, and in doing so has made men forget that, apart from other evidence of the decline of religion, it is obvious that persecution could never have arisen without a strong and continuous historical backing. You could not have had a Diocletian in the 13th century with the spirit of the Crusaders just preceding him. You could not have had a Henry VIII if the England of the 15th century just preceding him had been an England devoted to the monastic profession. And you could not have had the revolutionary fury against the Catholic Church in France if the preceding generation had been actively Catholic, even in a considerable portion. As a fact, of course, it was not, and in the popular indifference to or hatred of the Church, the principal factor was the strict brotherhood, not so much of Church and State as of Church and executive government. But there was another factor. We were describing a little way back how in France there had arisen during the movement of the Reformation a wealthy, powerful, and numerically large Huguenot body. In mere numbers it dwindled, but it maintained throughout the 17th century a very high position, both of privilege and, what was its characteristic, of money power. And even today, though their birth rate is of course lower than the average of the nation, the French Huguenots number close upon 1 million, and are far wealthier upon the average than their fellow citizens. It is their wealth which dominates the trade of certain districts, which exercises so great an effect upon the universities, the publishing trade, and the press, and in general lends them such weight in the affairs of the nation. Now the Huguenot had in France a special and permanent quarrel with the monarchy, and therefore with the Catholic Church, which, precisely because it was not of the vivid and intense kind which is associated with popular and universal religions, was the more secretly ubiquitous. His quarrel was that, having been highly privileged for nearly a century, the member of a state within a state, and for more than a generation free to hold assemblies separate from and often antagonistic to the national government, these privileges had been suddenly removed from him by the government of Louis XIV, a century before the Revolution. The quarrel was more political than religious. It was a sort of home rule quarrel. For though the Huguenots were spread throughout France, they had possessed special cities and territories wherein their spirit, and to a certain extent their private self-government, formed enclaves of particularism within the state. They had held this position, as I have said, for close upon 100 years, and it was not until a date contemporary with the violent settlement of the religious trouble in England by the expulsion of James II that a similar settlement, less violent, achieved, as it was thought, a similar religious unity in France. But that unity was not achieved. The Huguenots, though no longer permitted to exist as a state within a state, remained for the 100 years between the revocation of the Edict of Nantes and the outbreak of the Revolution a powerful and ever watchful body. They stood upon the flank of the attack which intellectual skepticism was making upon the Catholic Church, and they were prepared to take advantage of that skepticism's first political victory. And since the Revolution they have been the most powerful, and after the Freemasons, with whom they are largely identified, the most strongly organized of the anti-clerical forces in the country. The Jews, whose action since the Revolution has been so remarkable in this same business, were not, in the period immediately preceding it, of any considerable influence, and their element in the coalition may be neglected. Such then was the position when the Revolution was preparing. Within memory of all men living, the Church had become more and more official. The masses of the great towns had wholly lost touch with it. The intelligence of the country was in the main drawn to the deist or even to the purely sceptical propaganda. The powerful Huguenot body was ready prepared for an alliance with any foe of Catholicism, and in the eyes of the impoverished town populace, notably in Paris, which had long abandoned the practice of religion, the human organization of the Church, the hierarchy, the priesthood, and the few but very wealthy religious orders which still lingered on in dwindling numbers, were but a portion of the privileged world which the populace hated and was prepared to destroy. It is upon such a spirit and in such conditions of the national religious life that the Revolution begins to work. In the National Assembly you have the great body of the Commons which determines the whole, touched only here and there with men in any way acquainted with or devoted to Catholic practice, and those men for the most part individual and eccentric, that is, un-Catholic, almost in proportion to the genuineness of their religious feeling. Among the nobility, the practice of religion was a social habit with some. As a mental attitude, the faith was forgotten among all but very few. Among the clergy, a very wealthy hierarchy, no one of them prepared to defend the Church with philosophical argument, and almost unanimous in regarding itself as a part of the old political machine, was dominant, while the representatives of the lower clergy, strongly democratic in character, were at first more occupied with the establishment of democracy than with the impending attack upon the material and temporal organization of the Church. The end of section 33. Section 34. The French Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc. Section 34, Chapter 6 continued. The Revolution and the Catholic Church. Now that material and temporal organization offered at the very beginning of the debates an opportunity for attack which no other department of the old regime could show. The immediate peril of the state was financial. The pretext, and even to some extent the motive for the calling of the States General, was the necessity for finding money. The old fiscal machinery had broken down, and, as always happens when a fiscal machine breaks down, the hardship it involved and the pressure upon individuals which it involved appeared to be universal. There was no immediate and easily available fund of wealth upon which the executive could lay hands save the wealth of the clergy. Feudal dues of the nobles, if abandoned, must fall rather to the peasantry than to the state. Of the existing taxes, few could be increased without peril, and none with any prospect of a large additional revenue. The charge for debt alone was 1/2 of the total receipts of the state. The deficit was in proportion to the revenue overwhelming. Face to face with that, you had an institution not popular, one whose public functions were followed by but a small proportion of the population, one in which income was most unequally distributed, and one whose feudal property yielded in dues an amount equal to more than 1/4 of the total revenue of the state. Add to this a system of tithes which produced nearly as much again, and it will be apparent under what a financial temptation the assembly lay. It may be argued, of course, that the right of the Church to this ecclesiastical property, whether in land or in titles, was absolute, and that the confiscation of the one or of the other form of revenue was mere theft. But such was not the legal conception of the moment. The wealth of the Church was not even, and this is most remarkable, defended as absolute property by the generality of those who enjoyed it. The tone of the debates which suppressed the tithes, and later confiscated the Church lands, was a tone of discussion upon legal points, precedents, public utility, and so forth. There was not heard in it, in any effective degree, the assertion of mere moral right, though in that time the moral rights of property were among the first of political doctrines. It was not, however, the confiscation of the Church lands and the suppression of the tithe which founded the quarrel between the Revolution and the clergy. No financial or economic change is ever more than a preparation for, or a permissive condition of, a moral change. It is never the cause of the moral change. Even the suppression of the religious houses in the beginning of 1790 must not be taken as the point of departure in the great quarrel. The religious orders in France were at that moment too decayed in zeal and in numbers, too wealthy and much too removed from the life of the nation for this to be the case. The true historical point of departure from which we must date the beginning of this profound debate between the Revolution and Catholicism is to be found in the morning of the 30th of May, 1790, when a parliamentary committee, the Ecclesiastical Committee, presented to the House its plan for the reform of the constitution of the Church in Gaul. The enormity of that act is now apparent to the whole world. The proposal, at the bidding of chance representatives, not elected ad hoc, to change the dioceses and the sees of Catholic France, the decision of an ephemeral political body to limit to such and such ties, and very feeble they were, the bond between the Church of France and the Holy See, the suppression of the cathedral chapters, the seemingly farcical proposal that bishops should be elected, nay, priests also thus chosen, the submission of the hierarchy in the matter of the residence and travel to a civil authority which openly declared itself indifferent in matters of religion. All this bewilders the modern mind. How, we ask, could men so learned, so enthusiastic, so laborious, and so closely in touch with all the realities of their time, make a blunder of that magnitude? Much more, how did such a blunder escape the damnation of universal mockery and immediate impotence? The answer is to be discovered in what has just been laid down with so much insistence: the temporary eclipse of religion in France before the Revolution broke out. The men who framed the constitution of the clergy, the men who voted for it, nay, even the men who argued against it, all had at the back of their minds three conceptions which they were attempting to reconcile. Of those three conceptions, one was wholly wrong, one was imperfect because superficial, and the third alone was true. And these three conceptions were, first, that the Catholic Church was a moribund superstition; secondly, that it possessed in its organization and traditions a power to be reckoned with; and thirdly, that the State, its organs, and their corporate inheritance of action were so bound up with the Catholic Church that it was impossible to effect any general political settlement in which that body, both external to France and internal, should be neglected. Of these three conceptions, had the first been as true as the last, it would have saved the constitution of the clergy and the reputation for common sense of those who framed it. It was certainly true that Catholicism had for so many centuries been bound up in the framework of the State, that the Parliament must therefore do something with the Church in the general settlement of the nation. It could not merely leave the Church on one side. It was also superficially true that the Church was a power to be reckoned with politically, quite apart from the traditional union of Church and State, but only superficially true. What the revolutionary politicians feared was the intrigue of those who commanded the organization of the Catholic Church, men whom they knew for the most part to be without religion, and the sincerity of all of whom they naturally doubted. A less superficial and more solid judgment of the matter would have discovered that the real danger lay in the animosity or intrigue against the civil constitution, not of the corrupt hierarchy, but of the sincere though ill-instructed and dwindling minority which was still loyally attached to the doctrines and discipline of the Church. But even this superficial judgment would not have been fatal had not the judgment of the National Assembly been actually erroneous upon the first point, the vitality of the faith. Had the Catholic Church been, as nearly all educated men then imagined, a moribund superstition, had the phase of decline through which it was passing been a phase comparable to that through which other religions have passed in their last moments, had it been supported by ancient families from mere tradition, clung to by remote peasants from mere ignorance and isolation, abandoned as it was in towns simply because the towns had better opportunities of intellectual enlightenment and of acquiring elementary knowledge in history and the sciences, had, in a word, the imaginary picture which these men drew in their minds of the Catholic Church and its fortunes been an exact one, then the civil constitution of the clergy would have been a statesmanlike act. It would have permitted the hold of the Catholic Church upon such districts as it still retained to vanish slowly and without shock. It proposed to keep alive at a reasonable salary the ministers of a ritual which would presumably have lost all vitality before the last of its pensioners was dead. It would have prepared a bed, as it were, upon which the last of Catholicism in Gaul could peacefully pass away. The action of the politicians in framing the Constitution would have seemed more generous with every passing decade, and their wisdom in avoiding offence to the few who still remained faithful would have been increasingly applauded. On the other hand, and from the point of view of the statesman, the civil constitution of the clergy, bound strictly to the State, and made responsible to it those ancient functions not yet dead of the episcopacy and all its train. It was a wise and a just consideration on the part of the Assembly that religions retain their machinery long after they are dead, and if that machinery has ever been a State machinery, it must remain subject to the control of the State, and subject not only up to the moment when the living force which once animated it has fled, but much longer, up indeed to the moment when the surviving institutions of the dead religion break down and perish. So argued the National Assembly and its committee, and I repeat, the argument was just and statesmanlike, prudent and full of foresight, save for one miscalculation. The Catholic Church was not dead, and it was not even dying. It was exhibiting many of the symptoms which in other organisms and institutions correspond to the approach of death, but the Catholic Church is an organism and an institution quite unlike any other. It fructifies and expands immediately under the touch of a lethal weapon. It has at its very roots the conception that material prosperity is stifling to it, poverty and misfortune nutritious. The end of section 34. Section 35. The French Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc. Section 35, Chapter 6, continued. The Revolution and the Catholic Church. The men of the National Assembly would have acted more wisely had they closely studied the story of Ireland, then but little known, or had they even made themselves acquainted with the methods by which the Catholic Church in Britain, after passing in the 15th century through a phase somewhat similar to that under which it was sinking into Gaul in the 18th, was still under Henry and Elizabeth. But the desire of the men of 1789 was not to kill the Church, but to let it die. They thought it dying. Their desire was only to make that death decent and of no hurt to the nation, and to control the political action of a hierarchy that had been wealthy and was bound up with the old society that was crumbling upon every side. The civil constitution of the clergy failed. It lit the Civil War. It dug the pit which divided Catholicism from the Revolution at the moment of the foreign invasion. It segregated the loyal priest in such a fashion that his order could not but appear to the populace as an order of traitors, and it led in the furnace of 1793 to the great persecution from the memories of which the relations between the French democracy and the Church have not recovered. It is important to trace the actual steps of the failure, for when we appreciate what the dates were, how short the time which was left for judgment or for revision, and how immediately disaster followed upon error, we can understand what followed, and we can understand it in no other way. If we find an enduring quarrel between two families whose cause of contention we cannot seize, and whose mutual hostility we find unreasonable, to learn that it proceeded from a cataclysm too rapid and too violent for either to have exercised judgment upon it, will enable us to excuse, or at least to comprehend, the endurances of their antagonism. Now it was a cataclysm which fell upon the relations of the Church and the State immediately after the error which the Parliament had committed, a cataclysm quite out of proportion to their intentions, as indeed are most sudden disasters, quite out of proportion to the forces that bring them about. It was, as we have seen, in the summer of 1790, upon the 12th of July, that the civil constitution of the clergy was approved by the Assembly. But it was not until the 26th of August that the King consented to sign, nor was there at the moment any attempt to give the law effect. The protests of the bishops, for instance, came out quite at leisure in the month of October, and the active principle of the whole of the civil constitution, to wit, the presentation of the civic oath which the clergy were required to take, was not even debated until the end of the year. This civic oath, which is sometimes used as the bugbear in the matter, was no more than an engagement under the sanction of an oath that the bishop or priest taking it would maintain the new regime, though that regime included the constitution of the clergy. The oath involved no direct breach with Catholic doctrine or practice. It was indeed a folly to impose it, and it was folly based upon the ignorance of the politicians and of many of the bishops of the day as to the nature of the Catholic Church. But the oath was not, nor was it intended to be, a measure of persecution. Many of the parish clergy took it, and most of them probably took it in good faith. Nor did it discredit the oath with the public that was refused by all save 4 of the acting bishops, for the condition of the hierarchy in pre-revolutionary France was notorious. The action of the bishops appeared in the public eye to be purely political, and the ready acceptance of the oath by so many, though a minority of the lower clergy, argued strongly in its favour. Nevertheless, no Catholic priest or bishop or layman could take that oath without landing himself in disloyalty to his religion, and that for the same reason which led St. Thomas of Canterbury to make his curious and fruitful stand against the reasonable and inevitable, as much as against the unreasonable governmental provisions of his time. The Catholic Church as an institution of necessity autonomous. It cannot admit the right of any other power exterior to its own organization to impose upon it a modification of its discipline, nor, above all, a new conception of its hierarchic organization. The reader must carefully distinguish between the acceptation by the Church of a detail of economic reform, the consent to suppress a corporation at the request of a civil power, or even to forego certain traditional political rights, and the admission of the general principle of civil control. To that general principle the Assembly, in framing the constitution of the clergy, was quite evidently committed. To admit such a coordinated external and civic power, or rather to admit a superior external power, is in theory to deny the principle of Catholicism, and in practice to make of the Catholic Church what the other state religions of Christendom have become. I have said that not until the end of the year 1790 was the debate opened upon the proposition to compel the clergy to take the oath. It is a singular commentary upon the whole affair that compulsion should have been the subject for debate at all. It should have followed, one would have imagined normally, from the law. But so exceptional had been the action of the Assembly, and as they were now beginning to find, so perilous, that a special decree was necessary, and the King's signature to it, before this normal consequence of a measure which had been law for months could be acted upon. Here let the reader pause and consider with what that moment, the end of 1790, coincided. The assignats, paper money, issued upon the security of the confiscated estates of the Church, had already depreciated 10%. Those who had first accepted them were paying throughout France a penny in the livre, or, as we may put it, a penny farthing on the shilling, for what must have seemed to most of them the obstinacy of one single corporation, and that an unpopular one, against the decrees of the National Assembly. It was now the moment when a definite reaction against the Revolution was first taking shape, and when the populace was first beginning uneasily to have suspicion of it. It was the moment when the court was beginning to negotiate for flight. It was the moment when, though the populace did not know it, Mirabeau was advising the king with all his might to seize upon the enforcement of the priest's oath as an opportunity for civil war. The whole air of that winter was charged with doubt and mystery in the minds of all who had enthusiastically followed the march of the Revolution. The short days of that rigorous cold of 1790 to 91 contained passages of despair, and a very brief period was to suffice for making the clerical oath not only the test of democracy against reaction, but the wedge that should split the nation in two. With the very opening of the new year, on the 4th of January, the bishops and priests in the Assembly were summoned to take the oath to the king, the nation, and the law. But that law included the civil constitution of the clergy, and they refused. Within 3 months, Mirabeau was dead, the flight of the king determined on, the suspicion of Paris at white heat, the oath taken or refused throughout France, and the schismatic priests introduced into their parishes. It may be imagined with what a clamour and with how many village quarrels. In that same fortnight appeared the papal brief, long delayed, and known as the brief Caritas, denouncing the civil constitution of the clergy. 6 weeks later, at the end of May, the papal representative at the French court was withdrawn, and in that act religious war declared. Throughout this quarrel, which was now exactly of a year's duration, but the acute phase of which had lasted only 6 months, every act of either party to it necessarily tended to make the conflict more violent. Not only was there no opportunity for conciliation, but in the very nature of things the most moderate counsel had to range itself on one side or the other, and every public act which touched in any way upon the sore point, though it touched but indirectly, and with no desire on the part of the actors to rouse the passions of the moment, immediately appeared as a provocation upon one side or the other. It was inevitable that it should be so. With a population which had abandoned the practice of religion, with the attachment of the clerical organization to the organization of the old regime, with the strict bond of discipline that united the priesthood of the Church in France into one whole, and above all, with the necessity under which the Revolution was at this stage of finding a definite and tangible enemy. This last point is of the very first importance. Public opinion was exasperated and inflamed, for the king was known to be an opponent of the democratic movement. Yet he signed the bills and could not be overtly attacked. The queen was known to be a violent opponent of it, but she did not actually govern. The governments of Europe were known to be opponents, but no diplomatic note had yet appeared of which public opinion could make an object for an attack. The resistance, therefore, offered by the clergy to the civil constitution had just that effect which a nucleus will have in the crystallization of some solution. It polarized the energies of the revolution. It provided a definite foil, a definite negative, a definite counterpoint, a definite butt. Here was a simple issue. Men wearing a special uniform, pursuing known functions, performing a known part in society, to wit, the priests, were now for the most part the enemies of the new democratic constitution that was in preparation. They would not take the oath of loyalty to it. They were everywhere in secret rebellion against it, and where they were dispossessed of their cures, in open rebellion. The clergy, therefore, that is, the non-juring clergy, and the conforming clergy were an experiment that soon became a fiction, were after April 1791, in the eyes of all the democrats of the time, the plainest and most tangible form of the opposition to democracy. The end of section 35. Section 36. The French Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc. Section 36. Chapter 6 concluded. The French Revolution and the Catholic Church. To the way in which I have presented the problem, a great deal more might be added. The very fact that the democratic movement had come after a period of unfaith and was non-Catholic in its springs would have tended to produce that quarrel. So would the necessary attachment of the Catholic to authority and the easy confusion between the principle of authority and claims of a traditional monarchy. Again, the elements of vanity, of material greed, and of a false finality which are to be discovered in any purely democratic theory of the state, will between them always bring this theory into some conflict with religion. The centuries during which the throne and the altar had stood as twin symbols, especially in France, the very terminology of religious metaphor which had been forged during the centuries of monarchical institutions in Europe, helped to found the great quarrel. But, I repeat, the overt act without which the quarrel could never have become the terribly great thing it did, the master blunder which destroyed the unity of the revolutionary movement, was the civil constitution of the clergy. So much for the first year of the schism, May 1790 to May 1791. The second year is but an intensification of the process apparent in the first. It opens with the king's flight in June 1791, that is, with the first open act of enmity taken against the authority of the National Parliament, since 2 years before the National Parliament had declared itself supreme. Already the court had been generally identified with the resistance of the clergy, and a particular example of this had appeared in the opinion that the king's attempted journey to St. Cloud in April had been prompted by a desire to have communion at the hands of a non-juring priest. Footnote. This opinion has entered into so many Protestant and non-Catholic histories of the Revolution that it is worth criticizing once again in this little book. The king was perfectly free to receive communion privately from the hands of Orthodox priests, did so receive it, and had received communion well within the canonical times. There was little ecclesiastical reason for the attempted leaving of Paris for St. Cloud on Monday, the 18th April, 1791, save the custom, not the religious duty, of communicating in public on Easter Sunday itself. It was a political move. When, therefore, the king fled, though his flight had nothing whatsoever to do with the clerical quarrel, it was associated in men's minds with the clerical quarrel through his attempt to leave Paris in April, and from a long association of the court with the clerical resistance. The outburst of anti-monarchical feeling which followed the flight was at the same time an outburst of anti-clerical feeling. But the clergy were everywhere and could be attacked everywhere. The declaration of Pilnitz, which the nation very rightly interpreted as the beginning of an armed European advance against the French democracy, was felt to be a threat not only in favor of the king, but in favor also of the rebellious ecclesiastics. And so forth. The uneasy approach of the war throughout that autumn and winter of 1791-92, the peculiar transformation of the French temperament which war or its approach invariably produces, a sort of constructive exaltation and creative passion, began to turn a great part of its energy or fury against the very persons of the Orthodox priests. The new Parliament, the Legislative as it was called, had not been sitting 2 months when it passed upon November 29th, 1791, the decree that non-juring priests should be deprived of their stipend. And here again we must note the curious lack of adjustment between law and fact in all this clerical quarrel. For more than a year public money had been paid to men who, under the law, should not during the whole of that year have touched any salary. Yet, as in the case of the oath, special action was necessary, and moreover the Parliament added to this tardy and logical consequence of the law a declaration that those who had not so taken the oath within 8 days of their decree should be rendered suspect. The word suspect is significant. The Parliament even now could not act, at least it could not act without the king, and this word suspect, which carried no material consequences with it, was one that might cover a threat of things worse than regular and legal punishment. It was like the mark that some power not authorized or legal makes upon the door of those whom that power has singled out for massacre in some city. 3 weeks later, Louis vetoed the decree, refusing stipends to non-jurors, and the year 1791 ended with the whole matter in suspense, but with the exasperation increasing to madness. The first 3 months of 1792 saw no change. The non-juring clergy were still tolerated by the executive in their illegal position, and what is more extraordinary, still received public money, and were still, for the most part, in possession of their cures. The conception that the clergy were the prime, or at any rate the most obvious enemies of the new regime, now hardened into a fixed opinion which the attempted persecution of religion, as the one party called it, the obstinate and anti-national rebellion of factious priests, as the other party called it, was rapidly approaching real persecution and real rebellion. With April 1792 came the war, and all the passions of the war. The known hostility of the king to the Revolution was now become something far worse, his known sympathy with an enemy under arms. To force the king into the open was henceforward the main tactic of the revolutionary body. Now, for those whose object was forcing Louis XVI to open declaration of hostility against the nation, his religion was an obvious instrument. In no point could one come to closer grips with the king than on this question of the Church, where already in December 1791 he had exercised his veto. On May 27, 1792, therefore, Godet and Vergniaud, the Girondins, moved that a priest who had refused to take the oath should be subjected to transportation upon the mere demand of any 20 taxpayers within that assembly of parishes known as a canton. It was almost exactly 2 years since the civil constitution of the clergy had first been reported to the House by the Ecclesiastical Committee of the Constituent or National Assembly. It must not be forgotten under what external conditions this violent act, the first true act of persecution, was demanded. It was already a month since, upon the 20th of April, the war had opened upon the Belgian frontier by a disgraceful panic and the murder of General Dillon. Almost contemporaneous with that breakdown was the corresponding panic and flight of the French troops in their advance to Mons. All Europe was talking of the facile march upon Paris, which could now be undertaken, and in general this decree against the priests was but part of the exasperated policy which was rising to meet the terror of the invasion. It was followed, of course, by the decree dismissing the Royal Guard, and rather more than a week later by the demand for the formation of a camp of volunteers under the walls of Paris. But with this we are not here concerned. The king vetoed the decree against the non-juring priests, and in the wild 2 months that followed, the Orthodox clergy were in the mind of the populace, and particularly the populace of Paris, identified with the cause of the re-establishment of the old regime and the success of the invading foreign armies. With the crash of the 10th of August, the persecution began. The true persecution, which was to the growing bitterness of the previous 2 years what a blow is to the opening words of a quarrel. The decree of the 27th of May was put into force within 11 days of the fall of the Tuileries. True, it was not put into force in that crudity which the Parliament had demanded. The non-juring priests were given a fortnight to leave the kingdom, and if they failed to avail themselves of the delay, were to be transported. From this date to the end of the Terror, 23 months later, the story of the relation between the Revolution and the Church, though wild and terrible, is simple. It is a story of mere persecution, culminating in extremes of cruelty and in the supposed uprooting of Christianity in France. The Orthodox clergy were everywhere regarded by this time as the typical enemies of the revolutionary movement. They themselves regarded the revolutionary movement by this time as being principally an attempt to destroy the Catholic Church. Within 7 months of the fall of the monarchy, from the 18th of March 1793, the priests, whether non-juring or schismatic, might, on the denunciation of any 6 citizens, be subjected to transportation. There followed immediately a general attack upon religion. The attempted closing of all churches was, of course, a failure, but it was firmly believed that such attachment as yet remained to the Catholic Church was due only to the ignorance of the provincial districts which displayed it, or to the self-seeking of those who fostered it. The attempt at mere de-Christianization, as it was called, failed, but the months of terror and cruelty, the vast number of martyrdoms, for they were no less, and the incredible sufferings and indignities to which the priests who attempted to remain in the country were subjected, burnt itself, as it were, into the very fibre of the Catholic organization in France, and remained, in spite of political theory, one way or the other, and in spite of the national sympathies of the priesthood, the one great active memory inherited from that time. Conversely, the picture of the priest, his habit and character, as the fatal and necessary opponent of the revolutionary theory, became so fixed in the mind of the Republican that 2 generations did nothing to eliminate it, and that even in our time the older men, in spite of pure theory, cannot rid themselves of an imagined connection between the Catholic Church and an international conspiracy against democracy. Nor does this non-rational but very real feeling lack support from the utterances of those who, in opposing the political theory of the French Revolution, consistently quote the Catholic Church as its necessary and holy antagonist. The attempt to de-Christianize France failed, as I have said, completely. Public worship was restored, and the Concordat of Napoleon was believed to have settled the relations between church and state in a permanent fashion. We have lived to see it dissolved, but this generation will not see, nor perhaps the generation succeeding it, the issue of the struggle between two bodies of thought which are divided by no process of reason, but profoundly divorced by the action of vivid and tragic historical memories. The end of section 36. The end of chapter 6. The end of the French Revolution.
This is John Daly in Paris. I'm standing outside the sentry booth in the square in front of the Bastille on this sweltering hot day of July 14, 1789. More than 50,000 citizens have been kept waiting here since 10 a.m. Paris time, 5 a.m. New York time, by the Marquis de Launay, governor of the Royal French Prison Fortress. The crowd is demanding that the governors surrender the Bastille so that the people may have the arms inside to defend themselves against the king's mercenary troops who are at this very moment surrounding the city. If Delaunay refuses to turn the fortress and its arms over to the citizens of
Paris, July 14, 1789. CBS is there.
The citizens of Paris before the Bastille. Columbia asks you to imagine that our microphone is at this famous event. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the second in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Paris, July 14th, 1789, and John Daly.
Off the minute, the people of Paris are angry and restless. After years of indignities, hardships, and a struggle for a voice in their own government, King Louis XVI called the National Assembly at Versailles to write a new constitution. The hopes of the people for recognition of their rights were raised high, only to be rudely shattered a few days ago when the king suddenly, without warning, threw 30,000 troops around Paris, mostly foreign mercenaries, and threatened to suspend the National Assembly by force. The people are boiling with anger at this betrayal of their hopes, and they are also desperately afraid that the king's troops may invade the city, or at the very least attempt to force them into submission by starvation. In a frantic hurry to gather arms with which to defend themselves, they have assembled here before the Bastille, the only remaining royal garrison in the city. 4 times they have sent delegations inside to demand its peaceful surrender of the governor. 3 times they have returned not only empty-handed, but also with a warning to disperse. Now, the 4th and what may be the final delegation has been inside the Bastille for over an hour. If the governor still refuses, there's no telling what may happen. The people don't want bloodshed, but they're grimly determined to have arms and the Bastille, which to them is a symbol of tyranny. And they're carrying every conceivable kind of weapon right now that they've been able to lay their hands on. I can see pikes and sticks and hatchets. Others are carrying axes and old swords, and a few even have muskets, which they seized this morning from the Hotel des Invalides. There are also several cannons, but whether they can take the Bastille is another matter. I've asked a young Parisian lawyer to tell you what he thinks about that. His name is Jacques Danton. He's standing by the sentry booth with me at the foot of the outer drawbridge. The booth, by the way, is empty. The guard was taken away by the people earlier, enabling us to set up our CBS equipment here. Monsieur Danton, the Bastille is surrounded by 2 moats. It has a 10-foot stone wall, a garrison of Swiss mercenaries and old French soldiers, and it literally bristles with cannon in the towers. Now, if the governor refuses to surrender, it would seem almost impossible for the people to take it.
The walls of the Bastille, monsieur, are no stronger than were the walls of Jericho.
Now, that red and blue cockade you're wearing, Monsieur Danton, I see that almost everybody here is wearing one. Does it have any special significance?
It is the colors of Paris, but we call it the cockade of liberty.
Now, tell me, sir, haven't I seen you at the Palais Royal with Messieurs Desmoulins, Robespierre, and Marat? That is possible, monsieur. We are friends.
Well, aren't you more than that? Aren't you all leaders of the radical group here in Paris?
Some people say so.
Right. Well, where are your friends today? Are they with you? Are they down here?
Yes, they are out in the crowd somewhere.
And that crowd, sir, seems restive. It seems to have a bad temper.
Temper? We are sick of financial ruin caused by war, corruption, and extravagance. Falling on those least able to bear it. We are no longer willing to carry the load our fathers endured. We look to political changes that will make all men free and equal. Brothers of one great human family.
Well, some of your countrymen, Monsieur Danton, have told me that our own American Revolution has had some influence on the spirit of the French people during the past 6 months.
Monsieur Daly, we admire your young country very much. It has given the people of Paris hope for better things. Not beyond the grave, but here on earth, now, today.
Thank you, sir. Monsieur Danton is walking away now, losing himself in the crowd. A huge, brawny figure of a man, black-browed, with a powerful face, the heavy shock of black hair, which he keeps brushing away from his eyes. There's still no sign of the delegation's return from the Bastille. We thought they were ready to come out when we went on the air, but there seems to be more delay. We're still waiting here at the sentry booth, and we hope you'll stay with us. My colleague, Ken Roberts, is out there in the crowd somewhere with a portable transmitter. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to him. Go ahead, Ken. Come in, Ken Roberts. This is Ken Roberts. I'm standing approximately dead center of the Place de la Bastille, right in the very heart of this massive mob of people. It's hot here. The heat here is terrific. The temperature must be at least 110. Regardless of what happens here this afternoon, July 14th will probably be remembered by the people of Paris as the hottest day of the year. The crowd here around me stretches way back up the Rue Saint-Antoine as far as the eye can see, into the very heart of Paris. There are all kinds of people here, shopkeepers, middle-class citizens, and many of the city's 200,000 beggars. There are even some women and children. Most of them are poorly dressed and undernourished, reflecting the conditions under which they've been living for so long in these narrow, crooked, and dirty streets of Paris. They're standing and moving about in small groups. Some are hanging out of the windows bordering the square. I've been looking around here trying to find some people who can speak English, but I haven't had much luck except for one man. We'll get to him in just a moment. But first here's a typical young Parisian housewife, and I'm going to...
Madame Dupré, monsieur.
Oui, madame, s'il vous plaît. She is slender, dark complexion, hair disheveled, wearing a faded gingham dress. I'm going to ask her what she intends to do with that axe in her hand.
Oh, demandez tout.
Madame Dupré, qu'allez-vous faire avec cette hache?
Détruire la Bastille, monsieur. Tout le monde à la salle de la Bastille. Nous en avons assez. À bas la famine.
Smash the Bastille, she says. Everybody's smashing the Bastille. We're tired of starving. We've had enough. Madame Dupré wants to wipe out the aristocrats, to burn down the palace at Versailles. And she looks as if she means it, gripping that axe in one hand and her little boy in the other. Here's a little boy now. Comment t'appelles-tu, petit?
Philippe.
Philippe. And quel âge as-tu, Philippe?
J'ai 8 ans, monsieur.
Philippe says he's 8 years old. Philippe, qu'est-ce que tu fais ici aujourd'hui?
Je vais prendre la Bastille. Vive la liberté!
Philippe says he's going to take the Bastille. And now for the man I told you about before, the one who speaks English. His name is Monsieur Latude. Monsieur Latude, it's rather unusual for anyone in Paris today to speak English. Have you lived in England? Is that where you learned it?
No, monsieur. I learned English in the Bastille.
In the Bastille?
Oui, I was a prisoner there for 35 years.
35 years in prison?
You are astonished, monsieur.
Well, yes, you didn't tell me, Monsieur Latude. I had no idea. May I ask, how did it happen? Why were you in there?
I was charged with insulting Madame de Pompadour. She was the favorite of King Louis XV.
Well, did you insult her?
No, it was not true, but what can one do against the king's lettre de cachet?
Letter de cachet? Isn't that the paper the king signs committing a person to the Bastille without trial, evidence, or judge?
Oui, monsieur, that is a letter de cachet. The king signs it in blank, and he leaves the name of the victim to be filled in.
And then he gives these blanks to his friends to use as they see fit. Is that it?
That is it, monsieur. Now put yourself in that place. If anyone tries to make love to your wife or annoys you by loud talk at a dinner party, all you have to do is just write in the offensive person's name, hand it to the authorities, and voila, that is the last you hear of him.
Well, is that all you did, Monsieur Latude? Is that why you spent 35 years in the Bastille? For nothing?
For nothing, monsieur.
Well, Monsieur Latude, what is it like inside the Bastille? How do they treat you in there?
That is a long story, monsieur. But I will tell you one thing. Once they put me into a dungeon. The cell was covered with a foot of water. I was chained to the wall, and they kept me there for 40 months. Oui, the Bastille is a foreign vision. It should be destroyed. À bas la Bastille!
I understand how you feel, Monsieur Latude. Now tell me, please, who was it who taught you English in the Bastille?
It was another prisoner, Major the White from Ireland. He is still in there. You see, I escaped.
You escaped? Well, tell us about it, Monsieur Latude. I never heard of anybody escaping from the Bastille.
Well, monsieur,
Just a moment. Excuse me, please, Monsieur Latude. I can see a signal from the battlement. A man is up there waving to the crowd. Something is evidently going on. Perhaps the delegation is coming down. I'm too far away, so I'm going to switch you back to John Daly at the outer drawbridge. This is John Daly. The signal from the tower is coming from Monsieur Rosier, the leader of the People's Delegation. He's waving his hat. He's holding up his hand for attention. The crowd is quieting down a bit now. Apparently, he's about to say something. I'd like you to hear it if it's possible, so I'm going to lift our CBS microphone high in the air.
Mes amis, action! Nous sortirons tout de suite. Tout de suite.
He says the delegation will be out immediately. This is it. The delegation will be out immediately. The crowd is very like the governor has finally come to terms. The people will have the Bastille and the arms to defend themselves against surrounding Paris. Monsieur Rosier has disappeared from the tower. The people's delegation is on the way down now, and I'll have the details of this surrender for you in just a few minutes. A feeling of enormous relief seems to have swept the square. I don't think anyone here really, in his heart, thought he could take this fortress by storm. And if you were here with me, you could see what I mean. The 8 circular towers of the Bastille, each 70 feet high, bristle with cannon. The entrance is defended by 2 yawning moats, 25 feet wide and 25 feet deep. And even if the people could drag down the drawbridges and hurdle these moats, they would run into the murderous fire of the guns manned by the French and the Swiss garrison. But there's no chance of anything like that happening now. This powerful fortress, which has played host to nearly every famous man in France at one time or another, played host to the man of the Iron Mask, to Marshal Richelieu, to Cardinal de Rohan, to Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu, is about to fall into the hands of the French people for the first time since it was built in the 13th century. By the way, you can probably hear the chains rattling as the inner drawbridge comes down. And remember, even Peter the Great, the Tsar of all the Russias, was refused entrance into this tower of human misery and inhuman woe. No one knows how many prisoners are in there now, but if you'll stay with us for a while, we'll soon find out. For their day of liberation is here. The inner drawbridge is down now. There are the delegates. They're coming over the bridge. 5 men in black hats and long black frock coats, with Monsieur Rosier in the lead. They're walking across the inner court, and the outer drawbridge is coming down. But the first one is being taken up again. I don't quite get the meaning of that, for if the Bastille is to be surrendered, both drawbridges should be down. But we'll find out about that in just a moment. Now the outer drawbridge is down, and the delegates are walking rapidly across the bridge. They seem to be in a great hurry, and this crowd is pushing me around here. They're pushing me forward onto the drawbridge. Monsieur Rosier! Monsieur Rosier, into the microphone, please.
En arrière! Le gouverneur ne s'est pas encore rendu! En arrière!
Something has happened. Something is wrong. Rosier has just shouted that the governor has not surrendered the Bastille. I'll repeat that. The governor has not surrendered the Bastille. Monsieur Rosier is right on the edge of the bridge with me. Now some of the people understand. They're pushing back towards the Place de la Bastille. But the ones behind them who haven't heard are still pushing forward. Attention, cab, s'il vous plaît, attention. There's a lot of confusion here, and I'm caught in the mob. En arrière, en arrière. La Bastille n'était pas encore en dos. Oh, it's no use. I just can't hold them. They pushed Rosier and the delegates aside, and we're being forced across the bridge with the mob into the courtyard. S'il vous plaît, laissez-moi sortir. En arrière. Attention, cab. I'm in the courtyard now, rather, and I hope the microphone cable has swung out over the drawbridge into the moat. I don't know whether I'm still on the air, but assuming that I am, the people are still coming over. There are about 200 with me, and they're screaming and yelling. The guards are raising the outer drawbridge. People are spilling off into the moat or jumping forward into the inner court. Both the drawbridges are up, and we're jammed into the island courtyard between the two moats. Now, this is what has happened. This crowd of about 200 men and women who pushed across the outer drawbridge have been cut off here from the main mob across the moat in the Place de la Bastille. There is water on both sides of us. We're cut off. Gee, Huckleback! The governor has turned the guns of the Bastille on the people here in the court. They're helpless. So am I. If these bridge members don't stop those bullets. He's shooting them down like cattle. Men, women, falling, screaming. This is horrible. The mob in the square outside can't do a thing. They can't get to us. They've opened fire on the Bastille, though, but their fire is useless. The bullets are smacking into these bridge timbers like so much hail. We're trapped here between the two drawbridges, but at least a couple of our men are up hacking away at the chains of the outer bridge. The people are being massacred, cut down. They're all on the ground, turning and twisting in agony. They're killing them, all of them, every one of them. There's hardly a person standing up. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. It's ruthless, inhuman. Our only hope now is to get the outer drawbridge down and get some help from outside. Two of our men have gotten up on that drawbridge, as I told you, and they're hacking away at those chains. You can hear it probably. They cut it through. There it goes. The outer drawbridge is down. The outer bridge is down. And the mob from the square is coming across to help us. They're pouring in by the hundreds, by the thousands. The Bastille is stormed. The people are storming the Bastille. The people are firing up at the parapet, trying to pick off those Swiss guards. The bullets are flying all around us. Ow, that was close. The Frenchmen are shooting at the Bastille from across the square and up on the rooftops. The garrison, the guards, are answering with volley after volley of fire from the fortress. I can see some wagons now loaded with hay, and the people are bringing them up here. They're going to set fire to the governor's house here on the island between the two drawbridges, and they're doing it. There are 3 cannon. 3 cannon are being wheeled into place. The people must have taken them this morning from the Hotel des Avilades. They're training them on that inner drawbridge. They're going to blast it down. The governor's house is starting to burn. Smoke is curling up from it, and now our cannons are in position. They ought to go off at any minute. No, something's changed. The firing inside the Bastille seems to be slackening off a bit, but the people out here are still firing. They're mad with rage at the sight of the bodies of their own people who were shot down by the governor. Now the firing from inside seems to have stopped. The governor's house is burning, though, a flaming inferno. Smoke is shooting up in great billows. Oh, someone on the parapets is waving a white flag. He's shouting something. I can't hear what he's saying. There's too much racket. But the inner drawbridge is coming down. The bridge is down. The Bastille is really surrendering this time. The gates are being opened. The people have stopped firing, and they're going wild. They're screaming over the bridge into the fortress. I can't follow them, but Ken Roberts is coming up with his portable transmitter. Go inside. Inside, Ken. Stay with the mob. I'll switch to you when you get well inside. Well, now the unbelievable has happened. The people have done the impossible. They have captured the Bastille. I still can't understand why the governor fired in the first place. It was either accidental, that is, a misunderstanding of orders, or it may have been deliberate treachery. I also can't understand the suddenness of this surrender. It was completely unexpected, and there must have been some strong reason for the governor to surrender so quickly after his massacre of these people out here. Perhaps there was a mutiny inside by French troops, or else maybe the governor could have been shot. Or perhaps it was the threat of the 3 cannon out here which persuaded him to give up in the hope of generous terms. Well, at any rate, the Bastille has surrendered, and Ken Roberts should be well inside by now and ready to tell you what's going on in there. Go ahead, Roberts.
This is Ken Roberts. I'm inside the Bastille in a huge inner courtroom, quite high, I'd say about 20 feet, and 40 by 40 in length and width. There are no lights, no windows, a stone floor and walls. Pine torches stuck into the walls cast an eerie light over the wild confusion going on in here. The people are still pouring in. Some have seized the keys and already gone down into the dungeons to release the prisoners. The mob in here is shouting threats at the terrified garrison. The soldiers are lined up on 2 sides. Old French soldiers on the right, Swiss mercenaries on the left. They're all trembling with fear. They're shouting at the top of their lungs, "Le Bastille se rend! Le Bastille se rend!" The Bastille surrenders. The governor is in the middle of the room, surrounded by the mob. He's wearing a gray frock coat, a red cross of Saint Louis, no hat. Somebody's just snatched his gold-headed sword cane from him, but the governor is taking it all. He's standing there, prim and defiant. He's got a lot to pay for the brutal massacre of those people out there in the courtyard. Now,
Now I've worked my way up to one of the old French pensioners, and I'm going to ask him why the Bastille surrendered. Monsieur, pourquoi la Bastille s'est rendue?
Nous l'avons forcé. Nous n'avons pas tiré sur nos frères. C'était les mercenaires suisses qui ont tiré.
He says it was the Swiss guards who fired. The French soldiers refused to fire on their own people. They forced the governor to surrender.
Le gouverneur voulait décharger son pistolet dans le tonneau de poudre. Il voulait faire sauter la Bastille. Nous l'avons empêché.
He says the governor wanted to blow up the Bastille, but they stopped him. And now the mob has seized the governor and the soldiers. They're dragging them out of the Bastille. Monsieur Rosière, est-ce que vous les emmenez?
L'hôtel de ville pour répondre de ses crimes devant le tribunal du peuple.
They're going to take the governor and his soldiers to the Hotel de Ville to be tried before a people's court. Just a moment, there's a prisoner. The first one, he must be a prisoner. He's old, very old. His hair is down to his feet, and it's white, completely white. I can see where the chains have been cut from his ankles. He's dragging a chain with him. He's blinking. He's holding his hand above his eyes. I guess he's not used to the torchlight. I'm going to speak to him. Votre nom, monsieur. Votre nom.
Monsieur est parvenu.
Quel âge avez-vous, monsieur?
J'ai 90 ans.
He is 90. How long in prison, monsieur? Combien de temps avez-vous passé à la Bastille?
30 ans.
30 years in prison. Je vous félicite, monsieur, de votre libération de la Bastille.
Merci, monsieur. Qu'est-ce que Louis XV et Madame de Pompadour diront de tout ça?
I congratulated Monsieur Tavernier on his release, and he says he wonders what King Louis XV and Madame Pompadour will say. Both have been dead for at least 15 years. Now I'm going to ask him how many prisoners there are on the Bastille today beside himself. Monsieur, combien de prisonniers y a-t-il?
Jean, Bouchard, Bernard, Desroches, Antoine Pujata, De Wright, le comte de Sodelage, la Corrège.
Oui. Combien d'autres?
C'est tous.
This is incredible. Monsieur Tavernier named 6 men. Counting himself, that makes only 7 prisoners in the Bastille at the time of its fall.
This is John Daly again at the sentry booth by the outer drawbridge. I've taken the air away from Ken Roberts because I've just been informed by our CBS studios here in Paris that the news of the Bastille's fall has already reached the king and his troops in Versailles, and we'll switch out there in just a moment. First, a last look at this turbulent scene. Part of the mob is dragging the governor and his garrison up the Rue Saint-Antoine to the city hall, the Hotel de Ville. The people here are rolling barrels of gunpowder and cannon across the bridges. They're passing out guns, thousands of them taken from the Bastille arsenal. They're working feverishly against time because they're desperately afraid of the king's reaction. But now, for an on-the-spot account of that reaction, I switch you to Versailles, Harry Marble reporting.
This is Harry Marble in Versailles. King Louis XVI has just ordered his troops withdrawn from around Paris. The order was issued just a few minutes ago, after His Majesty was informed of the surrender of the Bastille. The king was in the palace when the Duc de Liancourt, a member of the royal household, brought him the news. When de Liancourt told the king that the Bastille had been stormed, His Majesty inquired, "Is this a revolt?" And the Duke replied, "No, sire, it is a revolution." The king then, without his usual bodyguard, without even his hat, but accompanied by his 2 brothers, ran out of the palace to the National Assembly on the edge of the palace grounds. There he made an unprecedented appeal to the National Assembly. He placed himself in the hands of the people's representatives, men he had only yesterday threatened to destroy. He urged them to help him ensure what he termed the salvation of the state. The king said, "I await this from the National Assembly, from the zeal of the representatives of my people." The king also announced that he would go to Paris tomorrow and personally conciliate the people. He has also appointed the Marquis de Lafayette, head of the new National Guard, and the Marquis will escort him into Paris tomorrow. Lafayette, who helped us, the American people, win our independence a short time ago, has been playing a major role during the last 8 years in France, helping his own people win a voice in their government. Today, he is Vice President of the National Assembly. It's a particularly happy day for him. He's standing right here beside me. Monsieur de Lafayette, what does this mean today for the people of France?
It means, monsieur, that the spirit of the rights of man, which was born in France and nurtured by your country, has now returned to Europe. The King's decision to permit the National Assembly to continue with our work of writing a new constitution is the first concession he has ever made to the people. Whatever happens from now on, France, like America, has set its course on the road to democracy. There can be no turning back.
Thank you, Marquis de Lafayette. And now, for the people's reaction to the King's announcement, we return you to Paris and John Daly.
This is John Daly. I'm standing in the Place de Grave, the city square in front of the Hotel de Ville, the city hall. The unexpected news from Versailles has turned Paris into a frenzy of celebration. The people are dancing and parading in the streets, no longer in fear of their lives. They're shouting, "Long live liberty, long live France." The governor of the Bastille has been executed for the massacre of the 171 men and women murdered by his guns this afternoon. Several of the soldiers have also been executed, and one was thrown into the Seine. The heads of the governor and his soldiers have been placed on pikes and are now being carried around the city. This strikes a rather ghoulish note in the celebration here, perhaps, but if you knew the suffering of these people and what they have endured for the last 50 years at the hands of such despots as the Marquis de Launay, you perhaps would understand, if not condone, their actions. Tyranny always breeds violence, and to the people of Paris, the Bastille, with its drawbridges and dungeons, was a symbol of rotting tyranny. The excesses committed will perhaps soon pass, but the ideals behind them are certain to live on and to grow in the hearts of the French people here today and in the hearts of their children. Oh, here come the paraders once again, and they're singing. I recognize the tune. It's Ça Ira, an old French dance to which revolutionary words have been set. They're singing about hanging all aristocrats from lanterns. The streets of Paris, you know, are lighted by lanterns swung on ropes stretched across the roadway. But let's listen to the singing. Young women in the crowd is waving a large key, a very large key. One moment while I ask her what it is. Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle! Qu'est-ce que c'est?
La clé de la Bastille!
Oh, she said it's the key of the Bastille.
Demain, je la donnerai au Marquis de Lafayette.
And she says she's going to give the key to Lafayette tomorrow when he arrives in Paris.
Oui, au Marquis de Lafayette. Il la donnera au général.
À quel général?
Washington!
To Washington, our General Washington and Lafayette's former commander. She's going to give the key of the Bastille to Lafayette so that Lafayette may present it to our own first President of the United States, His Mightiness George Washington. The crowd is still singing. I hope you can hear them. They're singing that song with the country of the heart of the crowd on this 14th day of July, 1789. The day that will undoubtedly go down in history as
Paris, July 14th, 1789. The Bastille is stormed, and the French Revolution begins.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the second in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
October 12th, 1492. Columbus discovers America. CBS is there.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, who wrote tonight's broadcast in collaboration with Macaja Wren. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.